$31.99. Gorgeous. Make sure you go through for that one. When we get to the big cat, we'll show you a little demo on this, on how it works. $31.99. Beautiful. Okay, where do you go next then, Han? The cat. That's the one we're going to do the demo on. Animal's been very, very popular today. So this one you get 3,000 beads. Only 4 colours on that one. 8 inches by 8 inches. Right, that's $29.99. That's good. So can I just take that?
Absolutely.
This is what your canvas... I'm saying it is a canvas.
Yes, it is canvas, yeah.
This is what your canvas looks like. And obviously, you're not beading on all this blue around here. You are here. Mm-hmm. You're beading the stars, and you bead... I presume, are you beading those?
Yes, you are, yeah.
Yeah. So you've got your key to where you bead and everything like that. And then that's your finished one there. Beautiful, isn't it? $29.99. Now, do you want me to go through all of them first, and then we'll do a demo? Or do you want to do a demo first? Yeah, we'll go through all of them first. That's okay. Right, so that's the cat. Then we're going to Bridge Over Troubled Water. Oh, no, Bridge into Spring. Very similar. There you go, $29.99. It's beautiful, isn't it? Look at the lovely little bridge there. All the blossoms. Be gorgeous for spring, that one. 4,000 beads on that one. So again, now let's have a look. So I presume the blue of the brook is painted, and then you're doing the little frothy breakers.
Yeah, you get some little details through there, and you get some of the little flowers and foliage at the kind of water's edge, and then all the way through the tree, there's a lot of beading.
Oh yeah, that's heavily beaded, isn't that one?
And here as well. And then you've got lots of blossom detail and some of the little leaves as well. I just think it's really clever, isn't it? And as I say, the different finishes of the different beads will give it a different sheen in different parts. So
looks like it's come from the set of Wicked, that one, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I do get worried though, because there's no safety thingy on this side. Look.
Oh dear.
You might fall off.
Well, I went on holiday once, and it was one of those lovely holidays where you're in one of those huts over the water.
Where the what?
You know, when you're in a hut over the water on stilts, and you have to
Like in Blackpool?
No.
Like in the Maldives?
Yeah,
there?
yeah.
Is it a romantic holiday? And you just got
It was
engaged?
supposed to be.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay.
It was supposed to be. But it was storms, unexpected storms came in, and all the walkways, so that they don't interrupt with the eye line with the water, none of them had got ropes or fences on the side or anything. And staff kept coming, having to collect you in the biggest anoraks I've ever seen. And all you could see was toes in the flip-flops underneath.
Oh.
And the tips of their fingers and their eyes. And they used to come and just collect you out of the water.
No.
It was so bad. It was so windy and so wet. People were literally just, it was like an ice rink. You'd go really early in the morning. You'd manage to get to the main, to land, and you'd sit in the restaurant and watch people just be collected.
No. Lovely holiday, that one.
It was not romantic at all.
No, and I don't suppose you can get your money back either, can you? Because it's like forced and...
I mean, it was quite entertaining, I have to say.
Yeah, but
not in the way you'd
expecting
expect,
it to
but
be,
yeah.
no.
So,
Anyway, this
yes,
one
I
won't
see
be
what
like
you
that.
mean.
This
I see
one
what
won't be
you
like
mean.
that. $29.99. Beautiful. I've got this vision now of you on this side of the bridge here with an anorak person coming to get you.
They had a long stick to help collect you out of the water.
No.
Yes,
yeah. $29.99. Beautiful. I'll move on. Where are we going next then? Oh, yeah, it's you, Hannah. A flower. Cattle yar. I don't know what that is. What's that word there?
I'm not sure.
Oh, it must be the lily. I bet it's a kind of lily. We'll soon see. Hannah's Googling it now.
It's got these exotic leaves again that you're so
Oh, yeah,
good
tropical.
At. Yeah.
You're not very good at tropical, are you? No. Oh, it's an orchid. Oh, yeah, I can see it now. I can see it now. And it looks exactly like that, apparently. Hannah's just looked it up. Beautiful, $29.99. I love the way that they've done in the leaves. You've got not just green, you've got blue and gold and white in the leaves.
Tones.
What's the matter? Oh, there it is.
They've achieved real depth as it passes underneath the flowers as well, haven't they?
Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Oh, I love that. It's the first time I've seen our little intro video. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome to Soho Street with me, Vicky Carroll. Yes, I hope you've all had a lovely weekend. I hope you had a fabulous show last week with Manager Specials, with the Treaters. It's been brilliant, and I've missed it all. I've literally been in the building as well, next door or over on one of our sister channels, and I've been so envious. So I did ask if there is any chance I could honour some of the prices on the machine deals, and we've been told we're allowed to do it until the end of midnight tonight, till tomorrow. That's the final chances to get the deals on the machine. So I'll recap those in this first hour. But our early bird hasn't arrived up from the warehouse yet, so we will be doing it slightly later than normal. But I just want to show you what is coming up. Yes, we're going to do the machines to start with. Let me show you what's coming up on today's show, though, because we have got William Morris galore today. Not only have we got the amazing Emery Walker's House collection, which is the latest collection to Soho Street. We haven't, and we've also got the William Morris and Kaffe collab, which is so exciting. We've got bundles, we've got some fabrics individually this hour as well, so it's all underneath us on the website. But then we are building up to the most amazing rustic fall quilt. Stuart is here to demystify it all. And when you look at that quilt and the colours, I absolutely love it. I love it. It's going under £200, which, I mean, is amazing to say that this is 2.3 metres. It's huge. It's absolutely huge. And I'm going to actually throw it out there. I think that is my favourite ever William Morris quilt. I don't know what it is. I don't know whether it's this tone colour in here, along with the like teals and the blues. I love it. It's brand new. It's brand new in today. And it's on pre-order. Look at it. It's absolutely amazing. There is literally one colourway. This is the colourway that you're getting. It's one block, 5 different colours to make the block, or 5 different... one block in 5 different colours, basically. So it is so easy to put together. Stuart was saying this is a beginner-friendly quilt, which for something like this, it looks absolutely spectacular, doesn't it? So we're going to talk to, obviously, Stuart Hillard, and we're going to demystify it all. We're going to talk through the block. We're going to answer all of your questions. It's coming up in the 9 o'clock show. 10 o'clock, we've got lovely Maria from Old Maid New with the most stunning brand new kit. I absolutely love these new ones. They are stunning. They come with the stamp sets, and we've also got the mini kits as well to make the brooches. That's going to be very, very exciting at 10 o'clock. Only 1 hour with Maria today, so if you are already shopping online, it's worth having a bit of a scout down on the pre-order page to see if you can find those kits. I'll show you how to get them in a moment. We've then got my first ever Stuart Hillard Roundup show. Now, I did an Emma Makes one last week, and it was the most amazing show. It was so fast-paced. It was all of the bestsellers, and today is going to be the same. This one, by the way, this quilt is the... is it called In Love with Quilting or For the Love of Quilting? In Love of... I don't know why I've renamed it to For the Love of Quilting. I've said it so many times. In Love with Quilting it's called, and it looks amazing in Tilda, but it's going to look incredible in any of your sort of scrappy fabrics that you have. These are just some of the quilts that we have got back in stock from Stuart Hillard. We've got the trio with bags, we've got panels, we've got kits, we've got instructions. It is jam-packed, and it may run over slightly as there is a lot going on, but we've also then got knitting, crochet tools, we've also got kit, we've got yarn bundles, and we've also asked for those to be discounted as well. Oh, amazing. The William Morris quilt kit is already going. I love it, I love it, I love it. It's coming up, not long to wait. We'll do it in an hour. Now, let me show you the machine deals. The overlocker first, because this one is nearly sold out. Tomorrow's your last day to get it at this price. Now, we've only got 20 left. We started with hundreds of these. Now, yesterday, 44 went. It is very, very, very busy. A lot of people who have been waiting for the day to get their Elna overlocker. Today's the day to do it because it's not 559 today. I don't know how you've managed to keep this on 5-way split pay as well. That is a manager's special deal. Now, we've done hours of tuition demonstrations on this machine in education. So if you have a look back on our Sewing Street YouTube channel, there will be so much content on there for you to be able to watch. At £399, you have got a true professional finish to your garments. You could use it with any of your homewares. It's going to mean your seams are going to last longer. They're going to be stronger. If you're working with any kind of stretch or jersey, it's an absolute game changer. If you make, leggings, children's wear, swimwear, lingerie, if you look in any of your seams on any of your stretchy garments that you've got from the shops, they'll all be done on an overlocker. You want to make sure that it's going to last the test of time. Now, if you're at a point of your dressmaking journey where you are looking to invest in an overlocker, I know Rebecca Harrison was saying to me that she would invest in one of these at the start of her dressmaking journey. It's an essential. She said, as long as you're sewing machine, it really is an essential. But maybe you've been waiting for that moment, if you've been nervous about it and you've been thinking, right, new year, it's 2025, I'm going to actually tackle my fear of an overlocker. It's all as well colour-coded. So don't worry, don't be fearful of the threading. It's all colour-coded, so it's nice and simple to thread. They are going already. Today is the last chance to be able to get your Elna 664 at a manager's special price. Only because I wasn't here last week. So I did say, is there any chance that we could extend any of the deals to this Monday show? And we've said, right, we can do the 3 machines, 5-way split pay, £399. Any questions that you have? Please get them home. I know a lot of people have been thinking about these, may have been on the fence, may have thought you'd missed it during the manager's special week. I'm a great believer in fate. If you were away, if you didn't get the chance to see the deals, you have got another chance. And in fact, you can get it home for less than £80 today. How crazy is that? For an Elna, it comes with a 2-year warranty. It comes with a fantastic instruction manual as well. We are in the teens. You know, you say that the price will go up after tomorrow's show. I don't actually think we're going to have enough tomorrow. We've got in the teens now. We've got only 17 remaining at £399 on split pay. Okay. Right, now this is the 664. Oh, I've got the 664 here. Is it the 664 Pro that we're discounting? Right, so hang on. This is the right stuff. The graphics are correct. You are getting the 664 Pro in the manager special for $399. Thank you, Michael Wolf.
I did it on purpose.
He was checking everyone was watching this morning. Right, so... Even better. Ben, this is crazy. Right, so the difference with the 664 Pro is that you're getting the thread catcher. You're also getting your screen here, which tells you exactly how many threads to use for what stitch. It's still all colour-coded. It's still really, really nice and easy to be able to thread. And it is the Pro machine for $399. On split pay as well, for the 664 Pro, under £80. The price hasn't changed, but you have got now that amazing upgraded machine. All of your accessories are there on your screen, so you get your standard accessories in. You also have things like your spool caps to be able to put your larger spools in. You get extra needles. You get your little brush to be able to clean it as well. And it has a lot of stitches on here as well. So you can use it with 2 threads. You can use it with 3 threads. You can use it for rolled hems. You can do, obviously, your classic overlocking. You can use it with or without the cutting, the knife. You can disengage the blade as well. £399. If you are serious about owning your Elna overlocker, then this is your chance to be able to get it before it sells out. We're in the teens. Right, so that's the overlocker. We also have 2 machine deals to remind you of. Now, the big boy, this is the 782. Is this the one that Delphine has? Is it? This is the next one up. This is the newest 782. Now, it's supposed to be 3,000. Oh, okay, hang on. No, it's supposed to be £3,799. The only other machine, I was actually talking to Baffa about this when it first launched, and she was saying that there is another brand, beginning with a B, that has similar technology to this machine, and you will be paying over £5,000 for it. This has got to be one of the best prices that you'll find on a machine that has got your stitch regulator as well. So it comes with a separate little red box, which you can see on this picture. It's the one that we've opened the box at the bottom there. And it comes with like almost like a camera monitor sensor that you plug into the side of the machine, and it is an auto stitch regulator. So basically, if you love free motion quilting, you know that you're in charge of the stitch length as you are doing your free motion quilting. Whereas with that ASR technology, it means that you are getting consistent stitching. It gives you almost like that long arm quilting finish, that really beautiful finish with your free motion. It's an amazing bit of kit. It's an incredible spaceship of a machine. I mean, look at this, the throat space. It's not only wide, it's high as well. You've got so much space there to be able to do any of your larger projects. Obviously, be aware it's a heavy machine. It's a big machine. You probably want to have a designated craft space for it, but it's amazing. It comes with your straight stitch needle plate, comes with your knee lift, it comes with a huge array of accessories as standard. Demos on this online. I know we've spent a lot of time on this. It was launched on the 18th of February if you want to watch the show back. But this was part of our manager special, our treaters week last week. Honoured the price. Today it will go back up to £3,799 tomorrow. So yes, it's a massive saving of £800. If you have been on the fence, if you've been thinking about it, if this is a machine that you've been researching, this is the final chance to be able to secure it at this price on 5-way split pay as well. Now, what I love is that we are, catering for everybody. For the dressmakers, for everyone who wants to overlock, for anybody who wants that dream quilting machine, but also for anybody who may be starting the new year and wanting their first computerised machine or upgrading a machine that they might have had for years and years as a hand-me-down. Or maybe you have got the 782 and you want a more portable machine this year to be able to attend workshops and classes. Obviously, you can't be lugging around your 782 to classes and workshops, can you? Now, this is the 550, and today it is £429. It has 50 stitches included on the machine, which has got all of your sort of basic utility stitches, satin stitches, applique stitches, some quilting stitches, a couple of pictorial stitches on there, like your little hearts and florals as well. You've got some buttonholes on here. And if you ask any sewer how many stitches they use day to day, they probably count them on one hand. So you've got a great selection of stitches here. You've also got, what I love is all of these great, almost like your speed dial buttons. So you've got your needle up, down, you've got your locking stitch, your reverse stitch, your start, stop, so you can use it with or without a foot pedal. You've got your threader, automatic needle threader, you've got your speed control, you've got your buttonhole, like an overcasting stitch, a zigzag, and your straight stitch, and it's so easy to navigate through those stitches. When you use the word computerized machine, I know sometimes people get a bit daunted, but actually it's so straightforward to use, and you can grow with it. So Elna do actually have walking feet that you can buy to put onto it, or a free motion foot, as it does have the ability of lowering the feed dogs, so you can grow with this machine. Plus you're getting a 2-year warranty with it as well, £85.80 on split pay. All of your machines are on 5-way split pays. We'll see it in action as well with Stuart. He's going to make this quilt with the machine. The whole quilt, start to finish. No pressure, Stuart. So, yes, make the most of the machine deals whilst they're available as managers' special prices. Now it's time for our early bird. We're talking... Oh, sorry, yeah, I did the wrong song. Right, are we ready? William Morris morning. This looks beautiful as our backdrop today. We've got William Morris fabrics to bring you this hour. And we got a William Morris lunchbox as your early bird. How great is this? Oh, I love it. It's got your insulated fabric as well inside, so it's going to keep your soup warm. It's going to keep your sandwiches nice and cool. And it's just £6.99. That's a really nice size as well. Oh, and look, it's all nice and white, clean. I don't want to say waterproof, but water resistant, isn't it? I am that sort of person that gets my sauce everywhere. It's only £4.99. Oh, open your order nice and early. If you do like going to workshops, classes, bringing your breakfast, your lunch to work with you, taking your snacks out on the move, £4.99. You cannot go wrong. Honestly, insulated lunch bags, you do not see under £5. I'm trying to think, if I go into, especially with a William Morris print, you're probably going to see it in like, you know, your National Trust or your nice gift shops or a place like John Lewis. That is a really good price. We do these deals, of course, in the morning to make sure everybody's opened the basket nice and early. You can get involved and you will only pay one postage and packaging. It's got nice zip, goes all the way around, nice pink zip. Nice webbing handles, water-resistant fabric, and your insulated lining. Oh, yeah, going on the train with your friend. A couple of nice gin and tonic tinnies. That's it, yeah. Your snacks in there if they're on a commute on the train. And it looks lovely, doesn't it? £4.99. There are loads of you there. There are loads of you there. It's a good size as well to fit all your lunch in, isn't it? £4.99. Amazing deal for anybody who's opening their order nice and early. If you're coming on in and having a look at the quilt behind us, it is on pre-order. I actually have worn the right top today, haven't I? It ties in really well. It's the most beautiful, honestly. It is the most beautiful quilt. And this matches in, actually, doesn't it, with your pinks and your greens? Insulated lunchbox for £4.99. Most people are multi-buying on this. Most people multi-buying. Right, keep going through for your early bird. Right, we've done the menu. Can I show you pre-order, please? Because already Stuart's having his breakfast in the gallery. And, yeah, already going on pre-order, Stuart. So excited. So coming up on today's show, you've got all of the fabrics that are listed at the start. So you've got the lovely William Morris fabrics. And then if you keep scrolling down, you'll get to the next hour, which is one colourway, easy to find. Oh, your trio bag quilts is there. There's some of Stuart's roundup show that's just scattered throughout the show. They've jumped to the top. There's your Kay Fassett William Morris collaboration. And there it is. It is Rustic Fall. It's the one that is behind me. And ignore the price point because we're going to take at least, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, at least £50 off that price. We're going under 200. Then do some negotiating. We're doing our best to be able to get everything that we can down on price for you. So stay tuned. It's coming up with Stuart at 9 o'clock. Everything is there. You've also got your backing bundles. You've got your bits and bobs. And then here's your Old Maid New. Coming up at 10 o'clock, there's your Old Maid New. Oh, they've got lovely new pearl wire kits as well. So start getting ahead. If you've bought the early bird, if you're getting the sewing machines, remember every single person can absolutely, make the most of those. Right, now, fabrics. Oh, yeah, keep going. All Stuart's roundup. Oh, can I show you the instructions for the lovely, for the Love of Quilts? I'm in love with quilting. In love with quilting pattern. I've renamed it. Sorry, Stuart. Keep going, keep going. There it is. There it is. We are so excited to have this pattern back. Honestly, wait until you see the quilt. We got it here in person. It's amazing. Stuart thought he'd lost it, or he thought someone had stolen it here. It's like, I lost it, I've lost it. Anyway, we found it, and we're bringing it into the studio later so you can see. The size of it is amazing. It's going to look so good in all of your different scrappy fabrics as well, but I love it in the Tilda. We've actually got some Tilda fabrics. Can we do these? Just because if you're loving, if you're making your insulated lunch bags, you can make your own. Let's start with the Strawberry Thief one. Now, this is extra wide. It's a good width as well. Not extra wide, extra wide, extra wide. Now, it's your water-resistant fabric. It's the first time that I've seen it. It's like an oilcloth. I love it. Easy to sew as well. Oh, have you got some? I've got some water. Let's test it out. Oh, where's it gone? There you go, water resistant. Oh, it's so fun, it's like flubber. Oh, I caught it. Oh, it's split in two, there we go, but it's still not. So, £5.99, just to show you if you are using it for bag making, if you're using it for making your own little lunchbox, if you're using it for, I'm thinking like table runners, table mats, coasters. You love this. Michael Wolf has come into the studio and he's watched this. Do you want to have a go? Yeah. He's like, yes, I do. Okay, £5.99 half metre. This one will sell out today. There are less than 10 metres left in stock. What's the width on this, Ben? And what's the composition, please? 100% polyester. Polyester. I think this would be so good, though, to be able to make outside cushions. Outside cushions for your garden. Kneeling stools for gardeners. What about doing a nice apron? Because it's still malleable. It's still got movement to it. This would be a nice one for an apron. Could I do a raincoat or like some sort of shacket? That'd be really nice, wouldn't it? Love it. What about a bucket hat? Bex had the bucket hat, the summer hat in, didn't she? That'd be brilliant. £5.99 right now, less than 5 metres, I believe, remaining of £5.99. I love it. Great idea for your outdoors bits and bobs, you know, for your garden cushions. Let's face it, I am constantly thinking, right, do I take in the summer? Do I take the cushions in? Do I leave them out? Do I take them in? Do I leave them out? That would be perfect. Right, shall we do... What print's this one called? Remind me. Golden Lily. I love Golden Lily. This is beautiful. The colours are lovely as well, aren't they? You've got here that stunning turquoise blue, the corals as well. Love it. And obviously there's so much that you can do. It's the first time I've seen any of these sort of water-resistant fabrics. The only other time I've seen them on the show has been with lovely Sarah from the Sewing Sanctuary, and they absolutely fly out. Whenever we do anything that's got, you know, that water-resistant finish, I think it's so useful for homewares, for table mats, for coasters, for bag makers as well. Oh, I'd love that. That would make a great rucksack, wouldn't it? Great rucksack or satchel bag, but still hasn't impaired any of the imagery at all. It's still super crisp and super clear. The printing's brilliant on these. £5.99 half metre. Loads of you there once again. Keep coming through. Remember, if you're multi-buying on this, it will be joined up. Let me show you how wide it is. So that is a lot, isn't it, for £5.99? That is a lot. What about making things like laptop bags or iPad cases or tablet cases? Just one unit, it's going to go a long way. If you're making to sell, I think this is going to be really eye-catching on your stalls. £5.99. 100% polyester, half a metre for £5.99. And have a serious think about the machines, remember. Have a serious think about the machines. I'm not going to sound like a broken record today because I know you will have heard about them for the last week, but it's the first time I've seen them. And we are seriously getting to the end of our time, especially, you know, things like the overlocker. Oh, well done if you're already getting ahead on the William Morris bundles. We'll do it next. We'll do it next. Now, final one. This is the last of the water-resistant polyester. Orchid slate this time. It's only £5.99 half metre, which I think is amazing for how much you're getting. And just so useful. This is a fabric that even if you're thinking, I'm not quite sure what I'm going to make it, I promise you'll find a use for it. It's really lovely and soft and malleable. You're still going to be able to sew through it, no problem. But I do like the idea of making things for your garden, making some, maybe some garments or a hat, accessories. I am so ready for spring. Even my 3-year-old said, I can't wait for the summer. I just want to play in the park, play in the garden. I mean, we go out and we wrap up, but it's just so done with now the cold weather. Are you? So ready for some spring. Although we went out the other day and it was about 4:30 and it was still light. And I thought, actually, I'm starting to see the light. Literally, I feel like it's starting to get lighter. Right. £5.99 a half metre. We're moving on because we've got so much that we want to show you. We've got the massive William Morris mega bundle, which is already going. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. So with this mega bundle, it's going to be the last time you get the mega bundle because there is the Beauty of Life indigo fabric has sold. It's already gone. Which one's that, Ben? What does it look like? Have you got a picture there? I just want to show you which one it is. Is it that one? That one, the Beauty of Life. This one. So this one's actually already sold out. So the only way of getting this half metre is now in your mega bundle, which means we're not going to be able to remake the mega bundle. We might be able to do a different version of it, you know, without this one. But if you love that, only way of getting it is with your mega bundle. So can you see on screen, it says you save £7.99, Ben? There you go. We're dropping it. You are going to get one of these for free. Just £111.86. Now, within here, let's have a look at these prints because they are absolutely beautiful. Every single Free Spirit fabric. Oh, look at this one. They're ones that I haven't obviously seen in lots of other collections as well. I don't actually know whether we've ever done the Emery Walker's House collection, have we? I don't know whether we've done it, though, prior to this collection. No, this is the first time I've seen these prints. They are absolutely gorgeous. Now, you have got how many? 7.5 metres, which means that you are getting, let me do the maths. 15, thank you. 15 half metres. 15 half metres. Look at this colourway of strawberry. That's strawberry thief. I love it. These are amazing, aren't they? Love the colours. Really love the colours. In fact, is this the collection that the quilt kit's from? Yeah. It's these lovely jade tones that are in here, the turquoise and the corals. I absolutely love it. Now, if you are planning on getting the quilt kit, you could make so many beautiful cushions and homewares to go along with it. That's amazing. It does look like a Manor House collection, doesn't it? You get half a metre of the Beauty of Life fabric. It's the only one that it's the only chance to be able to get this whole mega bundle now because that one's now sold out individually. I love this as well. Do you know the names of these prints, Ben? What's this one called? This one's called Trent. That one's called Trent. I love all of these. This one's got a real rustic feel to it, hasn't it? £111.86. Now, there are less than 20 of the mega bundles remaining, which I know sounds a lot, but bearing in mind, we're seeing some great inspiration of how amazing it looks behind me. I'm thinking now ahead of Stuart's Roundup show, doing the trio of bags with your William Morris fabrics, doing your, even your lovely for the love of quilting. Even for your, we love to quilt. You can use some of your sort of scrappy fabrics. I've tried 3 times now to get the name of that right. I'm making up names. In love with quilting. Get your pattern. Who in love with quilting? 2-way split base, saving £8, 7.5 metres. Which ones are you going to put together? I mean, the great thing is with this as well, is that you could use them individually. We're looking at it behind me in a full quilt as a fabulous collection. But think about how many projects you can make. You've got 50.5 metres. That's 30 fat quarters. There is so much that you're going to be able to do with this. I'm thinking this one as your sort of border or binding along with this one. Put those together or with this one. That's like a bit of a mixer blender of the collection, isn't it? But they're all hero prints, let's face it. They are all hero prints. You're getting that whole collection for £111.86. And thank you, Ben, you've also put it on split pay. This one's lovely as well, these trees. They're all cut. This is rose and thistle. And that would make a stunning border print, wouldn't it? Or great for fussy cutting. Ah, that's lovely. This is another one that is very, very, very popular on its own. There's a lot of these fabrics that are selling underneath us. This is the one that's featured here within the quilt. And just putting it with that jade and that teal tone, I think looks beautiful together. I'd never think of putting those 2 colours together. Right, now all of these fabrics are available individually by the half metre, bar the Beauty of Life one. They are $7.99 each. You're saving yourself $7.99 when you're getting the whole bundle. So if you do love it, if you can't choose, get yourself the bundle. £55.96. The what, sorry, for the In Love with Quilting pattern? It is a patchwork quilt. Oh, gosh, yeah, it look amazing. With any of you sort of, this is what's fabulous about that pattern and why we're going to be revisiting it at 11, is because it will work so well with all of your stash, your scraps, a collection like this, whether you want to tie it all together or whether you want to make it scrappy. But this is beautiful for loads of those projects that we've got coming up. £55.93. Get it on split pay. 0% interest. I think that's amazing. I know that we... I don't think we champion that enough really here actually, because when we were at Sewing Quarter, previous life, we weren't able to do split pay, and now it means that you're not paying any interest. There's no hidden admin fees. You just pay £55.96 and you get it home and start making. You can make all sorts. And if you're making to sell as well, I always think with William Morris that it's very striking, it's very noticeable. My mum actually sent me a picture yesterday of 4 samples that she had that she's going to get some blinds made, and 2 of which were William Morris, and they were tiny little swatches. I was like, it's William Morris, you've got to do it. Have your blinds of William Morris. It will look amazing. But to be able to make your own home furnishing, you're instantly, I think, making your living room, or if you want to cover lampshades, if you want to make scatter cushions for your sofa, instantly it looks just so expensive, doesn't it? Love them. Now, they are all available individually by the half metre. Are we going to whiz through these? Are we going to show them now or not? No? No. Right. They are all underneath us on the website. They're all selling, Ben said very nicely. So keep going through. You found them on the web. If there's any that you want me to show on air, let me know. Now, I just want to let you know as well, we are very limited on the 664 Pro. £399 is your manager's special discounted price. Please do not think that this is normal. It will go back up to £559 after today's, or after tomorrow's show. It will be going back up to £559, is that right? £559. Have a look elsewhere, though. We are the home of Elna. We are so lucky that we have the pricing that we do, the fact that we have Elna quality overlockers. I mean, please don't go out there and buy an overlocker in the middle aisle of a supermarket, because do you have the brand? Do you have the warranty? Do you have the tuition and the help going forward? What is brilliant about Elna here is that we are the home of Elna. We have lots of fantastic online content. Our customer service team are trained up on Elna machines as well. So any technical questions that you have, you can always speak to them. But they do have a UK-based customer service team here in Stockport. So you can always reach them if you have any questions. The technical features, so it has that built-in program reference panel. It will talk you through what threads you need, which threads you need for what stitch you offer. As I said, we are leagues and bounds better than other places, in my opinion, because there are companies that have the last of their stock, but because we are the home of Elna, we're able to do things that other stores aren't. So in terms of price, you will find it maybe, if they've got the last of stock of it, at £559. Once they sell out of these, they won't get any more. But it's still there at £559. We're at £399. £399 today. Please do not miss it. Whilst it is available on your screen, you've still got a chance. But I warn you, over, did you say 48 sold yesterday? Yeah, 48 sold yesterday. We have less than half of that today. Before that, the day before that, 38 sold. We have now got 15 of these remaining. During the manager special, I know loads of you have already made the most of this, but for anybody who was sitting on the fence or thought they'd missed out, then you still have got a chance. There's all of your standard accessories that come with the machine itself. But I mean, this is the great thing with an overlocker. Once you've got it, you've got it. If you look after it, then it will absolutely last the test of time. And it means all your garments are going to last longer. You're going to be able to put them in the washing machine. You're going to be able to put them in the tumble dryer and wear them to your fitness classes, to your yoga classes, make the kids' clothes, making to sell, knowing that they are going to last. Now, you've got your safety 4 stitch, your stretch knit stitch, you've got your gathering 4 stitch, you've got your stretch wrap, you've got loads of different options with it. You can do the most beautiful rolled hem, a flat lock, an overcast, a narrow hem, all on this machine with 4 threads, with 2 threads, or with 4, 3 or 2 threads for £399. Do not wait too long though, because there's a lot of people coming through for it. It's just £79 today on split pay as well. It's got the little thread catcher, easy to thread with your colour-coded guide. So it's the lower looper normally that people struggle with. But if I'm honest, little sneaky trick that a lot of people do is to just keep it, if you're changing your threads, cut them, tie them on, and very gently pull them through the loopers. You'll then have to just obviously thread them back through your eye of the needle like you normally would on a sewing machine, but you'd have to thread it through. But you can literally thread it through the lower looper just by pulling it through. So the chances are you would never actually need to completely rethread it again. There's loads of hacks, there's loads of tips, because you're not the only person that's been daunted about threading an overlocker. Now, there's plenty of baskets to see this sell out today. I'm talking about after tomorrow's show, it will be done and going back up in price, and we'll still champion this at £559. But right now, that is one of the best prices I've ever seen on any overlocker. Bearing in mind, this is the Pro Edition, so ignore the photograph on Ollie's slide because it doesn't have the thread catcher on there. This is the one that you're getting. This is the very one that you're getting with the thread catcher. Yeah, that's what I mean. You do get the thread catcher on the waist bin. This looks slightly different on the picture, doesn't it? But it's got the blue face, ours has got the grey. This is the newer model. It's exactly the same features and functions. They used to do the blue screen with the 664 there on the front, but ours is the brand new. £399. Right, keep coming through. Any questions that you have, please get them in. But as I say, we've done huge amounts of talking about this over the last week. So I appreciate that if you are tuning in today and you've already seen this, then maybe you've already got it. But for anyone who's missed it, yeah, go for it whilst it's on at that price. Cave. Now, this is super exciting. There are only 8 left. I've never seen anything like this. It's the first time that I've seen Cave collab with William Morris, and the colours. Do you know what it reminds me of? Anna Marie Horner colourways. I love them. There's literally 8 remaining. You're saving £13.80 on this. How good is that? You're saving nearly £14 today. £13.80. Is that 2 fabrics that you're getting for free then? What's 13 divided 1380? That's 2 fabrics for free. Oh, that is so lovely. As we're going into spring, don't get me wrong, these traditional colourways and this stunning colour palette from William Morris is what we all know. But if you love a bit of colour, if you love the likes of Tula, Arna Maria Horner, then Kaffe, obviously, these are the colours to go for. Now, 8 bundles left. Ben, do we have these by the half metre? Nope. Only way of getting them is in the bundle. Only way of getting them is in the bundle. Now I am thinking of the quilt pattern that we're bringing back at 11 a.m. I'm thinking about those trio bags, bag making, homewares. Look at that one. I mean, this is gorgeous. Wandle. This is a really popular print in William Morris, but seeing it in Kaffe colours. I mean, he's genius, isn't he? He's absolute genius when it comes to working with colours. They look amazing. Under £100 for a limited edition collection. Once they have gone, they have absolutely gone, and we cannot rebundle more. I don't think we've ever had anything quite like it, have we? It's free spirit as well, so it's beautiful, beautiful quality. Yeah, I can imagine there's collectors who come in and actually, make the most of this and just keep it in their stash. This one's your Leicester. That pink as well, with the fuchsia pink and your limes. How stunning would it look with the hearts and the flowers in your quilt as well, Stuart? Love it. We love quilting. Have I got it wrong again? The we love quilting. In love with quilting, in love with quilting pattern. It's underneath us on the website. You're saving £13.80. That's 6.5 metres. 6.5 metres is enough to be able to do, you know, a good sized quilt, especially if you're adding in some of your solid colours to go with. If you want to do lots of, if you've got Debbie Shaw's half yard books, or if you've got any Stuart Hillard books with his bags, imagine doing a huge patchwork weekend bag. This would be beautiful. Under £50 on split pay. There are now single figures on this bundle. If you've got it in your basket, do not wait, because this will sell out today. I love that one as well. Your plums or lemons. Beautiful. Okay, well done everybody. Keep going through. Are you all right, Ben? Oh, Ben. I think he's worried about the overlocker. He's worried. Oh, Ben. If you love the Emery Walker collection, stay tuned. It is coming up in this quilt. We've got a whole quilt kit. It's going under £200. So please, please, please stay tuned. I know it says 250 on the web. It's going under 200. And we're gonna discount it more than £199 as well. We were supposed to be taking it to £199. We're taking it lower today. So yeah, stay tuned for that. Very excited in 15 minutes. Right, if you love that collection behind me, get yourself the bundle whilst it's on offer. It is £7.99 off, which means you're getting one of these for free. £111 and 86 pence. If there's any of these that you want to see by the half metre, of course, let us know. But that is the most stunning colourway. That whole collection together. That's why I think just seeing it behind me in the quilt gives us so much inspiration. But actually, this is going to go a really, really long way in your stash. If you're making bags, if you're doing, you know, the trio of bags collection that we're bringing back as well at 11 o'clock. If you've got any books already, patterns in your stash, and you're thinking, actually, do you know what? I'm going to just revamp the cushions in my living room, or I'm going to cover a lampshade. I've got a lampshade kit. To be able to do homewares with a whole collection, you know they all work well together, but individually they're all heroes, aren't they? £111.86. We are very, very limited on this bundle now. Very limited. Shall we do them individually, Ben? Right, now, this one has sold out completely. The only way of getting this is in the bundle. Right, shall we do... Let's do these two, please, because I think these are so, so useful to have in your stash. Let's do the dark green, which is like this lovely Oh, look at that. Your turquoisey teal blues. It's the real hero in this quilt, isn't it? It's only $7.99 metre as well. Free spirit, beautiful quality. A majority of our designer fabrics have now gone up to $8.99 metre, as we know. So if you are still after that beautiful quality quilting weight cotton, £7.99 metre is your amazing price. Gorgeous colours. See, this goes really, really well with those coral tones. It looks great with your greens. We know how good it looks with jade blues. It's more of your sort of mixer print. That's your willow, Emery's willow. Where's Emery Walker's house, please? In the Cotswolds. Is it? Whereabouts? My mum's just moved to the Cotswolds. I'll say the Cotswolds, the edge of the Cotswolds, near John Scott. I won't go on about a drain. A drain. Oh, it's in London. Ben's lying to me. It's in London. Emery Walker's house. Oh, I want to visit now. I love these colour palettes. I absolutely love them. So I'm presuming they've sort of taken inspiration then and used the same prints that you will see in Emery Walker's house, from the tapestries to the wallpaper. Did you do a tour there, Ben? Oh, you can do a virtual tour online. Oh, fabulous. Now, this one's in your terracotta colour. And the background, I love that even the background. The rust colourway. Russet is called. Yes. See, this is my favourite colour for home furnishings at the minute. This is so in. It looks great with the deeper, darker tones as well. But, oh, if you are looking for a lovely colour to incorporate into your home, whether you work with beiges or greys or more modern home, more traditionally, it's lovely, isn't it? $7.99 metre. This is now your chance to buy multiple units. So if, like my mum, you're looking at making some Roman blinds, these would be absolutely beautiful. Oh, are you going to take us on a tour? Now, the mega bundle. Hang on, you need to go back again so we can see that. Can you go back so we can see the start of the tour? Because that looks so cool. £7.99 metre for that beautiful. I would say that this is the more of a mixer of the collection. You're going to be able to use it for everything. I believe they actually use this print for the binding on this quilt, which is so epic, isn't it? Right, so your mega bundles on the screen while we just show you Emery Walker's house. Have a look at this. So if you go onto the website, if you go on to, what website are you on, Ben? The Emery Walker. You can go on a full tour of the 7-bedroom, oh no, number 7 Hammersmith Terrace. And you can go around it from the comfort of your own home. This is so cool, isn't it? Oh, let's see if we spot, there you go, William Morris prints. Strawberry Thief. Oh. Oh, I love having a proper nosy, don't you? Who lives in a house like this? It's through the keyhole, isn't it? Who lives in a house like this? Let's go upstairs. Look at the William Morris wallpaper. Oh, there you go. There's your willow wallpaper. Willow bough. Oh, he's going upstairs. He's going up the stairs. Ah. Sorry, this is great television, isn't it? But we're just being really nosy now. There he is. There he is. There's Emery Walker, yeah? I think so. And the fireplace, the wallpaper. That's so cool, isn't it? Oh. The wallpaper. Let's have a look at that wallpaper, Ben. That wallpaper I've got here. I've got it scaled down here. That's this one. Look. Right, can we do this one now? Because that's that wallpaper, isn't it? Just slightly scaled down. This one's called Bachelor's Button. This is in the green colourway. Yes. Bachelor's Button. Bachelor's button. This is the only colourway that we have a bachelor's button in this whole collection, isn't it? £7.99 a half metre. Oh gosh, you're making me dizzy now on that tour. He's going round and round a windy staircase. I'm not looking. This is lovely, isn't it? It's all 100% quilting weight cotton as well. So it's so useful for your quilting, but also for your home furnishing. It's going to look amazing on any of your bag making. It's going to be brilliant for your patchwork. Did you see that patchwork waistcoat that Dulcie shared on the fan page from the Wicked film? It's amazing. I just find that William Morris collections like this, I'd really struggle to use for smaller patchwork because those prints are beautiful, aren't they? Love that bachelor's button. Right, we've literally got minutes left. Let's fly through the rest of them. Now, this one, I don't think there's any other colourway of this print, and I think this is the hero. This is Bluebell. This is Bluebell, and I think that this would work so well as a border. So if you are multi-buying on this, it is quite gothic, isn't it? I love it. But with the coral, it softens it, doesn't it? With the coral palette as well in there. Where have they used this in the quilt? This one wasn't used in the quilt, but if you want to do it with if you want to have it as like a big border print, it looks amazing. That actually, to me, by eye, looks like about 2.5 inches. So if you want to cut your own design rolls or fussy cut, this would be lovely. Lovely to fussy cut as well. £7.99. Okay, let's do the Strawberry Thief. I say Strawberry Thief, it just looks so different, doesn't it? It's not Strawberry Thief, Ben. It's not. It's called Birds. You did. Yeah, but you said to me earlier, I said, oh, is the Strawberry Thief in here? And you said, yep. Oh, there is a Strawberry Thief in this collection, I'm being told. No, there's not. No. £7.99. Emery Walker's House collection. Half a metre with your birds. Another one that would be lovely for fussy cutting, and the deep navy blues are always very popular. All of these are available in your mega bundle with a saving as well. Half a metre for £7.99. We have the birds in another colourway. Birds also comes in this lovely green. And reds. Oh, I love that as well. Did you spot this one in Emery Walker's House when you were on your virtual tour? Another beautiful, traditional, classic print. This one is featured in the quilt in the blue colourway. Yeah, you'll see it in the next hour. We're so excited to be able to talk about this collection with our quilt that is already selling on pre-order. Get ahead if you love the quilt behind me. You've got all the fabrics that you need in there. Even the background. This is a William Morris. It isn't just a solid cream. From a distance, it looks just like a solid, but actually, no, they've used William Morris throughout the whole thing. Even the binding is beautiful. Do you know, I've not looked at cream the same in my fridge since I did my last show with Stuart. I now keep thinking I've got to make my own butter. I've got to make my own butter. Well, today I have no idea what our new topic's going to be today, because anything could happen when I'm on air with Stuart. I learned how to make butter last time. What we're going to be talking about this week? $7.99 a half metre. Rumbling Rose, this one's called. Oh, see, that would be absolutely beautiful. This one is, again, part of the quilt through all of this huge central star. It's gorgeous, isn't it? So if you are thinking of making the quilt, get yourself extra of this. Do some cushions to match. If you're putting it on a bed, oh, it's amazing. It's massive. Well done, everybody who's getting their overlockers. By the way, there's still loads of you coming through for that. I understand that if you are sitting on the fence, if you're umming and ahhing about it, I just wanted to remind you that it is going to go back up in price. Okay, we've got time for, I think, a couple more, and then we've got to go to break to get Stuart on for the quilt. All of these are listed underneath us on the website. They're all $7.99. They're all the latest collection from Free Spirit. £7.99. Oh, which one? Are there any that are particularly popular? Popular. This one. This one. The rust colour. This is Rose and Thistle. Today. £7.99. I love the repeat on this as well. I think this would be brilliant for pattern matching. What about doing a quilted jacket? Oh, love it. £7.99. Right, what we're going to do is we're going to leave you with all of those underneath us on the website because it is time. The quilt behind me is absolutely epic, and we're going to be taking it to the most amazing price. If you like it at $249.99, I've already promised it's going on at $200, but we're going to see what we can do. If we can squeeze it any lower, stay where you are. Stuart's going to be joining me to demystify the blocks as well. But yeah, one colourway is already selling on pre-order. Get ready because the quilt is coming up after this.
I hope you can join me this Monday, the 20th of January, for 2 fabulous hours of quilting and crafting. I've got this amazing quilt. It's called Rustic Fall, and it uses some really beautiful William Morris fabrics, a very traditional design, brought to fresh new life, and it's beginner friendly. I've also got an hour featuring some of my own designs and some of my best ofs. So I'm going to have some wonderful quilt patterns, some brilliant kits, and also some perfect panels if you want to make a quick project. So please make sure you join me on Sewing Street this Monday, the 20th of January.
Want to know what's coming up on Sewing Street? It's easy. Just visit www.sewingstreet.com and head to the TV Guide section for all the latest show details. Stay ahead and never miss a stitch with Sewing Street.
If you're using a pattern that's quite bold and you know that you want the centre back to run down the middle of the fabric and to have it identical on one side and the other, how do we match it up? Well, it's quite easy. What you do is you pin your pattern piece to where you want the pattern. Then quite simply, you take a pen and you draw around the motif. You're only cutting one layer out now. You're only cutting one side of the back out now. You draw around your motif with your pen, then cut the piece out, put that to one side. Then when you cut the other piece out, you flip your pattern, because obviously you need a right and a left-hand side, and you just put that pattern that you've drawn in exactly the same place, on the fabric, which means when you make the dress, both motifs will be in exactly the same place on the back, either side of the centre back.
Looking for some creative inspiration? Head over to the Sewing Street website and click on the SS Hub. It's packed with ideas, tips and projects to spark your creativity. Plus, you'll find the latest news and information on sewing machines and overlockers. Get inspired with Sewing Street. Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Hello, good morning, welcome back. I'm going to go as far as saying I think this is my favourite ever, William Morris. I love the colour combination. The collection is beautiful. The quilt design itself is actually really, really clever, because Stuart was saying to me this morning, it's actually really, really straightforward. Good morning, Stuart.
Good morning, Vicky.
Lovely to be back with you.
Everybody.
How are
it's
you?
lovely to be back. I'm really, really well, thank you.
Yes.
And I totally agree. Isn't this a beautiful quilt? And super, super beginner level.
That amazes me.
I know.
Because I think it's the placement, the colour palette that has just made it look a lot more maybe complicated than it is.
It's very clever colour placement. I totally
Okay.
agree. And also as well, it's set on point. And the minute you set the
Right.
simplest blocks on point, it suddenly looks harder, but it isn't.
So does that mean that you're just constructing the rows
Diagonally. They're still straight rows,
Yeah.
still straight sewing. It's super easy. But it's a brilliant way, even if you've never made a quilt, but if you've made one quilt set that way, set it on point, and suddenly you'll feel so much cleverer.
How many blocks are there then?
Oh, now
One
you've
block.
asked me.
One block that you're making though. in
Oh,
reality.
yes,
Yeah.
yes. So it's one block. This is the block, okay?
Oh, someone's moving a table upstairs or something.
It's one block, just made in different colourways. I mean, super beginner level. I'm going to show you exactly how to make this. Super fun as well. But as you say, Vicky, it's the setting that sets it apart and makes it look really something special, and those fabulous Emery Walker fabrics. Wasn't it fun doing the house tour?
I'm so nosy like that. I love
Me
going,
too.
you know,
I
on
wanted to go in the
Rightmove.
drawers and cupboards.
Brilliant. Okay, 10 of you have already checked out. Do not panic. If you've got this at £249.99, the computer will automatically change it up for you and you'll pay the lowest price. So don't worry, but go for it. Because today We have really pushed the boat out. Now, this is supposed to be 199 today. We've got it to 179.99. And I must say, that is a big quilt, isn't it? Isn't it 2.3 metres by 1.8?
Yes,
Big
exactly.
quilt.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's 183 by 225 centimetres. So this is going to go absolutely beautifully on a single, double, queen or king. Now on a king I would just put it that away instead of that away. It's going to look absolutely fabulous. Also, that would be beautiful on a big sofa.
Yes.
It's got, I mean, it's just perfect, absolutely perfect. But because it's 183 wide, which in inches, I meant to work this out before the show, apologies.
We're on it. We're working it
But
out.
that is not a huge amount to get into your sewing machine. It's 72 inches, so it's 36 inches to get into your sewing machine.
Oh, okay.
For quilting.
Yeah.
So it's completely achievable
Manageable.
on your domestic sewing machine as well.
So if this is your first ever big quilt, go for it.
Right, absolutely.
Absolutely go for it.
100%.
Now, your fabrics as well are beautiful. We had a look, obviously, in the first hour, the Emery Walker House collection, and it is stunning. The colours work so well together, and every single one of these prints, I mean, you're getting loads. You're getting absolutely loads of fabric in here. But I think the benefit, especially if you are a new quilter, like you said, if this is your first big quilt, I really like having a kit where I know I've got the right amount of fabric for exactly, you know, what's on the wall
It
behind
takes
me.
the guesswork out, doesn't it? You know, and also the other thing as well that I think is really lovely about this quilt is it utilises the sort of positive, negative of value in fabric.
Oh, right.
So by value, we're talking about the lightness and darkness of fabrics. So you've got dark stars on a light background, lighter stars on a dark background, and even in the corners, you've got kind of medium dark stars on a dark background. So you learn quite a lot about playing with value as well, but it's all done in a way you know exactly what you're getting, you know what your quilt's going to look like at the end of the day, so you don't have that sort of worry about, am I doing this right? Now, just a top tip here, if you are a little more experimental with colour and fabric, what I would do is I would get the kit, but I would also get a few extra half meters from the Emery Walker collection that we've just seen.
Yeah.
You might even add in a few solids or tone-on-tones and actually switch some of these stars up. As they have done here, had a contrast square in the centre, you could do that with these. You could do a square on point in your own fabric in the centre. You could really mix this up. You could even do some extra blocks and make the quilt bigger.
Right. Oh, yeah. That would be beautiful. So is that quite easy to do to make it bigger then?
If you've a little more experience
Yeah.
than absolute beginner,
Yeah.
totally.
And look at all of these gorgeous colours. And so when I get this home, am I needing to sort out into light and dark, or in the instructions is it all
No, I'll
sort of
show
done
you on
for
the instructions. So, literally, on the very first page, you have got a key to the fabrics. And what I would recommend, this is Deputy Jones' top tip, is to grab some Post-it notes and pins, you'll need both, and write the letter of the fabric. So this fabric, for example, here, this is fabric A. So grab a Post-it note, write an A on it, and then pin it to that chunk of fabric. And then it makes the whole process much easier, because then if you look across here, all of your stars that you're going to make are divided up and shown in colour order with their letter. So you can just grab A and D, B and G, B and E, B and H, and you can turn them into your blocks. Very simple.
That's so good, isn't it? Again, it makes it so straightforward if you are maybe working for one of these kits for the first time to know exactly what fabrics there are. It's just the one colourway today, which I love because this is the one that I'd be going, oh, do you know which one do I go for? That is the one that I'd want. I just love the...
Totally agree.
That, what colour would you call that? Like a teal colour?
Oh, yes, in the corners, gorgeous teal. You know, my one objection to this quilt, I wish they hadn't called it Rustic Fall.
Yeah, yeah.
Because my home is this colour.
Yeah.
All year round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, this
Not
isn't
just in the
autumnal,
autumn.
no.
No. And I just, you know, sometimes I see the word autumn or fall or whatever, winter delight, and it just suddenly like, oh, it's spring.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
But this would go in my house all year round.
Yeah.
So I want you to forget that it's called Rustic Fall. It's just absolutely gorgeous. It's kind of antique-y, rich colours.
I mean, look at how much of this one you get. Bearing in mind, I thought when I saw it at the start, I thought, oh, they've just used a solid cream for that big border, and they
not at
haven't.
all.
You've got every single one of them is William Morris. Now, this is, of course, the top and your binding included in the kit. They've used this one for your binding. And we've also put it on 3-way split pay today. So get it home, start making. It's something that I think it's nice to be able to have a big quilt like this on the go, that you can do a block, then you can do another block.
Yeah,
and it's
that's
not,
right.
You know, it's something that you're not going to have to sit and think too crazily
You
about.
really don't,
Pick it up
Vix.
and put it down.
No, it's a very, very nice way, especially when you're starting out on your quilt making journey. It's a really, really nice way to sort of cut your teeth and develop your skills, because as you say, you're not having to think. It's the same piecing, but what you're doing each time is you're changing up the colours. And it is so simple and quick and easy to cut the pieces for one block and piece one block. Took me 20 minutes to cut and piece one block.
Brilliant.
So if you're a total beginner and it takes you 1 hour, 3 times as long to make the block, not an issue. Not an issue.
Amazing. Shall we have a look and see how easy it is to do this block? So it's made of
Let's do
squares. Half square triangles in there?
Let me show. No half square triangles. I'll show you what we're going to do. So to start with, beginners, look. All we're doing is cutting squares.
Right.
Big squares, little square. Big squares, little squares. We've got them all. We've got them all here. Yep. But these big squares are not the same size. You can see that, right?
Yeah.
And these squares here are not the same as each other.
Okay.
So you've got this set, which is our star, and this set, which is our background.
Do you do a bit of fussy cutting or not really?
No. No, there's no fussy cutting involved.
Yeah.
And actually, fussy cutting with this scale of print wouldn't add anything to the quilt.
Yeah.
But I would say, once you've got the pattern, that is definitely a
Yeah.
candidate.
Yeah.
Something like the William Morris K Facet
Yeah.
combo
Yeah.
would be lovely. Right, so what we're going to do is we're actually going to make some flying geese. Now, I'm just going to isolate the flying geese unit on this block, and it's this one right here.
Right.
So just to explain, with the flying geese block, even when you only make one, it's called a flying geese rather than flying goose. Because this is the goose here, and this is the sky.
Right.
So it's a skein of geese flying through the sky.
Yes.
I love
Oh,
that.
yeah.
A skein. Yeah. So a group of geese on the ground is called a gaggle, but in the sky it's called a skein.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I love collective nouns.
Me too. They don't do them in school anymore. It's a sad day when they got rid of that.
Flamboyance of flamingos is my favourite.
Of course.
A squad of
Love that.
squid. Oh no, it's not that.
No, I love it. And is it an unkindness of ravens? Murder of crows? Love
Mischief
that.
of rats. I don't believe anything Ben's telling me anymore.
Right, let me show you what we're going to do. So, this right here, this is our centre of our star. So we're just going to leave that to one side. Now, this fabric here, these are our star points. And this fabric here, this is our geese. Okay, so sky and geese. Now, there's there's various ways to make flying geese units, and you may be familiar with this way. I'm just going to show you very quickly. So you have a big square like this, and you put 2 squares onto the back, and they'll overlap a little bit in the centre, okay? And you would mark the diagonal, okay? And then you would sew 1/4 inch either side. Now, if you really want to do that method for this quilt, you can.
Right, is that the one that suggested you
No.
say the pattern? No.
No, but it does use the same size units.
Okay.
Okay, so you would mark your diagonal with a pencil, sew either side of the line, and then cut apart. And then you would put your remaining squares on the remaining diagonal, draw, sew either side, and cut open.
Okay.
The method in the quilt pattern is the same but different.
Okay.
Because what we're actually going to do, you know, newsflash is we're going to cut triangles and we're going to sew triangles together. We're not going to mark lines. We're not going to sew either side. And you might be thinking, hang on a minute, Stuart, you're exposing the bias. You know, it's like I've let Hannibal Lecter out of solitary confinement. There's nothing to worry about.
Would you spray with Best Press?
There's no need.
No.
There's no need. I'm not going to be running around the studio wafting these in the air. Like a Morris dancer. It's fine. So this big square, I'm going to cut.
Why do I feel like that's something that you might do?
Do you know, I did think at one point that I might like to be a Morris dancer because I love a bit of kind of country dancing.
Do you?
I do, Vic.
I love watching Morris dancers. You don't see them enough anymore.
No, it's so sort of
A lost art.
medieval and archaic. I love it. So what we've done there is, look, I've now got my geese already cut.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll pop those to one side. No wafting, no running around. Now I've got my star points and I'm going to cut each of these on the diagonal. Oh, little tip here. When you're working with a very, very highly patterned fabric, if you're struggling to get things lined up, it can be quite tiring on your eyes. Flip it over and work from the back.
Oh, that is a really good idea.
It just kind of dulls everything down and you might just find it easier. So I'm going to cut these just once on the diagonal. So with that method I showed you, first of all, it is no more accurate, it is no less sewing, it is no less cutting. You do the same amount of cutting and the same amount of sewing as you do cutting all your pieces apart like I am now. The difference with the method I'm doing is that you don't have to mark any lines. So this method is quicker.
Is this your chosen method as well? Do you like flying?
To be fair, Vix, I do. I do a lot more piecing these days like this. Same with half square triangles. I cut triangles because I don't want to have to mark them. So there is my flying geese unit.
Right.
Okay. And I'm just gonna lay these out ready because then I'm gonna chain piece. Now, whenever you're sewing anything patchworky, it's really important that you're sewing with an accurate 1/4 inch seam allowance. So let's talk about that next.
You want to keep it consistent, don't you? Like, I know that when you start on a sewing machine, it could be different if you go to another sewing machine.
Yeah.
So it's worth checking.
Yes,
at each
always worth checking.
Good morning, Vicky and Stuart. What a lovely quilt to make, said Victoria.
Isn't it
is.
I know it is. It's really classy.
It
really
is.
classy. And I think sometimes when you keep it simple, but you've got a lovely designer twist setting it on point in those gorgeous bands of colour. And of course, that whole thing continues down.
It's huge, isn't it?
It's really lovely.
In fact,
It
actually,
is.
let me come over.
But it's not overwhelming, Vix.
No.
It's not overwhelming.
But it's a really good size.
yeah,
I mean, look
it
at
is.
that.
It's gorgeous.
I love it.
Absolutely gorgeous. Yeah.
It's beautiful. But like you say, it's still manageable to quilt. And there's so many quilting options with this, isn't there? Okay.
Right, so 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now I'm using the Elna Experience 550. I've got my regular foot on, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this up to sew a really accurate 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I'm grabbing a rotary cutting ruler. Any rotary cutting ruler is fine. It just needs to have a 1/4 inch marked on it. So I'm going to pop this underneath the foot, underneath the presser foot, and I'm going to drop the presser foot down. Okay, actually, before I do that...
I've never seen this way of checking your 1/4 inch before.
Well, I'm going to set it at a 1/4 inch. I'll show you how. So I'm going to put that rotary ruler underneath the presser foot, and I'm lining up the edge of the ruler with the right-hand side of the presser foot. Okay. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the stitch width adjustment on my machine.
So you're in a straight stitch.
It's on a straight stitch.
Yeah, you're on the 550.
Yep.
Because some machines have an automatic 1/4 inch, 0.6 on the 680.
They do,
But
they
would you
do.
still do that?
But what I would say is you still shouldn't rely on that because it's not about what the machine's doing, it's about what we're doing.
Right.
Where are you placing your fabric? where do you line it up? Do you line up your fabric with the very edge of your foot? Do you tuck it very slightly under? Is it very slightly sticking out? Because all of these things will affect your seam allowance.
Right.
Okay. So the best thing to do is, we're checking this now, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use that stitch width adjustment, and I'm going to add.
Which
and
way
that
does
is,
it send your needle
This
then?
is moving my needle to the right.
Okay.
And it's moving it over, and when I can see that it's hovering over the 1/4 of an inch, I'm going to stop. Now, that's at a stitch width of 7 on this machine. Don't assume that because I'm doing this on my machine that this is going to do the same for you.
Right.
Check your own machine.
Okay. By the way, the Creative Grid rulers that Stuart was using, they're on the show, they're underneath us, and they're great because they have that frosted marking, don't they, of 1/4 an inch around the edge of it. Okay, so... Oh, in fact, Ben, just go for it. Ben has been in my ear for the last 5 minutes saying... There are so many people who have got this in their basket. There's so many people, and I know that a lot of people are watching the demo, but I also mean it when I say this is one of my favourite ever William Morris cuts, and we want it to be a sellout today.
Yeah.
So, just for the launch, another £10 off, another £10 off, and that is everything we can do. Everything. But thank you, Ben.
There you
Amazing.
go. There you
And I think that will sway a lot of people's decision, actually, because that's a big chunk of money.
Oh, it's lovely.
£249
Yeah, it's lovely.
to 1699. Means it's 56.66 on split pay as well. Get it home. Yeah, Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Love it.
Gorgeous. Be quick though, won't you? Don't miss out.
Yeah, please be quick.
So now then, I've got my machine set up for 1/4 of an inch. Now I'm going to sew. Now the next thing is when you're sewing this triangle to this triangle, you'd be forgiven for thinking, how do I line this up? Do I line this point up here? Now this is hanging off. Do I line this up here? This is hanging up. Wherever you've got a right angle on a triangle, that should line up with a straight edge. So that will layer up beautifully, triangle edge lined up beautifully. This edge is hanging off. This is good.
Okay.
This is good. Right, so we've got it there. I don't need to pin. It's a short run, okay? And I'm going to sew my 1/4 inch seam allowance. Just make sure as you get towards the last little bit, you're sewing neatly, nice and precise.
Do you always put a new sewing machine needle in, Stuart?
I do. Could I just have some scissors, please?
Yes.
Thank you. So I've sewn my seam. I'm now going to press this back. Just finger press it. Okay. Then I'm going to do the same on the other side. So flip it around. I can line up. Thank you. Line up that bottom edge. Again, the top triangle will hang over. And sew.
Morning, Vicky and Stuart. Love the William Morris coat. Looks complicated, but with Stuart's explanation pattern, it's really easy, says Sandra. Honestly, I was exactly the same. I looked at it and thought, oh, wow, like, it looks amazing. But you demystified it all for us, Stuart.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you.
Please can you tell me what machine Stuart is using today? Oh, this is the one that's on the manager's special offer.
Yeah.
This is the 550.
Am I right? This is £240 off today.
Yeah.
£240 off.
Today, it's only £429. I think this is a brilliant machine for anybody who is upgrading from maybe you've got your first sort of machine that isn't computerised, or if you've, I know when I first started, I borrowed a machine from my mom for years, and then you want to be able to invest in one. Or if you've got a larger machine and you're looking at one to take to classes, it's still got a great amount of stitches on there.
That's right, exactly. 3 buttonholes, 50 stitches. Right, so I just want to show you now, if you can see this, but I've sewn this together now. Where I had my triangle tips hanging over, I now have my 1/4 of an inch seam allowance at the top.
Right.
Awesome. I've got my dog ears hanging off, but I'll attend to them. The next step you should be doing when you've made one unit, and I would recommend you make this in scrap fabric first time, is grab your ruler and measure. This should be 6.5 inches by 3.5 inches. We're good to go.
Amazing.
We're good to go. If that unit was coming out bigger than 3.5 by 6.5. Your seam allowance is too small, okay? So move your needle to the left, minus button.
Right.
If your unit is coming out smaller than it should, your seam allowance is too big, make it smaller.
Do you know what? This is such a great show for troubleshooting. Jot down today's date, watch this back when you've got this home and making it, because sometimes when we are making flying geese units, they're called for a lot, aren't they, in patterns? These
They
are
are.
really good tips to be able to know how to have.
Well, literally any unit that you're making,
Yeah.
sew it and measure it.
Thank you for explaining the triangle positioning. It explains a lot, said Sue.
Oh.
This is it. Because sometimes it is, you know, when it's hanging over and you think, right, I know it needs to hang over about 1/4 of an inch, but is it right? Am I in the right thing? So to know it's got to join up with that right angle, I think that's really good to remember.
Sue, I stop and think many times when I'm making quilts, is this right? And I will lay it where I think it's supposed to be, flip it back. Sometimes I'll baste it, you know. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. We're all in the same boat. So I'm just going to make a total of 4. Now you can do them one at a time, as I am now, or you can do what's called chain piecing, and I'll show you that in just a second.
Do you do chain piecing just to speed it up, or?
Yeah, it kind of speeds up the process, and it also saves a bit of thread
Yeah.
as well. And that's quite a useful thing to do. No one likes winding their bobbin, right?
Yeah.
You know, that would be the thing. If I could wave a magic wand, it would be that my bobbin never ran out.
Don't you
there's-
have one of those Simplicity bobbin winders, or do you have a bobbin winder on your machine?
Well,
Independent
on my sewing machine, I have an independent bobbin
Yeah.
winder, so I can wind a bobbin while I'm
Whilst you're
sewing.
Yeah, surely that saves you loads of time then.
It's one of those things. I've got into the habit now. Before I start piecing, I wind 2 bobbins full of bobbin thread, and I have them at the ready, so that I never have to break off. So if you wanted to chain piece, you know, several units at once, then what you would do is you would sew your first unit, and then leaving the thread where it is, you get your next one ready, same position, press a foot up, and you carry on sewing. Now, the only time that I would do this is if I've already made a test block. I know that everything's fine. I know that I'm doing it right and everything works out the right size. What you shouldn't do is go straight to chain piecing, because what if you measure that, you make 20 units and then you measure a unit and it's the wrong size? You've got 20 to unpick. So do one and
Measure
check.
it.
Yes. Okay, so I'm just going to press those corners back.
Just while you're pressing the corners back, can I remind you, we've taken another additional £10 off. It's supposed to actually be $249.99. We knew we were going to get it under 200 anyway for you. We love doing our, you know, special pricing on a launch on a box quilt kit. But this is now seriously fantastic value at $169.99. Had a question set in. Good morning. Oh, I want this, but I'm scared to cut large pieces of fabric and I might ruin my kit. What is the best way to cut my fabric from the box?
That's a really, really good question, actually, Poonam, and I'm glad you've asked that. So, first things first is I would never cut and piece my first block from the kit fabrics.
Okay.
Ever. Because I'm going to always make a test block, but I'm not going to make a test block with the fabrics from the kit, because if it's wrong, that's part of my available fabric, isn't it?
Right.
So I'm going to reach for my stash fabrics. You still want quilt weight cotton, you know, and maybe make something which you could then make up into a cushion. We're not talking about wasting our time here. Okay, make a test block, and then when you're happy, then you can start cutting into your main fabric. This also avoids the sort of, oh, I thought it said 3 3/8. It says 3 7/8. Well, you'd discover that if you cut it wrong in a test block, it wouldn't fit, it wouldn't go together. Whereas if you cut your proper fabric like that and you cut it wrong. So always, you know, measure twice, cut once. Read your pattern thoroughly from start to finish before you ever think about cutting into your fabric. Do a test block. And then the other thing is, if you're cutting very large pieces which you're not sure about. So, for example, the setting triangles, okay, you're going to cut really big squares for those. Now, actually, I think most people are more confident using a template for that. So I would use either some freezer paper or some dressmaker's tissue, or you could even use baking parchment, anything. You've got newspaper. Measure out with a ruler the square or the rectangle or whatever it is you're going to cut, because they're usually bigger than the ruler you've got.
Yeah.
This is the problem. So measure it out. And then you can spend as long as you like cutting out newspaper, can't you?
Yeah.
Get it absolutely perfect, perfect paper pattern, and then pin it to your fabric and cut round it.
That's a really good idea.
And then you know.
Yeah,
and
because
you're
like you say, they're going to
happy.
be big squares that you're cutting to make those corners.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
hope that
totally
helps.
get.
It's
that
daunting, isn't it? But this is why I think as well with a kit, it is less daunting because you know you've got enough. It's less of the maths, it's less of the working out. You know what you've got, you know the colours will work together. And it is with this one actually the colour placement and the clever colour placement that gives you all of these different secondary patterns as well.
Totally agree. Now, this is where this is one time, the first time you will thank your lucky stars that you measured, you sewed, you measured your unit, you made sure it was the right size before you proceeded. Because nobody wants to get to the stage of putting together their first block to find that their flying geese unit doesn't fit the side that it's supposed to.
Yeah.
Yeah? These are supposed to be mathematically correct, and they are.
Perfect.
Okay? And they're the right width as well. We can sew these all together.
Now, are these the ones that go into the big corner block?
Yes, they are.
Right.
And I'm going to show you how to put that together. Isn't that gorgeous?
Love it, yes.
Absolutely gorgeous.
What order are you going to be sewing them together?
Right, so I'm going to show you a clever way to put this together.
Oh, yeah, well, so a message saying I couldn't resist. I love all of your top tips through the show, Stuart.
Ah, thank you.
Not sure who it was.
It's basic stuff. It
Linda.
really is basic stuff. But if you get the basics right, you can make anything. If you... I know this seems like a really obvious thing to say, but until you can sew 4 squares together straight and get the right size and shape, don't try and move on. Get your fundamentals right. And if you can do that, make your Lone Star quilt, make your Bethlehem, anything. You do anything. But if you're all mismatched and a bit twisty, stick to the basics. Get them right first. Right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to separate this out into 3 vertical columns. Okay, like this.
Yeah.
What I'm going to do now is I'm going to sew this to this, this to this, and this to this.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to flip from right to left, from right to left, and from right to left.
Now, I know you're on the telly, but when you're at home, do you lay all of your fabrics out to the side of you like this? Because it's mad, isn't it? You could go from here to your sewing machine and it can do a full 360 and you sew the wrong side and you think, hang on, where did that go? So it helps to lay it out literally to the left of your machine.
This is not a beginner method. This is an everyone method.
Yeah.
I'm going to take the first one and I'm going to run this through the machine. So I'm going to chain piece my block. So we can chain piece units, but we can also chain piece blocks. So I'm going to leave it under the machine. I'm going to get the next part of my star. And I'm going to run that through.
I do find sometimes the machine just doesn't like to sew on nothing, so it can end up pulling, threads down and fabric down. And I used to be really disheartened, thinking, "Oh, what am I doing wrong? It always just looks a mess on the back of my work." But it's quite often actually this will eliminate that a lot of the time as well. Doing changes,
Yes.
it will stop it from just running on nothing.
That's right. Most of the time, if your machine is chewing fabric up, it's because there's not enough fabric touching the feed dogs that it can grip onto and carry the fabric through. So it's staying in one spot and your needle constantly going down on the same bit of fabric, shreds it, pushes it down into your feed dogs, and that's where you get your bird's nest. Right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to press my seam allowance towards the square, and then towards the square, and then towards the square. Okay, but I'm going to leave them attached.
Okay.
That's going to do the job of pins later.
Yeah.
So now I'm going to flip everything around because I always like to flip from right to left. Okay, so I've reassembled my star block.
Yeah.
But my missing units now are on this side. And then I'm going to flip right to left. Now, I'm not going to flip all of them because they'll just fall off if I try and put that through. But I'm going to pick the whole thing up and now run this through my machine.
Oh my gosh, I really want you to do some Morris dancing now.
Some William Morris dancing.
Yes.
Oh no, I thought, because I loved it, very occasionally. You've heard me mention Miss Jenkins before. She was my primary school teacher.
Wasn't this
for
your cat
a couple
as
of years.
well?
Pardon me?
Wasn't it your cat called?
No, Mrs. Mills.
Mrs. Mills,
Mrs.
sorry.
Mills. Different Mrs.
Who's Miss Jenkins? Sorry.
Miss Jenkins was my primary school teacher.
Okay.
She taught me how to do patchwork. She taught me how to spin on a spinning wheel. She taught me how to weave, all sorts. She was really into craft. But she was also into... no, I didn't go to school in the 1850s.
Spinning wheels. When did the curriculum
Honestly, we had a
change?
spinning wheel in the classroom and like drop spindles. It was fab. And... but she was also really, really keen on country dancing. And occasionally she would get her single records out, which were Scottish country dances with the calling on the record. And this was like I had died and gone to heaven for me. I just loved it so much. And we'd all be in the school hall doing dozy-dos and turning your partner. And I just thought it was so much fun. Right, so now, look, I've got my star block together.
Yeah.
It's held together at all the intersections with thread. And all I need to do now is flip that and sew, flip that and sew.
Oh, do you know what? I've never thought how useful that is with the chain piecing, that it holds it together. So simple and it's just so effective. It works so well. Everybody who's got them in their basket, be aware that there are loads of you. There's over 30 of you who have now got it in your basket. Remember, you are getting all of these gorgeous fabrics from the latest collection. The Emery Walker's House is absolutely beautiful. The combination of this lovely turquoisey teal tone with the rust, beautiful terracottas and the browns, the navies. It's going to go with everybody's decor. I actually think if you have got more creams or more browns or more blues,
Yeah.
and like you said, even though this is called rustic fall, it actually is.
I
going
think
to
it's
be
very
great for this
fresh.
time of year.
You've got all that
Like
green
this
in there.
one. Yeah,
I
look
think
at
it's
this.
very fresh, actually.
This is your border print. This is your bower, which is your border print. And then you're also getting all of your binding fabric included in the kit as well. $169.99. There's over 30 of you who've got it in your basket and yet check out. I don't want to rush or to pressure anybody, but we don't have hundreds of these. There are less than, well, there's a lot of you. We're getting to the point that we're oversubscribed, just so you know. If you've got it in your basket, be aware that this is now... I know a lot of people like to watch the demos and get all the tips from Stuart, but there are a lot of people who got this on pre-order. Also, your split pay, £56 on split pay. Fantastic. Yeah, today you've got your 0% interest split payments of just, what is it, £56.66. That's it. I mean, brilliant split payments for a big William Morris quilt. And it is a big one. It's 225 centimetres by 183 centimetres. So it's a big, big quilt. Right, so that is your block.
That's the block. I'm going to press it in a second. I just wanted to show you before I press it that we've got perfectly matched intersections.
Lovely.
No pinning required. It's all about pressing in the right direction, finger pressing.
Having your accurate quarter of an
And,
inch.
yeah, having your accurate quarter of an inch makes all the difference. Now, on the back, I'm going to press these last two seams open just to distribute the bulk. So first of all, I'm going to set them. So I'll flip it back the way I sewed it, and I'm just going to press. And this is an opportunity actually to press everything, because nothing's had a press from the iron yet. And it is just pressing, not ironing. Leave that for a second. Do the same on the other side. And again, Vix, there is such a pleasure in one block at a time. Make it start to finish. a lovely sense of achievement, but also with a block, which is just one block repeated. There is a real soothing quality to that sewing.
Yeah, I think it's very methodical, isn't it? It's just, you know...
very relaxing.
Yeah, very relaxing.
Now, when you get to where you've chain piece, there will be a little loop of thread. Snip through it so that you can open that seam up, ready for pressing. Okay, so we're going to have another little loop of thread here. Snip that and then press it open. Now, I like to finger press first, just so that the fabric knows where it's meant to go. But you can see, I mean, yes, I had the pieces cut out, but I've pieced this whole block really quite slowly and methodically. You can see that the block is going to take you no more than 20 minutes to half an hour to make.
How amazing is that? That literally, you don't need to... When you're thinking of making a big quilt, you always think, do you know, I've got to commit a lot of time. But if you can just get 20 minutes in the afternoon and do a block, do a block a day.
That's right,
It's 20
exactly.
minutes. And actually, if you're the sort of person who says, oh, do you know what, I don't have time to make a big quilt, you're probably the sort of person that needs that little bit of mindfulness. And sometimes not all quilts I find are relaxing. You know, there's a lot of maths and there's a lot of technique, but actually this is something that is very methodical and is very relaxing. And you get a beautiful, I mean, unbelievable result at the end of it. As I said, I've seen a lot of William Morris quilts.
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of William Morris quilt kits, and that is without a doubt one of my favourites I've ever seen. It's the colour palettes, it's the fabrics, it's how, like you say, how simple, just the stars. But then to have that repeated, you're seeing so many different patterns coming forward, secondary patterns.
I'm really
Great
taken
technique.
with the Emery Walker collection, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's beautiful. I think the colours are gorgeous. It's very soothing. Yeah, it's ticking a lot of boxes for me.
Did you say this would go in your home as well, this colour palette?
Completely. This quilt would fit very nicely into my home.
And the quilting options as well. I know we said, look,
Yeah,
go
we'll
and
talk
have it long on
quilting.
quilt if you want, but actually we'll do a section talking about quilting. If you've got any questions, if you're sitting on the fence, because the reason I'm saying this is that we've still got over 30 of you who've got it in your basket. If you're on the fence, why? Speak to the team, or if you've got any questions for Stuart, today's the day to get them in. As you can see, Stuart is literally the most amazing teacher.
Oh, thank you.
I'm a little bit taken aback because this has been... Yeah, go on, Ben. Yeah, we have had a lot of William Morris quilts back in, I understand. Yeah. Okay.
Stop it.
$159.99. If I'm being honest, I am so shocked because this is literally one of my favourite quilt kits. And I said it from the second that Stuart came in this morning and we had a look at it. But I understand there's people who have bought a lot of William Morris quilt kits recently. Get it, because that is an absolutely brilliant
That's a
price.
steal now.
Oh,
That's an absolute steal.
isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot of fabric. This is a
Wow.
big quilt. It's beginner level. It doesn't look beginner level at all, but it absolutely is. But it's actually a really, if you've a little experience, this is a really good one to get just right. Let this be the quilt that you make, that you show to people and say, look, this is the first time I've got all the points crisp.
Yes!
Everything lines up.
proud.
Because if you've got a little bit of experience, you can really go to town on your accuracy. I just wanted to show you this quickly, Vix. When you've made your block and you've pressed it, measure your block.
Okay.
Okay, this block should be 12.5 inches square, which
Oh,
is
look.
the size of my ruler.
And it is bang on. Absolutely. Any other day at 179, this would have been a sellout, 100%. I don't know whether, and that's why I say I'm a little bit confused, because this was so popular. It's been in baskets the whole hour. That's the only reason that we've had the go-ahead to do that price, is because we can see how many people have got it in their baskets. $159.99. I don't know if you can hear the panic in my ear. We want you to be able to accomplish, and you know, anybody who is watching Sewing Street for the first time this year, if you're notice we're doing our New Year, New Hobby, our job is to give you access to be able to get these kits and to fall in love with crafting. Where else can you get a huge William Morris quilt kit under £160, especially with Stuart's expert advice right down today's date? Oh, good to see you. Excuse me. And watch the show back because we've had some fantastic techniques. Just so you know, there are now less than 30 of these, less than 20 of these once everyone's checked out. I know it will sell out in the next minute or two. Thank you, Ben. Thank you for making the call and doing it because it will not come back at this price. I know. Yeah, William Morris quilt launches aren't this price, are they? This is over 2 meters. Supposed to be $249.99. We've dropped it to $159.99. Now those big corners, we're going to carry on with the demo. We still want to show you as much technique as we can, but there are now, once everybody's checked out, less than 10 quilt
That
kits
is
remaining.
£90 off, isn't it?
£90 willy-nilly. Oh my word.
Who needs a manager's special, eh?
Exactly. I wasn't here for manager specials. I was fuming.
Let's do our own.
There you go. £90 off a William Morris brand new quilt kit with the demonstration as well.
Right. Let's talk about those setting triangles.
Fantastic.
The corners, okay. Well, right. So everything else, your main blocks are just block to block, okay. The only difference is they're done in a diagonal row. Okay, but that is still a straight row of blocks. So it's still like, 1, 2. You're just sewing them block to block in a straight line. But once they're sewn, you then turn the whole thing diagonally, all right? So let's grab a block. But at the corners, you've got setting triangles. And I'm going to show you how easy it is to do those. So you've got corner triangles, they're your 4 corners, and they're simply made out of a square of fabric, okay, that you then slice through one diagonal. And that triangle is going to sit here, like that, on the corner.
Right.
And that will go like that on our quilt. This will be the top corner.
Yeah.
And the reason why we've got one square and cut it diagonally is that this is a bias edge, and I've said nothing to be scared of. It's not Hannibal Lecter. Okay. But we wouldn't want a bias edge on the outside of our quilt.
No.
Because while we're quilting it, while we're handling it, that would definitely be enough to stretch it. So that bias edge gets sewn there, and we've got straight of grain round the outside.
This is a silly question, but as soon as I've sewn this, even if it's not quilted or anything, is that now stable?
It's completely stable.
Okay.
It's completely stable, right? So that's that. But then we're also going to need some big triangles, which are going to go here.
Right. Is this the one that you'd say make your paper template for?
Yeah. If you don't feel confident or you haven't got a really big ruler, if you've got the 25-inch square ruler from Creative Grids, you're laughing. If not, make a paper template. So we're going to have one there and we're going to have one there. Okay, like that. That's my corner. Okay. And we want the straight of grain on this long edge. Now, what a lot of people do when they're cutting setting triangles is they'll do this. They'll cut a big square and they'll cut it on the diagonal, and then they'll use that as the setting triangle. The problem there is if you've cut on that, that is the bias edge. And that will stretch.
Right.
So we never cut half square triangles for those big triangles. We cut quarter square triangles. So this is where you're going to cut a really big square. Okay. Like this.
Yeah.
And then you're going to cut it into quarter square triangles. And now that long edge, that is on the straight of grain.
Fantastic.
These are bias edges, but we're going to sew those to our quilt and they will become stable. So that's just to explain those setting triangles.
Oh, no, I'm pleased you've done that because quite often if we do a quilt like this, we don't get a chance to sort of talk about that.
It's the final finishes that are so important. Now, again, I'm going to lay everything out so that I know I've got things in the right place.
Now, would you be making up all of your blocks first, by the way? Would you make all of your blocks in the 5 different colours that they tell you to?
I would.
So you've got a pile of blocks and then you start to do your outside corners.
Exactly right. But the thing is, let me just grab the pattern and show you. You've got the whole layout of the quilt.
Right.
With the rows split apart somewhat to help you. So actually, you don't need to ever lay all your blocks out on the floor.
Right.
You can
yeah.
just use this. So if space is at a premium at home, you've got your layout, so you don't need to worry about doing that.
That's super clear as well, isn't it?
Really, really clear.
Really clear.
Right, so now, do you remember earlier on I mentioned about when you sew a triangle to a square, if you've got a right angle, that's the bit you line up. So here, where you're thinking, do I line this up? Do I line this up? It's this bit here. We're going to line that corner up.
And it's from that side that you would sew, from the corner, as opposed to the point.
You can sew. I'm going to sew it from this top edge.
Would you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to sew. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that. So now, in an ideal world, I would have a pin or two, and I don't think I've got any.
Do you have any
Well,
pins,
do you know
Michael?
what? Don't.
Right,
wor-
he's going...
Don't worry.
Go
Don't
for the
worry. I haven't got any pins, so what I'm going to do... Oh,
Love your
the
shawl,
needle's
by
down.
the way. Are you going to bring this back for your birthday?
Birthday.
Good. Thank
Birthday.
you. We sold out on it
Oh,
last time
thanks,
Stuart was here.
Michael.
We've got a pin. A pin, is
Great.
that? A
got-
couple of
oh.
pins.
Terrible.
Yeah,
They'll do.
80-20
Pop 'em
waddings
down.
on screen, by the way. This is your 80% cotton, 20% polyester. It's by the half metre. Is it your personal preference? Do you have a personal preference when it comes
Yeah,
to wadding, Stuart?
80-20.
Yeah.
80-20. I'm not too bothered about the brand, as long as it's a quality brand. But it's the mix I like.
Yes.
Yeah, 80% cotton for lovely drape. 20% polyester for a little more bounce, a little more definition, and washability as well. So I'm going to sew this now, 1/4 inch seam allowance. So
You're
I
gonna
have
need 2.5
cracked open the
metres.
pins.
Sorry to interrupt. I think you're going to need 2.5 metres of batting, 250 by 209. Does that sound about right, 2.5 metres?
Yep. Same with your extra wide backing, or you could use a backing bundle for that. Just make sure my seam allowances aren't getting twisted. Oh, Charlie and I had such a cosy afternoon yesterday, Vic.
Oh, did you? What
Thinking
did you
of this
do?
cosy quilt. We watched Miss Marple,
This is your
the-
favourite pastime, isn't
the
it?
450 from Paddington, and then about halfway through I said to Charlie, do we need scones? And he said, always. He said, have we got any? And I said, Charlie, come on.
Had you
He said,
made
we'll just
some?
make some. We'll just make some. So we put it on pause. 10 minutes, they were in the oven. And we'd got cream and we'd got strawberry jam.
Oh, my gosh.
So
I
I've
need
sewn
to
that
come and
on.
visit you.
You do. You
Sounds
do.
amazing.
Look after you.
I need to come for a spa
just,
weekend.
just be prepared for weight gain.
I was going to say, don't be prepared to be woken up to go and feed the goats or... Well,
No,
no animals to feed at the minute?
No. Oh, yeah,
Yeah?
absolutely. But we won't make you do it. You and Maisie can collect eggs.
Oh, yeah, Maisie would love it.
Yeah. Well, look, you see, they don't lay till about 10 o'clock. 10 in the morning. So
So you get a little light.
you get a
go
little...
get some
Yeah.
eggs.
You go and get some eggs and then come in and cook them and have breakfast.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh, it's
So I don't look at double cream the same in my fridge anymore. I'm like, right, I need to make butter.
butter. Yeah. Well, do you want my top cookery tip today?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Because
So-
I know that you were going to write a book that had recipes in as well, weren't you, with
Yeah.
cooking tips. You should just be telling them to us all now.
Well, you know what? I'm actually going to go to my publisher now and ask them if I can write a cookery book, just a cookery book, because I think it would be worth doing.
Yeah, I
So there.
do. So go on. Now, what's your
Yeah,
what's your
so
latest
top tip for when you make scones is your milk, you want to warm it up in the microwave if you've got one, 60 seconds, just so it's barely blood temperature, not even that, just slightly warm, and then a squeeze of lemon juice into the milk, stir it around so it very, very slightly curdles, okay? Because actually you want the milk to be acidic,
Yeah.
and then the chemical reaction of that with the baking powder creates the lightest rise on your scones.
And do you do jam then? Do you do jam then cream or cream then
is
jam?
the crown. Cream is the crown.
Okay, so jam
first.
then the
well,
cream.
butter first,
Yeah.
obviously. Then jam,
Right.
then cream. Right, so I've pressed both of those setting triangles back. And now I'm going to add my final triangle, okay? So you could fold this in half and press and find the centre and press. But to be fair, Vix, all you've really got to do is make sure that you've got an equal amount of overhang.
This has got to sell out, by the way. We've got less than 10 once everyone... In fact, it's way oversubscribed. How many 35 in baskets? We've got 12 left. The last 12, this is your final call. Can you come and do your pilot voice, please?
Your final call, this is your final call.
Yeah, Ben's very good at doing a pilot. Have you ever done the pilot voice in your ear before, Stuart?
No.
Oh, brace yourself.
Oh, do
You're
it,
ready.
Ben.
He's going to do it. This is your final call. Can you hear him?
That's really weird.
He just goes very close to the microphone and talks like a pilot in our ear. It actually, like, itches my ear slightly.
It's actually weirding me out. So just sewing straight across now. And Vix, once I've finished this, I really have shown you all of the skills you need.
How would you quilt this? I know you've got a long arm quilting machine, so...
Yeah.
You
I'll talk you through a few suggestions, actually. It's a really good point.
Yeah, it stuck with me when you said to me, please do not be daunted or put off by thinking, oh, I'm cheating getting it long arm quilted. Send it off, get it long arm quilted. If you spend all this money and time doing your piecing...
There you go. That's it, you see? That's it.
Yes.
Easy. Right, okay, let's talk quilting. So, this has been quilted with an all-over meander or vermicelli. So that's this kind of wiggly line that kind of meanders across the quilt and the lines don't cross each other, okay? If you're going to try that, okay, you can do that easily. Darning foot, free motion. But what I would recommend you do first of all is get yourself some of our dressmaker's tissue paper.
Yeah.
It's a 10-metre roll, 1 metre wide, and actually get a big piece out on the dining table. Get yourself a soft crayon or something like that and actually draw the design at the scale you want to quilt it and get used to drawing it. And if the first few times are a bit rubbish, it doesn't matter. You haven't got to unpick any of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
So get that design, okay, and keep going until it feels natural. Now, I'm talking about tracing over that line 20 or 30 times. Now, if that sounds like a lot, ask somebody who's ever unpicked free motion quilting if they would rather spend half an hour doing that or 2 hours unpicking that.
Yes.
Okay. So practice, get the motor skills, get the pattern in your head and in your body.
Right.
And then you'll be able to quilt it.
Oh, that's a really good tip.
If you can draw it, you can quilt it.
Right.
If you can't draw it, there's nothing about having a quilt under a machine that's going to make it any easier.
Right.
So draw it first. So that would be one way. Another way that you could quilt this really, really easily is, you see this seam line here?
Yeah.
Okay. This seam line, follow it, cut through, along here, cut through, all along here, yeah? So on all of these diagonals, right across in both directions. Zero marking, you will have a beautifully cross-hatched quilt, walking foot, corner to corner, no turning a massive quilt halfway through, easy peasy. 2 really easy ways to quilt this quilt.
Stu, it's been amazing, and hopefully it's given everybody the confidence who is... If you've never done a big William Morris quilt before, this is the best deal in terms of price and just achievability. There are less than 10 now remaining. If you've got it in your basket, it's about to sell out. There are 40 who've got it in baskets. £53.33. You have got the most stunning fabrics, everything that you need to know within your quilt pattern, but also jot down today's date because Stuart demystified everything. If you've got it in your basket, this is it. Check out over the break. We've got Maria from Old Maid New coming up after the break with brand new kits. I will let you know in the next hour with Stuart as well if that is completely sold out, but I'm calling it a sellout on a launch. I love it, absolutely love it. So well done everyone who's got it. Thank you, Stuart. we've got a jam-packed show with you in an hour, haven't we?
We have. It's going to be jam-packed. It's a real, like, Stuart Hillard makes roundup. We've got bags, we've got quilts, we've got wall hangings, we've got table runners, we've got a few panels, a few kits as well. So absolutely loads. If you've got any questions, or you've made any of my patterns, please send your pictures in.
Oh, yeah, good idea. Love to see them. Right, stay where you are. We've got Maria coming up next, Stuart back in an hour. Check out your baskets during the break, and we'll see you after this.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Looking for the perfect gift for the sewing enthusiast in your life? The Sewing Street gift card is just the thing. Choose between a physical card delivered to their door or a convenient e-gift sent straight to their inbox. It's easy. Just head to the Sewing Street website, scroll to the bottom of the page, click Gift Cards, or use your smartphone, scan the QR code and go straight there. Pick the amount you'd like to load onto the card, and that's it. The Sewing Street gift card, the gift of creativity made simple. Wondering what wadding is? In sewing, wadding is the soft padded material used in the middle layer of quilts, cushions and other projects. It adds warmth, texture and structure to your creations. Wadding comes in different materials like cotton, polyester or wool, and various thicknesses, so you can choose the perfect one for your project. Whether you're quilting, making a cosy blanket or adding softness to a bag, wadding is what brings that snug and cushioned feel.
Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with our social media pages. All the latest news, events, product launches and much, much more. Search Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry. You can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Today is such an amazing day. It is literally jam-packed. It's lovely to see you, Maria.
It's lovely to see you as well.
Good to be
Happy
back.
New Year.
Happy New Year to you too. Did you have a good Christmas?
I did. I had a nice chilled out Christmas. I was itching to do stuff, you know,
Yeah.
like you do, because I love doing what I do. And then I just thought, no, I've got to have a break.
Yeah.
Got to have the break.
Yeah, and
So
now
it was
you're
nice.
back at it.
Yeah.
You're constantly. I mean, just as we were talking in the in prep, there, you're already planning ahead of lots of newness for
right.
2025 as well.
I am, yeah, because I've also got a lot of shows out of Sewing Street
Yeah.
and Hobbymaker.
Yeah.
But I'm also back in again on April and in June on Hobbymaker as well.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like loads going on.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Now, anybody who's not seen Maria and Old Maid New before, the collections and the kits that you can make are absolutely beautiful. I mean, look at this. This is a brand new kit that we're launching today called Fabulous Fuchsias. And it looks so intricate and so difficult to do. But actually, with your instructions and your kits, this is absolutely doable, even for a complete brand new
That's right.
stitcher.
Yeah, because it's January New Hobby Month.
Yeah.
I've actually designed two of the kits are mini makes, so if you don't want a big project, you've got
Mm-hmm.
little mini makes. But these kits are so easy and they're beginner friendly. And I designed them because there isn't a lot out on the market, especially in goldwork embroidery, that is actually beginner friendly.
Yeah. Oh, whenever I see goldwork embroidery, you just presume, oh, this is what you do when you've gone to the Royal School of Needlework.
That's
This is what
right.
you see in museums. This is what you see, you know, in beautiful museums. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it's also got a combination of embroidery on these kits as well, which normally I just do old work.
Yeah.
But I've also just got in some other stitching like satin stitch. There's also a lot of French knots and things like that. So you can actually really experiment with embroidery as well.
Yeah.
And then we'll use the metal thread embroidery.
Now, last time, just so you know, Maria, here, it was a complete sellout show. We've already got people checking out on this and getting ahead on pre-order. If you want the brand new Fabulous Fuchsia kit, I'll show you exactly what you get inside, and we will talk through, and any questions that you have for Maria as well, please get them in. What I love about this kit is that you've also included your very own stamp set.
That's right, yeah, because it's the second time, because when I did the stamp sets and the last bundles that I did, they all sold out really quickly. So I thought this time round, do it again, because you can just do so much with the stamp set. You can stamp it as many times as you like on different fabrics. You can do it on paper if you want. And also, you've just got the bonus element of having that with the dragonfly.
Yeah, you've also got the dragonfly. Now, these are reusable stamps. Anybody who's not stamped onto fabric before, because obviously, as you say, you do, you know, multimedia, looking at Hobbymaker as well, which they're so familiar with stamps, but here on Sewing Street, we don't tend to see
No,
stamps.
and again, I've designed them because if you notice, they're really big and bold.
Yeah.
There's loads of line work, which you can actually stitch into and colour into as well. You can colour, you can do free motion stitching.
Yeah.
You know, if you're into your embroidery on your machines, you can do that as well.
Amazing. So within your kit, you get all of your stamp set. What else do we get?
We get the full instructions in colour.
Excuse me.
I don't very rarely have anyone say I don't understand them because these are like mind maps. So everything is indicated to what you need, and then it gives you a little description. There's also the stitch guide, which has got the back stitch, it's got your couching stitch. But also on my website, I do videos.
Oh, fantastic.
So you can actually go on the education page and then see some of the work, you know, like gold work couching, how to do your chipping. So you can actually watch a little video as well.
Fantastic. Now you get your fabric as well to put into your hoop, and then you get your bag of goodies.
Oh, these are the Yeah, there's loads of thread in this.
Oh.
There is loads.
I know whenever you bring the pearl thread to us, that always sells like hotcakes. And we do have some individually on the show today if you want to start shopping ahead. But you have everything that you need to be able to create your fabulous fuchsia gold work design like you're seeing here. So you've got beads in here.
You've got your beads, again, because at the ends of the actual tentacles, just on the fuchsias, there's lots of nice little bead work there.
Oh, lovely.
You can put them into the actual, leaf patterns there. But the main thing is all this chipping, which is actually loads of like beads in a way.
Right.
Because you're going to cut them small enough, and then you're literally beading on all these little pieces.
So is this the pearl thread
That
that's
is the
in
pearl
here?
threads,
And look at the
yeah.
lovely colours. They are absolutely beautiful.
That's them there. And look how they look gorgeous together.
They do. Oh, honestly, what I love about gold work as well is it just looks so tactile. I'm such a magpie for anything sparkly like this, and you just want to touch it. It is just stunning, isn't it?
That's right.
But if you're starting out stitching, quite often they look a little babyish if you're going for complete beginner hand stitch projects. Whereas this, as I say, it looks like somebody who's been to the Royal School of Needlework has created it.
I have got some skills from the Royal School of Needlework, and I'm a conservator. So I actually did a lot with National Trust, with the old historic properties.
Oh, wow.
So how I learned gold work embroidery was in 2020 during lockdown. I was doing my degree, and I wanted to be a conservator, textiles, and I had to learn how to mend some gold threads on, a piece that I was doing. And I thought, what is this? So I found out a bit more, and I researched it, and that's how I got involved.
Gosh, and you were hooked.
Yes. Now it's a business, 5 years on.
Amazing. Oh, and so many of you have got this in your basket. Just so you know, these are limited. You don't make hundreds of kits.
No.
This is something that is limited edition. And once it's gone, it's gone. I know that you're moving on to other kits and doing new projects as well. So if you want to revisit a kit, it's not that easy to do all the time. So
it's not. But then again, with the stamp set in these, especially the butterfly one as well, you can have the option of actually doing more with it.
Yeah.
So you can actually buy some threads on its own, maybe change the colours. You don't have to do the fuchsias in these colours. You could just do them in gold and silver if you wanted. But so the option is there's so many options with the stamp sets. But I am thinking of bringing out a new stamp range, which I was talking to you about. And it'll be higher in numbers.
Okay.
So, but these are just limited stock because all I've got left. I can't put them together again.
If you do multimedia, use these for your paper crafts. Use these for... But you
On
are going to show us
felts,
how you transfer them onto fabric.
That's
aren't
right.
you? We'll show the other kit that's got the stamp set as well, and then we will have a bit of a demo with the stamps. And we'll come back with the mini makes as well because they're flying out on pre-order. Now, the Nocturnal Butterfly is this kit, which is to make... Oh, see, this is beautiful.
This is classic
the
gold and silver.
Oh, so are you still... has your career sort of moved and changed then with the conservation?
Kind of. I've literally just done some conservation work just before Christmas.
Okay.
And my conservation work can be anything from textiles to wood. And I actually am doing a gilded frame. I've actually just repaired that, and I've actually re-cleaned that. So my conservation degree was basically everything. I could do porcelain, ceramics, but my thing is textiles.
Yeah.
My background's textiles anyway.
And I mean, they just look absolutely beautiful. I think they look really nice just keeping them in a hoop as artwork. But then there's so much that you can use this skill for. You could put this onto a jacket if you wanted, or
a nice bag, a nice evening bag, things like that would be lovely. Again, with the stamps, you don't need to have this layout.
No.
You could stamp 3 in a row.
Yeah.
You could have them you could have 3 or 4 more. But in this stamp range, there is actually 2 other designs on butterflies.
Oh, yes.
As well. So, there's loads of scope, especially this butterfly one.
And once you've got the stamps, then you can use those time and time again.
Yeah.
And a lot of people I know have got a lot of the pearl threads or tend to get themselves a little bit of a goldwork embroidery stash. Now, once again, you've got your mind map, you've got all of your instructions. And we were talking about this before the show. There are so many people who message in complimenting your instructions, and anybody who's never done stitching before, even especially with the education videos on your website, you'll be able to do this. You've got your fabric included, and then inside this treat pack you've got all this lovely sort of
Loads.
silver netting, which is
That's
for the
right.
wings.
Well, actually, in this bit here is actually just lining this with a silver netting. So when you've done your outline, you've stamped it, you just go around with your threads and just make that the inner bit. There's also some beautiful little embellishments just there as well.
What are you using the wadding for?
The wadding's actually for the padding, which I'm actually going to demo because I've never really demoed the padding side of things. So again, it's very simple. You can stamp your wadding with the same butterfly stamp set, so you can have it accurate. As another reason why the stamp sets are really good. And then literally I'm going to line that and then put the gold over and stitch that, which I'm going to demo.
Oh, nice. I mean,
Look at these lovely threads.
all these threads, all of the pearl thread, all of these beads.
And your needles as well. So you've got like a tapestry needle, which is for plunging the bigger threads.
Oh, I love those.
Yeah, they're lovely, those are. And then you've got the nice fine needle as well. And again, they're conservative graded, stainless steel.
Fantastic,
so
all your needles included. Now, can you show us how you stamp onto your fabric?
Yeah.
Because this might be a new technique for all of our viewers as well. So you're using the butterfly.
The butterfly one's a nice one to
Stamps.
use because we can sort of play around with a bit of a layout as well.
Is there a certain ink that you need to use when you're stamping onto
I use the
fabric?
VersaCraft ink, actually, which is on the Hobby Maker website as well. Because that is for everything. It's for fabrics, woods, metal, paper. You know, you can stamp everything with it. And also, if you iron it, it fixes as well. So that means you can wash your fabric if you need to. So basically, you actually peel it off. You get your set like this, and it's on a little acetate. And all you do is you peel that off and then put it on an acrylic block. If you haven't got an acrylic block, some of these, you know the box lids that you get, sometimes on plastic box lids?
Yeah.
They're just as good as well.
Oh, okay.
So if you haven't got one, you don't need to go and buy one, you know, for this. And it literally just stays on. It doesn't move. And then I've got white ink today, so you can see it better as well.
Yeah.
But sometimes I do use the white gel pen as well to go over lines if you've missed any lines. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to stamp you're actually going to load the ink onto the stamp. And literally it's just gentle taps. Don't stamp too hard, because if you do, you're at risk of going into other areas where you don't want to be. And you just like gently tapping. I always keep them upside down as well, because it keeps the ink to the top, stops it drying out. Which is good. And literally all you're doing is you want to place it, say, there, and you gently, because they're acrylic gel, if you press too hard, your lines can come out too thick. I've also got a nice firm mat here to support. It's a bit spongy, but it's not too spongy, if you know what I mean. So it won't go right through the fabric. And just to give it a little wobble. And then you peel that off and it's perfect.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah. So that's all done for you. You can use grey inks. You can use, again, with the stamps, you can all do different colours. But the white ink's okay on this one because you are going to cover this over, as you've seen just on there.
And would you iron it to fix it then?
Yeah. I've got a little iron today. I've got my little, what do you call it? Cricket.
Oh, nice.
My little
I've
mini
not
iron.
seen those irons.
Oh, these are fantastic. These are the best irons you can get, especially when you're doing a lot of applique work, which is basically what you're going to be doing with this as well. Yeah, and they're handy because you can carry them around, you know, which is nice. So I'm going to put one that way and one that way. Another thing as well with the stamp set is if you wanted to, you can plan your layouts on paper. So you can actually stamp it on paper. And then if you're pleased with your layout, then you can just copy it from there.
Yes, exactly.
So-
that's a really good idea to be able to practice. But also, to have this stamp, this is a really good idea to be able to do quilting as well.
That's right, exactly.
To be able to put that on and you can practice your free motion quilting. We were talking about that in the last hour with Stuart.
Oh, wow,
Of practicing, you know, your quilting first.
Yeah.
This is a really good way of doing it, which I'd never thought of.
Yeah, I mean, again, I do get a lot of ladies who do quilting and they actually do their blocks, print their blocks, and then they actually sew into them.
Yeah.
You know, applique or bag making or anything like that, which is great. So, yeah, so basically that's it, really. That's as simple as it is.
Yeah.
And to wipe it, I usually like a sort of like a baby wipe or an oily...
Oh, yeah, I've been talking to people on Hobby Maker, they don't wash their stamps.
Oh, no, you've got to wash them. I usually just do this. And then also with the oil-based ones, it's good because it keeps the gel stamps from cracking as well. And when you store them, you just put them in a little wallet, like a zip-up wallet thing that I've got.
Now,
So
there
that's
is lots of different, did you call them chips within this
Yeah.
as well? So
Yeah.
which wire is it that you use to chip? Is it the pearl wire that you
Is
use?
this the pearl wire? My array of pearl
Yes.
wire. This is the brand new colour, which is on that lovely new Neo colour pearl. And it comes quite flexible. And it's a hollow, you can see the little hole there.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually literally a hollow coil, which is made of copper. And they basically colour them these days. But years ago, it would actually probably be real silver or real copper, and they were beating them down.
Right.
They would be quite flat. So that's why couching was probably invented, because you can't put this through the fabric. You can't stitch it through the fabric. You have to really literally lay it on top and then couch over it.
Right.
Or you can bead it on.
Yeah.
So that's basically one of the best. I do 3 methods. One is the wire work, which is the couching. The wire work is actually much more rigid. Again, I've got it on the show, these lovely Neo colours, this bright turquoise
Yes.
one. That's actually the wire. So you can see the difference. It's much more thicker and rigid. This you'd actually pull apart slightly, like a spring, and then you'd actually couch that on your lines. So if you wanted to say turquoise around the edge of the butterfly, you'd literally couch that on. But you'd actually do it in small pieces, so you'd actually cut just enough. I do about 1/3 of what you need, and the other bit is actually where you stretch it.
So do you think that the wire, I mean, here you're getting the pack of those lovely neon
Yeah.
colours. So the wire you would use more so for your outlines.
More outlines, yeah.
Of the details. I mean, these are amazing. I've only seen the pearl wire, but look at these. They're amazing.
They're
so this is your
gorgeous
more
colours.
structured wire, isn't it?
Yeah, it's more rigid and structured, especially when you're doing brooch making or anything that you need
Yes.
sort of to make it more stiffer. But you can see around the edge of this how much I've actually bent it into shape as you stitch.
Oh,
You
so
bend
it does
Yeah.
still have the, oh, I'm not sure whether we've got this colourway. They can't find the graphics. Right, we'll come back to that. Should we do the gold one then? Because there is the gold,
gold and
gimp
silver.
wire. That's the
Yeah.
gold and silver. We have got this one.
Which is classic.
And you've
yeah.
got 15 inches of silver and the 15 inches of gold.
But bearing in mind that you are going to stretch that, so it's double. So really you've got 30 inches because you
Brilliant.
actually are stretching it.
So would that be enough? You know, if I'm getting one of these kits, I don't get any of this wire within my butterfly kit, do I? You just get the pearl. Oh, you do
yeah.
get some. So if you just want
this
extra.
one, yeah, that's right. In the pack of this one, which is the nocturnal, I think
Yeah.
it's in your packet there,
Yeah.
you actually get everything you need, what you see here,
Mm-hmm.
what's on the instruction. And you've got enough to make another one probably as well.
Brilliant. But if
Yeah.
you want extra of the more structured gimp
colours.
wire in these colours,
Yeah.
yes, that's your gold and your silver.
Yeah.
Now we also have these forest.
The forest greens are gorgeous. They're really popular, especially when you're doing floral designs and things like that. But then I thought maybe the dragonfly would be really lovely, especially in one of the wings. You've got that lovely turquoise.
Yes.
Like that turquoise green that I just showed you.
So to stitch this on, you say you couch it in place.
You can couch this in place, but because this is more flexible, I usually chip this one. So I cut this and make it into beads. So you could actually, I'll show you one of my little wheels. This is another stamp set that I had actually, which I might bring on the show.
Yeah.
It's a Celtic stamp range. But what you can do is you can chip it and then bead and then chip it and bead. So you can make
Right.
patterns with it. And this is a really good way of actually getting familiar with all the different threads.
And can you fit a needle through them, or do you
Yeah.
just put so you put a needle through the hole?
You do,
Or, yeah.
So all you do
Beading
really is
needle.
normal needle and cotton.
Oh, right.
Gutterman is actually a really good strong thread. You don't want it snagging, and you don't want a furry thread because that can snag inside. So all you're doing really is you're going to cut it. I could actually demo that one and show you, which I'll do later anyway. So I've got my beading mat as well, by the way. So all you're doing really is you're cutting it with a pair of like metal scissors that you've got. I always keep these scissors for my metal threads.
Separate, yeah, they're just for your metal threads.
Literally like sort of that long, depending on how long you want them really.
Yeah.
You can have them longer than that if you want to, make a pattern with them. The nice thing about this as well is actually that you can actually play with the different colours, but you can see how many beads you can get out of a whole stretch.
That's
There's
15
going to be a
inches.
lot. And then what we do is then we can actually sew this on. So you've got your needle and cotton. I've just used this one. I have actually got gold on this.
Oh, and in your kits, in the big kits that we've introduced, you do get all of that thread, everything included, don't you?
That's
Yeah.
right. So yeah, basically you've got your needle and cotton. You just, when you put it through the fabric where you want it, you literally bring it through the needle and then it goes through, as you've just seen, and you just literally stitch that on. But I'm going to demo that one anyway. Because I've got some little demos on the butterfly, especially in this section here where all the little tiny chips have just been cut and you can use different selections.
Brilliant. What we'll do is we'll launch the mini kits and then you've got everything on your pre-order section. So then you can, fill your boots and we can demo. Now, both of the big kits are the ones that include the stamp set. If you are new year, new hobby, if you're starting out and want something that you can take on the move with you, this is really...
Yeah, I mean, I'm sitting out there now with my little sewing box and, you can put it in a sewing box or a bag and take it with you, especially these little brooch.
Yeah, I mean, they are
really,
beautiful
really
and they
lovely.
come all packaged lovely as well. So if you're thinking of a gift for somebody, within your kit, you've got your full instructions. You've already printed it onto the fabric for us.
This one, you don't get your stamp set, you see.
Yeah.
So basically, that is already on there for you to actually start. So you can just put that in a hoop. You don't need to use a hoop with these small mini kits. So, like a 6-inch hoop would be big enough. But if you don't want to, if you feel like you need to hold it and stitch into it more, you can do.
Would you cut around this or do you keep it like this until you've finished it?
Yeah, I would keep it like this till you finish it, or you can actually keep it on the hook then, or then cut it out. But what I do is I do about 1/4 of an inch around to cut it, and then back it with some felt, which is in the kit as well. So you've got everything you need in here.
Just looks so beautiful, doesn't it?
I know, you've got all your little bits there. This is the actual guans that sits on top to make it that shininess.
Yes.
And then you've got all the lovely threads.
How do you fix your organza down? Do you need to spray base that or anything on?
Again, it's using, I was just going to demo that.
Oh, yeah, brilliant.
So yeah, I can do that. So what we do is we actually put it onto some Bondaweb and then just iron it on. So, you just, and then it's stuck on there then. You don't need to do any sewing at all on that. So again, you've got your Bondaweb in the kit as well.
Fantastic.
And that is the backing for the felt.
Oh, gorgeous.
So again,
that is gorgeous.
So what you do is you just trace that off after you've finished. There is a little tracing just here, so you can actually trace it from that as well.
Oh, so if you want to make more,
yeah, you can do.
Then you've got that template there. It's not like, right, once you've used that, that's it. You're going to be able to use this to trace.
What I would do is I would actually probably photocopy this or photocopy that, so that way you've got your actual template, and then you can use it as many times as you want.
Oh, it's going to look beautiful. Do you get your brooch pin as well?
Yeah, you've got your brooch pin inside there. You've got all the threads, all your beads, and your needles again, and the wire.
Oh, that's gorgeous. That's your mini make of your dragonfly, and we also have the mini make of the butterfly.
Yeah, that's lovely, that one. That one there is actually that one.
Oh, sorry, this one.
That's a little sample, that one, where you can do a applique with.
So you're going to be able to make the brooch, though, with your kit, aren't you? You're going to be able to do the full brooch just like this. But if you do want to use your stamps for later on, you saw the...
So in the kit, you've got your fabrics. You've got, I'll call this the old lace golden, because it's got some vintage lace inside there. So the bottom wings are actually the vintage lace that's in the kit. Again, Bondawebbed on the back, which is in the kit. And then you can stamp it or you can trace it onto some gold fabric. And literally you can use the other half for another butterfly. So you can actually have top wings and bottom wings different.
Beautiful.
Yeah, so again, there's enough for 2 butterflies in this one as well. Plus you've got all this lovely thread and your beads as well, and your wires.
Oh, honestly, they are such fantastic value for money because you're not needing to have any of this already in your stash. Even things like, you say, your Bondaweb, your backing, your brooch pin, all the beads. We'll keep the graphics of this. There's lots of you coming through for your butterfly mini make, but we're going to dive into a bit of a demo of, again, how to applique that onto your background there.
I'm just going to do that.
Thank you.
I'm going to put my heating on. I'm just going to stick that.
We need to speak to the buyer team about getting one of these applique irons, don't we?
Yeah, these are brilliant. I'm going to bring this over and show you. Just to,
Are you on?
I think I'm plugged in.
There you go. You switched
Right,
on
that
now.
one's on there. So you need it on heat too.
Okay.
Which is actually, these are really, really hot. I bought this because obviously travelling around as well, but also I've got the Cricut machine. So sometimes this is really good if you're using vinyls and things like that. But I found this especially with that little point at the end there, just to get into little corners when you're appliquing.
Yeah, we'll try and get that
It's
in.
fantastic.
So, when you get your kit home, you've got your applique in there, your Bondaweb and your pre-printed fabric.
That's right. Yeah, so basically what you're going to do is you're tracing, if you've got the nocturnal one, you'll have the stamp. So literally you're going to stamp your fabric at the base, because there is actually another colour in there as well. You also can stamp the back of your Bondaweb, so that way you've got, when you're cutting it, you've got the identical. So what I'm going to do is, I've already done that with this. I'm going to use the stamp. You only need the bottom part of this because we're just literally going to stamp the bottom wing. So the nice thing about it is all your little pieces will be really accurate, so you can sort of see them.
Oh, so you can also fussy cut on the lace and the little parts of it. Yes.
Yeah, there's all these little things that you can do, which is lovely. So what I'm going to do now is literally just cut it out. So this again is rare vintage lace. This is from one of my, because I collect a lot of old, lace, old fabrics, vintage, like from 50s and 60s, and I've got so much in my stash that I thought myself I'm going to have to try and use them for something. So there you go. So all you're doing now is going to lay this over, as you see. If you do miss any edges, because on this bit there's no lace on that edge, it doesn't matter, because you are actually going to outline it with the gold as well.
Oh, I love it. It's such beautiful artwork, really, isn't it?
It is, and also it's really nice and satisfying, especially in the winter, just doing a little project like this. And you'll learn something so much because you're doing so many different techniques.
Yeah.
You're doing like a bit of applique, you're learning about embroidery and also the gold work. So that's on there already, you see. So you get so many wings out of this piece.
And it's fab that if you've got your stamps in those bigger kits as well, that you can then use those time and time again and use them on your Bondaweb, like you said, so you can see exactly where to cut.
That's right.
That's really handy, isn't it?
Yeah. When I first started doing a lot of the applique and embroidery, I designed the stamps because I found it very difficult to try and keep on tracing it all the time. And also, if you haven't got a light box, you can't see through the fabric.
Yeah.
So actually designing these was really a good thing to do because it just makes it really easy.
Yeah. Oh, and when you're doing dragonflies and butterflies and flowers, they're going to be used so much, aren't they?
They are. And you might want to put a bit of your William Morris, fabric in it. I mean, that would be really nice, wouldn't it? So that's basically the bottom wings already done. And then, obviously, you're going to put the gold on there as well, which again is in the kit. I stamped on...
What sort of fabric's this?
This is like a gold lame, and it comes on a roll, and you can get them in different colours.
Yeah. Can you stamp onto that as well, then?
Yeah, because again, I've used the black ink on that one, so I don't know if you can see that, but you can just see about that, yeah. But yeah, again, you can have top wings and bottom wings on these as well. You were talking about that fleece that was in the kits.
Yeah.
All my kits are actually come with the natural fabrics as well. Always try and use the most natural. Again, this is a lovely, like a wool blend.
Oh, lovely.
And I've just stamped on that. And this is the next actual demo we're going to do, is actually padding. So you're going to lay the gold over to get that lovely padded wings on there. So again, I've just cut out what I need. So on the next demo, let's go to this one. So you've got to the stage where you've printed your fabric.
Yeah.
And then you've actually started printing your fabric pieces, which is in the kit. And then you're literally just going to start forming the wings. So all I did with this, actually you can stitch this on or you can glue this on, but it doesn't matter.
Can you Bondaweb?
You can Bondaweb this as well, but because there's just enough in the kit to do your pieces of fabric, your lace and that, there isn't enough, I think, for this. But then again, just some fabric glue just to hold it in place, which would be good.
Because like you say, you're going to be covering that obviously with the gold and going round as well, so it just needs even a temporary hold.
That's right.
Glue it down.
So we've got some gold somewhere. Might have to cut some gold. There is so much on my table.
Oh, I bet at home as well. Your
Oh, yeah.
stash is just amazing. Looking through all of the
So again, you can heat bond
lovely fabrics. That is gorgeous.
that bottom bit as
Yeah.
well. So you don't in the kit. It's designed to go on the upper wings,
But you
this could
could-
be on the bottom
Yeah.
wings as well. But also the brooch pieces as well, which is really good.
Right, so on this one, you've got just this section here that's the padded, and then you've used your pearl thread at the bottom.
That's
But there's
right.
nothing stopping you using that gold at the bottom as well.
I'm just going to switch that off in case you burn.
Oh,
your-
no, don't worry, I won't. I'm very used to it. Been around Orion's.
So basically what I'm going to do now is I'm going to cut the top wing, just off there.
And do any of these fabrics fray? Am I going to need to do like a satin stitch or a blanket stitch or anything to stop the fraying round it?
No, not really. I mean, this particular one doesn't fray at all. It's actually like probably a heat bond and backing on there anyway. But when you're doing your gold work, wire work and things, you'll actually find that you won't need to worry about the fraying because Bonder Web won't make it fray anyway. But you're going to actually stitch around it with all your gold work threads. This is really shiny, this.
Yeah! Oh, it looks amazing. Really catches the light. And I suppose when you're thinking about your heritage collections and trying to make things, you know, with the traditional
Yeah.
techniques as well.
So that's going to be laid over onto
Yeah.
that. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to find my needle and thread. This is the gold needle and thread. What I do is in the kit you've got this lovely fine, I think there is a little sample somewhere, I think in one of the kits they have. Just in here, you've got this lovely, can you see it's like a really nice lame?
Yes, yes.
There is like over 5 metres on there, believe it or
Brilliant.
not. But it's
There's
such a
plenty.
fine needle, cotton, but it doesn't snag as well and also doesn't break, which is really good. So what we're going to do is we're literally going to just hold that in place. I mean, you can put it on a hoop stand, which is sometimes I usually do. And I'm literally just going to tack a corner. And then I'm going to work back on my tacking just to hold this in place. So you just do 4 corners, hold it in.
Oh, just to catch it in.
Yeah, just to catch it in place. And then what I do is actually work back every 2 millimetres just on that wing. And then again, I'll do the tacking on there. So it's, you know, you can do this really quite easily. And it's lovely to go through as well because it's quite fine. It's, you know, the fabric's not too thick, so.
I bet as well, launching or you learning about this through lockdown, this is
Yeah.
such a lovely mindful process, isn't it? I think it is
That's
really
right.
important for anyone who's sewing, even if you're talking about a sewer who's sitting behind the sewing machine for hours, it's nice to be able to sit in front of the sofa.
That's right.
And or
Take
on
a
the
break
move,
in
yeah.
between if you want to. But I find it quite tranquil, and also because today's supposed to be Blue Monday or something, isn't it?
Oh yeah, they were saying about that in the
Yeah.
gallery. Yeah, so maybe this is your chance to buy a kit that's going to
Yeah.
help, you know, motivate you to do so. It's going to be good for me to stop me scrolling or going to the biscuit tin. You know, just having something in your hands of an evening
Yeah.
and sitting doing a bit of slow stitching.
That's right, because your time goes quick when you do this. It really does. I mean, you could do it a couple of hours a night, and you'd probably get a lovely piece by the end of 2-3 nights. I mean, because to do that piece, you'd probably spend a night maybe doing, you know, the actual foundations, and then the next night you would do the chipping, and they would be done.
It looks amazing. So many people are going to ask you about this. If you have this on your wall, it just is amazing. It's artwork, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, that's the whole thing about when I design. I like to sort of have something really special, looks a bit heritage as well. And also you are learning heritage techniques, you know, like I had to when I was doing my research on it.
Oh yeah, we've taken all of your knowledge, all that you learned in your degrees and
That's
over
right.
the years of everything, all compiled into the kits, and you're going to learn bits of that through just that one kit. The amount of people, though, have come back and bought more and bought more and bought more and coming back again today.
Yeah.
If you have already bought an Old Maid New kit, please message in. We'd love to hear from you. If you're coming back in a second or third time, send your messages in to Maria while she's on air.
I do get a lot of nice, big, sort of people that have actually progressed. There's a lady that I know who wants to go into Royal School of Needlework.
Wow.
So now she's actually done these kits for a few times and said she's going to learn the next stage, which is lovely. Because, I am aimed for the beginners, but also even if you just have done them before and just want a quick project, something a bit different.
This is what's
That's
crazy
really
is they
nice.
do not look like beginners' kits, do they?
No.
Goldwork always looks so intricate and so fancy, but actually when you see Maria's techniques broken down, it's really achievable. Lovely demo, stamped butterfly on the background. Oh, go on, sorry. Stamped butterfly on the background of the Morris fabric, cut out butterflies in the background will fit around the gold butterfly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, definitely.
Sorry, that sounded very
Yeah.
wordy the way I said it. But basically, are you saying you stamp onto the William Morris fabric, cut round and use that as your background that you could then do your gold chips round it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Definitely. Well, it's really strange that you've got William Morris on today because that is my most favourite art and crafts designer. Because I do look at what he's done. It's amazing. Have you been to the house in Walthamstow?
No.
Oh,
Where is it?
Because I saw you on a tour.
Oh yeah,
before.
we're doing our our tour of the Emery Walker House.
It's actually in Walthamstow, and it's a museum. It's a museum of William Morris. And again, I get a lot of inspiration because he used wood blocks.
Yeah.
How I use wood blocks as well. There's a lot of arts and crafts techniques that are heritage that I use a lot. And that's where I got my ideas. I'm thinking of try wood blocks to print on fabric, and now I've got stamps. But yeah, so it's kind of going back into heritage.
I love it. Oh yeah, good idea. Just so you know, loads of people are checking out on the Fabulous Fuchsia. That is the most popular kit today. It's very limited now. If you are after this one, you've got everything you need in the kit, including the brand new stamps that have we not seen this on Sewing Street before?
No,
these
this
stamps?
is brand new. All this is brand new.
Not only do you get all of the lovely fuchsias, you also have got your extra leaves, your extra dragonfly as well. So even if you're making this today, you're going to be able to do your dragonfly brooch, you're going to be able to use them again and again. No, your dragonfly is a bonus one.
Yeah, that's a bonus.
Yeah.
Because there is the dragonfly starter kit, which is actually pre-printed, so you don't need your stamp. As well, but again, if you wanted to make loads of these, you can do.
Oh, exciting!
And I've got an angel policy as well. If you want to make loads of them, to sell. Yeah, you can do. Yeah, that'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Oh, they would look amazing on your stalls. Whether it be, if you go to Artisan.
Yeah.
Lovely craft fairs, they would be stunning, or Etsy, yes. So you've got all your fabric, and you also have included in your goodie bag everything that you need, it's this one, isn't it, to be able to create the pearls, the chips. I was actually asking, saying, oh, so are you using variegated thread in here? And you said, no, this is actually another sort of heritage technique.
I'm going to, just mentioned, I'm going to bring my hoop over, and we're going to see it, and you're going to be going,
really? Yes.
Yeah, you're going to, it is an heritage, it goes back to the 18th century. Because in the 18th century, they didn't have a lot of embroidery threads that were in colour. Especially the beginning of the 18th century. Things were done like black work, red work, so there wasn't a lot of colour. And all of a sudden, when Queen Victoria came along, the Elizabethan period, colour came. But this is actually a technique that I'm going to demo. I've got my pens.
Oh, yeah,
as well,
fantastic.
to show you.
There are less than 10 of these kits. This is going to be another sellout. Everything for Maria's last show completely sold out. There's more than 10 of you who've got that one in your basket.
And it's nice because it's like an heirloom. I mean, again, it's limited edition. You're not going to get any more.
Amazing.
So, yeah.
Once it is gone, it is gone. So how do you create this effect then
Well,
with the
I'm going
variation?
to show you. I'm going to bring my hoop over because I've got one sort of... This is... I've already stamped it on here. I'm just going to get all my hoops on here.
Fuzzy thread. What's fuzzy thread?
Oh, fuzzy thread is fantastic. I'll show you that.
Oh, there's so much to talk
beaut.
about.
I
Just so you know, there's now 7 of those kits remaining. This one will sell out in the next minute or two.
So basically what I've done is in the kit, you're going to go, oh, God, I haven't got any dark purple. Oh, how am I going to form the dark purple that's on the kit? Well, all you do is you satin stitch with the light lilac, which is what I've just done. I'll actually demonstrate some satin stitch in a minute. And then I get a purple felt tip pen or an alcohol marker and literally just colour the top. And you literally just do very light strokes. So it's all a bit of a colouring section. And it looks like you've done silk threads, you know, silk
what a
shading.
good idea.
I know. I read about, I can't remember, I think it was Tracy Franklin or something her name, but she actually was an artist and she used to colour threads. I mean, again, if you haven't got the right colour, you might have it in a pen, and then you just let that bleed through. And as you can see, it starts to form like, because the wetter your alcohol marker, the more it goes.
I've never
And I
seen
just love
anyone
it.
colouring threads like this. What a great idea to get that variegated look.
Yeah, I just love it. I really do. And again, look how much that's just picked up, just doing that. I could go on forever. I love doing satin stitch so much now because I just do these.
Look, can you see on the finished result how clever that is? And on the greens as well.
Yeah.
I
Again,
thought they were variegated threads.
Yeah, and you could spend ages doing silk shading as well because, I mean, don't get me wrong, it is beautiful silk shading done properly. And then Royal School of Needlework teach that as well.
Really?
But it's
Wow.
like using 4 or 5 different colours.
Yeah.
And then you're literally sewing in, and it just takes so long to do. And again, if you're a beginner, I don't know about you, but I get very daunted if I've got to do too much. And then I think, I just can't be bothered with this, and I'll just leave it. So, yeah, but this is so nice, and it's so therapeutic.
Is there a certain
doing
marker
this.
that you need to use? Did you say that's an alcohol marker?
I just use normal
Yeah.
like water-based markers. Any
Yeah.
markers you've got, really. It could be cheap felt tip pens, the ones that you buy for 99p. And so basically, yeah, just raising that on the top there, and you can see how much that's just changed just by doing that. And I'll do this side down here as well. I'll give you some form. Yeah, I love doing this.
Yes. Oh, it's gorgeous. So in the kit as well, there's a mixture of your pearl thread and also the more structured wire
That's right.
thread as well for
Yeah.
the statements, isn't there? And then you've got your beads.
Yeah, that's right. I've got some of those threads as well, so I can show you those.
Yes, please.
So what I'm going to do some of the stamens in the wire, because the wire is so nice. I'm going to use I think we'll use the rose. There's like a rose gold in there as well. In your kit, you've got the antique gold.
Right.
But obviously I've got rose, I've got different colours here. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get my scissors. Now, if I'm going to do this piece here, I only need about 2/3 of it, remember.
Yeah.
Never cut the whole lot,
Okay.
because you're going to waste that. So I'm literally just going to snip that there. I'll take it on the end of the scissors and literally just pull it apart. You can do the other end as well. I always find this, so that's ready now to go. And you've already got more than enough.
Yeah.
So you only need little tiny pieces. It's best to cut smaller than it is to cut, you know, sort of like, what I'll do is I'll just use this thread. Well, I've got this here.
Is it just fiddly at the start and, you know, as you catch it in and once it's in, it's...
Yeah, what I do is I don't
work
go
in
from the
smaller
beginning.
pieces.
I go
Okay.
about halfway.
Right.
Or just a few millimetres down. And literally then you will catch that over.
Right, so I'm not going through the
No,
wire.
this
I'm
is called-
couching.
Yeah.
Is that right? Is
yeah,
that the right term?
Because this wire doesn't go through the fabric, you see. So you need to sort of lay it. They call it laying and then couching.
Right, so I'm not going through the fabric, sorry.
No, you're not. No, you're only
Go-
doing the couching, which is
Through there.
only your needle and cotton will be going
Yeah.
through,
Yeah.
and it goes over the wire
Right.
and then under.
Right.
And if you work slowly, you don't get it too tangled as well. So there you go. That's your first piece, and then you can then work along the rest of the thread.
And you can barely see that thread holding it in place, can you?
Well, because you've pulled it apart, it's actually sitting inside.
Yeah.
And sometimes you can hear a little click, and then that's, yeah, so it's literally just going over.
Oh, it's so... When you break it down, it's just like the last hour with Stuart. For something that looks so daunting and so intricate and so
Yeah.
fancy, it's actually really straightforward to do.
It is. I mean, once you've done, I do all the embroidery bits first, because that way you're not at risk of couching and getting it snagged. And also, you sometimes can get the wires snagged. This will be your, like, the last piece. So it's like the embellishment piece at the end. And you can leave that there. at the end. You don't have to cut it because you can put a bead over that. So that's actually going to be, or you can actually curl it around if you want to. Again, with this lovely thread, it's actually really manipulative. You can actually twist it around, hold it in there, and then put a little bead on the end.
Nice.
Yeah, so you can actually play with it. Sometimes I use the scissors just to, suppose you wanted to really sit on the line or you just wanted to have a little curve, you can actually curve it.
Oh, that's amazing. So it's got the rigidity, but you're still able to.
That's right.
To move it. Right.
So I'll just put a little tack in there to stop it from the end from going, and then you're ready then to sort of bead that bit on there. The couching's pretty much the similar sort of thing. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the pink.
One left of these kits.
Oh,
I must make
I
you
wasn't
so proud to
surprised.
say,
It
actually, do you know what?
Yeah.
We knew everyone would love this, didn't we? We said at the start, I think this is going to be an instant sellout. It's beautiful. Especially going into spring. It's what we all need, isn't it? These lovely bright
yeah,
colours.
cheer us up. So yeah, again, I'm chipping just the last few pieces there. And then you can get your needle and just pick those up. They're like little beads, like bugle beads. So it literally sits on the needle.
Yeah. And which technique is this called? The chipping?
This is called chipping, yeah. And I'm going to do some fuzzy threading actually as well.
Yes, I
'cause
want
I'll
to
have
see the fuzzy thread.
thread. So what I do is, because you want them all to sort of sit going all the way down around there, I start in the middle. So that way you've got some sort of indication of which way you're going. You can chip them all over, like randomly, and you get a really nice effect. But on this one, especially on this one here, I thought it was really nice the way they were all going one way to make those petals. Yeah, the fuzzy threading is actually just in here. And so I'm just going to show you.
Is that using the pearl thread again?
Yeah, it's using the pearl thread. But it's also, I do this right at the end because it's damaged threads, or it could be things like, have you got some left over?
So there's no waste.
No, there's no waste. And then you can snip a little piece. Suppose that's the end of what I've got left. And you literally get it in your fingers. You're going to love this. And you just pull it apart. It's actually, you shouldn't be doing this really. But it's like, supposing it was damaged or it got snagged. And then I just round it. Round a finger, around a pencil or a pen. Twist it. You can really get really good effects of this. It's a bit like, you know, when you do jewellery making as well, they're twisting the wires. So fuzzy threading, then you can lay and couch that on.
And you would couch it the same way that you're just catching and going around, right?
Yeah, but you get some really nice effects. Suppose I wanted just to fill it in with the fuzzy thread and just there. You could have that, plus also the other beaded couch. Good, gives you that different texture.
With the mind map, you tell us where to put this, but I suppose it's then, as you go on with it, you think, oh, actually, I'm really enjoying this chipping. I could include that. That one is sold out. Well done if you've got it. If you want the other kit that's got the stencil, the stamps, it's with the Nocturnal Butterfly. Now, the Nocturnal Butterfly kit, you're getting 3 different stamps. You're getting the 3 different butterfly stamps included, which, remember, use this for, you're going to be able to use this for so much. You're going to be able to use it not only for this, but you can make then yourself more brooches. You could use it as a guide and a template for your applique projects, like we said with the William Morris kits that we had earlier. You could use it as a template for your quilting, for free motion quilting. So there is so much that you can use this for. And like you said, if you really struggle with transferring templates or using a light blocks to transfer, they are templates you'll use again and again.
I mean, that sample there, which actually is the fuchsia one, you can colour on fabric as well. So there's another,
let's have a
and
look
that's
at
free.
this.
That's free motion stitching.
Is this the fuchsia?
That is the fuchsia, yeah.
So if you're
So
using
again-
your butterflies,
Yeah.
then stamp onto it, and then what have you literally just used again? Alcohol markers.
It was an alcohol marker on there. You can see where I've
Colour it
just
in.
kind of colouring it in and just got the sewing
Free
machine
motion.
with some metallic threads, which is nice.
Yes.
You know, so again, there's a lot you can do. But the butterflies you could just use and use and use.
Yeah, have a play with them.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that this is revolutionary for us to think about how to use stamps
Yeah.
within your sewing as well, within your crafting as a template. Yeah,
It's the
brilliant.
second time I brought it because originally I was on Hobby Maker 3 years ago.
Right.
And that's what I did. I do stamps, paper crafting, all this. And now I've started transferring it over.
Absolutely, and
to
we're
the
all crafty.
sewing.
A lot of people who've got things, in your stash from your Hobby Maker, then this is brilliant. Now, within the Nocturnal Butterfly Kit, you also get so much. I mean, look at these beautiful leaves.
These are gorgeous, These are actually from India. When they do the saris, they put them on there. So what I did was in this one, as you can see here, I've actually embellished the middle
Right.
piece there and also that end piece just on the bottom of it. So you've got silver or gold in that kit. But I've used the gold just on there.
They look
But
beautiful.
they could be like little leaves. You could
And what,
use
will I
them.
get 2 of them in the kit?
Yeah, you get both of these.
Oh,
in
you
the
get
kit.
these?
Yeah.
Amazing. I
So
was
you've
thinking
got
you were
silver
gonna
or
get silver
gold. Yeah, because you've got some parts that are silver. Maybe you want to use that more. Yeah, so that'd be nice.
You get your gold thread, you've got all of your chipping bits, you've got your lovely Lurexy silver
That's right.
netting fabric for the wings, your fabric, your wadding, everything that you need, including those stamps as well, $38.99. We're in single figures, once again oversubscribed on baskets. All of the big kits are going to sell out in the next couple of minutes over the break. Your mini kits are also available, don't forget those. They don't come with the stamp sets, but they still come with all of your embellishments, don't they?
I mean, you can still make your brooch with that, or you can still embellish something with that. But again, like I say, you'd have to trace that because there's not going to have the stamp set in there. But, I mean, again, you could do as many as you want, and there is enough for 2 of each.
Fantastic.
To do.
So if you're getting your dragonfly, you can make 2 of those. Yes, I've got that.
Yeah.
Right. We also have, this is already
These are
nearly selling out of
gorgeous.
pre-order. I love
This is brand new because when I looked at these colours, I just thought it'd be nice to have some hot ones, because I like the hot colours as well. And also with the greens, so you've got a good combination there. And there's loads again on there.
Well, it says like
I'm
you say 15
over-generous.
inches, but actually,
It's
like
more
you
20,
said, yeah.
18 in there because I'm over-generous. I just go just in case.
Thank you. And this one has got really lovely diamond finish,
Yeah.
that sparkle to it, hasn't it?
These are lovely because they're faceted. They're actually like this.
Yeah.
And they're faceted. So that's what gives them that little, so they're called check bright. That's in gold work terms.
Oh, look at that.
So you can get greens in there as well. The green's lovely. Look at that green as well.
Oh, gorgeous.
That's on the forest ones.
Do we have the forest ones, Ben?
There's-
Yeah, we have
yeah,
the
the
forest ones.
green.
They're £12.99. They're flying out. You're going to get all of your pearl threads in those different hot colours.
Yeah.
And then we've got the forest greens, which do complement beautifully as well. Do you get the faceted ones in this? No.
No, there's no facet. That one there is
Yeah.
all just solid
Solids,
greens, but there
yeah.
is a faceted one in there.
Brilliant.
But I do have them on my website as well. So, I mean, again, you can have different kinds of colours if you just want the one colour. But I think with that peacock green and the actual dragonfly, that look lovely, wouldn't it?
Oh, yes. If you're
You
doing
know,
your dragonfly kit,
So you could actually
definitely.
just like bead the middle parts of that just in there, which would be
Fantastic.
really nice. Because again, that's all pearl wire just in there.
So clever, isn't it?
Yeah.
So clever. Don't forget, even with your mini kits, you get your full instructions and your mind maps as well. So if you've never done any of this before, they are dedicated to complete beginners. If you've never done any of Maria's kits before, they're the ones, absolutely go for them. Thank you ever so much. It's flown
No,
by
I know.
again.
Again, you know, I need 2 hours. I keep saying.
We do. It's good though to dip in and show the different
Yeah.
techniques. And as we say, it's all in your instructions as well. Have fun, enjoy. I've made a right mess of the desk, haven't
No,
I?
don't worry about it. I'll
We've been
be here.
fully playing. We're super excited. Thank you
I've
ever so
enjoyed
much.
it. Thank you.
Are you on Hobby Maker
I was
this
just going to say,
afternoon?
4 o'clock I'm on Hobby Maker. It was totally different. So, yeah.
Brilliant. Come and join Maria.
Thank you.
Right, pop the kettle on. Don't go anywhere, though, because, in fact, I've got my running shoes on. Are we ready? We've got samples galore. We've got Stuart joining me for a huge roundup show of all of his bestsellers coming up right after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Ever heard of a design roll? It's a bundle of pre-cut fabric strips, each typically 2.5 inches wide and the full width of the fabric. Design rolls are made up of coordinating prints and colours, making them perfect for quilts, patchwork or other strip sewing projects. No cutting or matching needed, just unroll and start creating. Design roll, a simple way to bring your project to life.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Pressing your seams in dressmaking is not like ironing your clothes normally. You have to properly press it. It's not rubbing it over really quickly, but it will make your sewing look 100% better, so don't forget to do it.
Sometimes you have to press your seams open. Make sure your iron's nice and hot. I tend to press on the inside and on the outside. side. So your ironing looks really crisp.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street. Hello, welcome back. Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, me too. Well, I'm really excited that I found this quilt.
I'm very pleased you found this quilt. You must have been gutted that you thought you'd lost this one.
We've only ever had this once on air. It's called In Love with Quilting.
Yeah.
And then I lost it. And I thought I'd left it here. I thought I'd taken it to a show. I didn't know where I'd put it. And then I had a dream. Seriously.
And it came
I had
to you.
a dream, yeah. I had a dream, ba-ba-da-ba. It was in the cupboard.
Ba-da-da.
Thank you. I knew you wouldn't let me down. And it was. It was.
Oh, good. Oh, it is amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, it's called In Love with Quilting. I made it actually to celebrate 21 years of Tilda.
Okay.
And I wanted, because we all love Tilda and we all love quilting. So I thought it's got to be hearts. So this quilt is a heart sampler. So you have got loads and loads of different blocks in this quilt.
Yeah.
There's so much more than that. You've got this beautiful big heart here with 2 stars superimposed into the piecing.
I love that.
You make 2 of those.
Sure, we don't have the quilt kit today.
No.
And I know a lot of people are going to be saying, oh, I want it to look like this. This was a Tilda collection, but you say you can do this with any of your scrappy
I mean,
fabrics.
to be fair, this would look lovely done in all like gorgeous scraps.
Yeah.
Just scraps.
Yeah.
You know, you don't have to buy anything. Maybe just the yardage for the backing.
Yeah.
Or you could use the new Tilda collection. Now that's going to launch Sunday brunch. My birthday weekend on the 1st and 2nd of February. That would be perfect.
Oh,
but you
that's
could
so clever, though,
anything you
isn't it?
like. And then you've got your strippy pieced hearts here. You've got a couple of those blocks. You've got some applique.
Brilliant.
You've got these 2 overlapping hearts here.
So can I then use these patterns? Sorry to keep interrupting,
Yeah.
but can I then use these patterns to then do a block that's
Well,
just
let
a
me
cushion
show you
or-
in the pattern.
Now,
'cause
just so
can
you know,
do a
when
lot more.
when we launched this, over 600 of these patterns sold on the first showing, and you say that we've not actually had the quilt back since then.
No, we haven't.
So we wanted to start with this one, obviously.
I'll show you how I
Amazing.
wrote it. So obviously you've got the pattern for the sampler quilt.
Yeah.
Okay. We start off making Danish hearts, okay, which are here. Okay.
yes.
So I've turned it just here. I turned them into flower blocks. Okay. But the block itself is lovely. So yes, I go through that how to make that block. But then I say, what about making it in a checkerboard with yellow flowers? Here are the leaves in green, and here is a quilt that just uses the Danish hearts block.
Right.
Then we do the applique, and I say, why not make a cushion? And I give you the pattern to make the cushion using the applique hearts. Then we do the strippy heart block from the quilt. Then you get a pattern for a table runner, just using the strippy hearts. Then we do the layered hearts, the overlapping hearts, and I give you a pattern to make this gorgeous quilt with some 9 patch and some half square triangle. So you get the pattern to make that. Then you've got the hearts with the stars, and I've created a wall hanging using 4 of those blocks. You get the pattern for that. And then you get all your layouts. Yeah, you get your whole layout then for how to put the whole quilt together. So you're actually getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 quilt patterns.
Oh, my word. This is brilliant. And how often are we going to maybe go for that heart design all that flower design on, you know, for gifts for people. This is brilliant to be able to know how to do a piece one with stars, ones with strips if you've got strips in your stash.
Well, exactly. And you could so easily turn that, I mean, I've turned that into a table runner, but you could easily turn that into a lap quilt or a cushion or the front of a bag, you know, as well. So you've got all these different motifs to make. And what's really fun about that, Vix, is that it's very motivating because you're making 2 or 3 or just 1, and it's really fun. And then you're ready to move on to the next thing.
I love the border as well.
Yeah, you've got a
That's
piano
a really
key
nice
border. So a really nice way of, when you want a nice wide border on a quilt, but you don't want to buy any fabric.
Right.
So you're using your scraps. And I've done it as a sort of almost like a rainbow ombre style.
Love
you could just
it.
mix them up. Yeah, I really, really enjoyed making this quilt. And you might well be looking at that thinking, how on earth does that go together? Because it isn't, you can't just do like a straight row or a straight row because everything's kind of overlapping. Well, it's all explained in the pattern. You make it in chunks, and I show you very specifically how to make it into chunks, and then stitch it all together.
Right, and then it's put together in 2 halves.
Exactly.
Right.
It's just in 2 halves in the end. And essentially what you do is one of the blocks you leave in 2 halves. You don't actually join the 2 halves of one of the blocks together.
Did you ever demo this? Is there a day that we did a day with a demo?
Yes.
Right. Ben,
when it launched.
What day did this launch? Because I want to watch the whole hour back. It was launched back on the 3rd of Feb last year.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically been a year that we have not seen it because I lost the quilt.
I love this as well. In time for spring, in time for Valentine's Day, it's the perfect time of year to find it. And over 100 of you have got it in your baskets. I actually think, do you know what? Value for money-wise, for the amount of quilt kits that you get and the amount of different ways of using it. Did you say, Ben, we're about £2 something for a quilt, you know, for different design ideas, how to use those?
Well, Vix, I write a lot of books that are crammed full of patterns. And when I write a pattern, I want it to be as fantastic value as I can possibly make it.
Yeah, it is.
You know? And so that's why in my patterns, I always show, like, we could maybe do a cushion or something else with it. But this, I really went to town.
Is this in any of your books?
No, not at all.
So this is one that's just, you know, exclusive to this pattern. You won't find this in any of other Stuart's books. If you're now looking at the bookshelf thinking, hang on, have I already got this pattern in one of your books? No.
I so want to make this.
Yes.
I so want to make. Now, here's another idea. You could make one of these, okay, as a long wall hanging, have it on the wall and children's heights.
Oh, that would be
Couldn't
lovely.
you? You could have like a measuring tape up the stems. And you
That'd
could
be
mark
so
them
lovely.
there.
You'd have, well, I'd have 3 flowers, one for Maisie, one for Tilly, and one for Bella,
and you could
age,
even
whatever age they
embroider.
were.
Well, you could embroider in the leaves the name and the age or whatever.
That would be gorgeous. I love it. Is it? Leo is saying this is just like Mario. You get these flowers in Mario, similar.
Hey, let's go.
You've got
That's all I know.
You've got room for notes as well. So if you do want to make it again, this is a really interesting Brolox because it's made from squares.
Yes.
And then, is this a stitch and flip?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Listen to you.
Look at it. You're teaching me well,
She's a
Stuart.
quilter, folks.
But I wouldn't have thought of this as a heart.
no.
block. That is a really beautiful floral block, isn't it?
Yeah,
Great.
but you see, you can so easily make those blocks on their own. You can set them on point, and then they really look like a heart. This actually was inspired in Denmark. They do like woven paper, don't they, for Christmas decorations in these. And I thought, what a lovely quilt block that would make, and it would be so easy to piece.
Yeah, yeah.
So I had so much fun designing and making this quilt.
Yeah.
Normally, Vix, when I make a quilt, it's probably 4 or 5 days, start to finish, and I've made it, I've quilted it. This one, I made probably over an 8-week period.
And enjoyed the
I
process.
loved every step of the way. I remember I was teaching a retreat in the northern lakes of the Lake District.
Oh,
and I took my applique hearts with me, and I just did a little bit of work in between times.
Because these These don't look like the normal sort of applique that I'm familiar with, you know, fusing
Right, no.
Bondaweb pieces.
So this is
onto
turned edge applique,
Right.
and I teach you how. It's a really good point, actually. I teach you how to do turned edge applique without needle turning. This
Right.
is using cereal boxes and starch and your
Oh.
iron, and it's a really good method. It's really easy as well. So you're going to learn lots of new skills as well making this quilt. So you'll feel like a real, like seasoned quilter
Yeah.
by the time you finish making everything.
And if you are thinking, oh, this is too daunting to do as a sampler, make the table runner first.
Completely. Pick one block, make the block, make a cushion, make a runner. However you want to use this pattern.
Love it. Now, everybody who is wanting more of this, watch back that launch show where we talk more about it. It was back on the 3rd of February 2024. You can find it on our YouTube
The 3rd of
channel.
February?
Yeah.
My birthday.
Oh, so it was for your birthday last year?
Yeah.
There you go.
Now we're
Birthday quilt.
launching the new Tilda, which is called Sunday Brunch, on the 1st and 2nd of February.
Oh.
It's absolutely beautiful.
Sunday brunch. Is this the one that's got the tipsy...
Tipsy ladies.
Tipsy ladies.
Tipsy
This is
ladies.
my cup of tea. I
They're
love it.
drinking martinis.
Sounds great.
I'm probably going to bring in mimosas.
Oh, am I
Nothing
here?
wrong
Am
with that.
I not
No,
here?
no.
It's your birthday. Oh,
Yeah.
I'm going to come in for mimosas anyway. So, yeah, watch back that show. Watch Stuart's Sunday Brunch show on the 3rd and 4th of Feb that
Yes.
weekend for the launch of the new Tilda, if you want to do a Tilda version. But, I mean, we were looking at the William Morris. We were looking also at a Tilda bundle that we've got on today's show as well.
Yeah.
We're not telling you, though, to go out and buy masses of fabric to make
No.
this. Use your
Should we go have a look at the Tilda?
Come on over with
Yeah.
me.
We'll
Use
give
your stash. Use anything that you've already
Michael
got in your
some
stash.
space.
So we've put
We're
these
going to do
into...
the Tilda stars, aren't we, next? I'm just thinking, I know
Yeah.
Michael's going to put the Tilda quilt up.
Oh,
for
yes,
us.
thank you, Michael. This is
Thank
your
you,
cue
Michael.
to do a quick change of the scenery.
But, so these bundles of Tilda, this is from the last range. Now, of course, can you imagine using these for your In Love with Quilting? Or one of them just to supplement your stash?
Was this the collection that me and you did for your trio of bags part
Yes, it
2?
is. Yes, it
We
is.
did these, didn't we?
Yeah,
Well,
we
so
did.
this is going to be a recurring theme throughout the show today. Grab these whilst you can. Now, have we got these in bundles, 3 different colourway bundles? Let's start with the one that you've got here.
Yeah.
So if you are thinking of having a go and making, only 4 of these bundles left, by the way, so if you do want to get the Tilda Sanctuary in this beautiful colourway, yeah, go for it, because this is going to look lovely to start doing your lovely hearts
Yeah,
and
exactly.
flowers.
Exactly. You might have loads of bits and bobs of Tilda, but you just want a bit extra, just to freshen it up, or just to add a little bit of something different.
Yes.
You know? Easy way to do it. Fat quarters, fat eighths, even if you've got like some strip roll, 2.5-inch strips left, they'll all work.
These are all half metres.
They are.
All half
they
metres.
are.
2.5 metres. Everybody who's got them in their basket, well done. There are literally 2 of those bundles left. Shall we do... Oh, is this right?
Lovely.
Yeah.
Yes.
You put these together, didn't you? These
No, our buyer did this.
Right, okay.
Yeah. So this is a mixture of greens and purples, a little bit of soft grey in there. Now, of course, there is some lovely green in Love with Quilting, but also as well, think about my trio of bags 1 and 2. These bundles of 5 half metres will make all 3 bags.
Is this the quilt that we need to put up next?
No, so it's the one with the beige background, the star
Oh,
on the
to
left.
the left.
That's
There,
the
your
one.
hands are on
Yep.
it. There we go. Right, so you're getting 2.5 metres, all 5 fabrics. It's the first time I've done a Stuart Hillard Roundup show, by the way, and it is going wild in the Isles for everything. I knew it was going to be busy. But there is a queue for the, I know the pattern that we've just launched. If you want to add the Tilda fabrics in.
What's it called?
For the love of the quilts. We love quilts, loving quilts, loving you.
It's easy 'cause you are a quilt. La 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 la. Nearly.
Sorry.
So close.
Do you see why I got picked on the voice?
So close.
Okay, now.
Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous.
These different scales of print. So look at this one.
I
Little
know, it's so
rabbit.
cute.
Tilda, what I love about Tilda is that all of the designs they work with other collections. So the future collection that we've got coming up,
Yep.
her colour palette
Yes.
always stays very similar.
Yes, they do. They sort of go a little bit seasonal. So you find often they'll match up with the previous year's collection at that time of year. But yeah, absolutely gorgeous, you know, but you can mix and match your Tilda. You can add in some solids. Lewis and Irene fabrics mix very well with Tilda as well, because they have those lovely soft colours, smaller scales. This is absolutely gorgeous. This would go so beautifully with my trio of bags. Now I'm just going to grab my new trio of bags.
Oh, in fact, let's do that one, Ben, next, please, if that's okay. Because this trio of bags absolutely, again, went crazy. This is number 2, which is the latest edition. So you used a bundle like this, which was at 2.5 metres, and you were able to make all three bags.
Yeah, with some solid for a bit of accent and the lining. So this is the maxi. So you get all 3 patterns in one, and they're all 3 completely different bags. So you've got your maxi there, you've got your magnetic snap, you've got big pockets on the outside, front and back. You've got a shoulder and handles as well. That's the maxi. Then you've got the midi. So this is your mid-sized.
Love the shape of this, that scoop.
So easy to do. These are all beginner-friendly bags. Nothing hard here. Again, using Tilda Sanctuary. Tipsy would look great in this, Sunday brunch. You've got your outside kangaroo pockets, front and back. You've got a snap inside and a slip pocket as well. And again, I've used these easy faux leather sew-on handles and a little shoulder strap. And then third, remember you get all 3 patterns in one. The third one is called the mini.
You're learning so many different techniques as well with this, aren't you?
Yeah, you certainly are. This one has like a little wristlet. You don't have to add that. You could add D-rings either side and have a shoulder strap. You could have nothing at all and just have it as a clutch. But what it has is it has a front snap pocket, which is lovely, easy to do, with a little kind of flange detail. You have got a big zip pocket on the other side, again, fully lined.
Lovely.
And then you've got that big zippered interior as well. So oodles of space.
Yes.
You don't have to put blue roll in yours, but I
That's
chose
what you needed to put in, no questions asked.
But yeah, you get all 3 for $11.99.
Which is brilliant value for money once
£4 a
again.
pattern.
And these, to reiterate, like I said with the last quilt pattern, these are 3 bags that haven't been in any of your bag books. You designed them especially for this. I know we had part 1, the trio bag part 1, and it was so popular. This is now part 2. Step-by-step instructions, photographs as well, how to quilt them, how to construct them, any tips, techniques as you go along as well. And we did do some fabulous demos on this when we launched it. Literally a couple of weeks ago. What date was it? 16th of December. 16th of December, if you want to watch it back. Oh, it was a huge show. I mean...
The other thing as well, Vix, that I used Boselin R form in the maxi.
Okay.
I used H640 and H630 in the midi, and then I used H250, which is a fusible midway interfacing in the mini. So if you've never used different interfacings or waddings, it's a great chance to try those out.
Yeah.
Different closures, different pocket styles. You learn a lot.
Yeah, well, they're 3 completely different bags. It's not the maxi and then a midi version of the same bag and then a mini version of that same bag. No. They're all 3 completely different patterns. So if you do want to start, you know, your new year getting into bag making, I think that this is a great pattern.
Just be warned, bag making is highly addictive.
Yeah.
But also, the lovely thing about it, Vix, it's a quick fix. So when you want like a little afternoon sewing, or you've got a couple of hours, or the weekend, you can get a lot done. You can get the best part of a bag done. I mean, I made the maxi and the mini in a day, and then the midi in a day. The mini, I've made so many of those purses. They are so giftable as well.
They are. Anyone who's going on their holidays, this would make a great travel wallet or clutch bag. But to be able to show off some of your favourite prints as well, whether it be with the new William Morris collection that we have with the Tilda, but also it will look completely different if you're doing it in your nice, bright,
imagine
fabrics.
it in Kaffe or Kaffe, you know, with a big big blousy bloom on the front. You know, my tip is always keep it simple, keep it classy. You don't have to do much. If the design is right and the fabrics are lovely, you don't have to mess with them. Yeah. It's like the best cooking uses a few quality ingredients sensitively, and you get this beautiful finished thing that celebrates the ingredients. These patterns are the same thing.
Loads of you there. We have got so much that we want to show you. Now, I've never seen Trio of Bags one.
You're not going to see them today either because I haven't got them with me, but we do have a picture and I'll talk about them.
We've got the pattern,
We've got the pattern. There it is.
Right, so what bags are we making this time? This is already sold, I know, in the thousands since we launched it. Why has this been one of your most popular patterns, Stuart?
Well, again, you've got 3 completely different bags.
Different to these.
Different to 2. You do not need to do Bag Trio 1 before you can do Bag Trio 2. And you know what I mean? But you've got a classic knitting or crochet bag using a circular handle. Lovely, roomy bag, great as a project bag, but also really nice as a shopper as well. So that's a lovely bag. Quick and easy to make, but quite an unusual technique and one that we don't often use in bag making. So it's a really fun one. Unless you've made a knitting bag before, you'll have never used these techniques. It's something a bit different. And once you've got the technique, you can knock one of those out in about an hour.
Gosh, that is
So
good.
if you make and sell, really, really super. So that's the first one.
Yeah.
The second one, like I say, keep it simple, keep it classy. So the second one is kind of wide and sassy and gorgeous. It uses a twist block and these acrylic handles. You could use fabric handles if you prefer. It's got a little kind of pinched inside profile. This one uses a gusset. Very smart and stylish. And then your third bag is strip pieced using a jelly roll.
Okay.
For the outside pockets. These are all piece strips. You've got outer pockets. It's lots of quilting. You've got a lovely roomy interior. So 3 totally different bags that you can really have fun with.
Oh, lovely. £11.99. As I say, I know loads of you already have that, but if you do want to complete your collection of your trio of bags, go for it. Now, we've got another quilt pattern. This one's exciting. I've never seen this one. Let's go on over. This one's the Scrappy Stars.
Yes, and I've also got a couple of table runners.
For one, it is a big quilt, isn't it? The finished size of the quilt is 57. Oh no, I'm on about the table runner here. Let's have a look. The finished. So you make the table runner first, or
you
not
can
necessarily?
do either. So you get a pattern for the quilt,
which is 68-inch square.
68-inch square, and then you also get the pattern for this table runner. So basically, I designed this pattern around the new Tilda. Creating Memories collection, which is 64 different fabrics in 4 seasonal 16-piece collections. This is the Christmas reds and greens. This is the autumn. Here I've got a runner made out of the spring pastels.
Yes.
And then there's also a summer blues.
Lovely. It just shows, doesn't it, doing it in different fabrics, how different they can look.
Completely. But you could also just use your scraps to make these.
Oh, this
now,
is so pretty.
Although these are the same units and the same blocks as I've used in the quilt, these are at a smaller scale. So you can make the runner with the large blocks.
Do you give us the measurements?
Yes, I do.
Oh,
yeah, completely. It's 2 different patterns. So you get the patterns to make, so you could make the large quilt with smaller blocks. So it would be the same design, but a slightly smaller wall hanging, but more detailed, more scrappy.
Yes.
Or you can use those large blocks to create a table runner, which would be a little wider, a little longer, but the same amount of piecing.
Right.
Or you can mix, do you know what I mean? You can mix and match. So it's a really, really versatile pattern. Now, I know this quilt hanging behind us looks complex.
It does, because I can't see where one block ends and the next begins, or where are my blocks, or am I starting in the middle?
Yeah,
and going out?
you think, I'm doing like a massive
medallion
block in the centre, and then all these little blocks around it. And Vix, what there actually is, there are 2 blocks in the whole quilt.
What?
There are 2
Where?
blocks. They're in the pattern. They're in the pattern. But the good news is you are making half square triangles
Yeah.
and 4 patches, and that's about it.
That's amazing.
Right. Well, now
Seriously, another hard
Now
work
do you
for
remember
you.
the first show that we did today?
Mm.
And I said, you know, this is the easy way to make really easy piecing look really complicated. Set it on point. And that's what we've done. We've set it on point.
Right.
And that's what makes all the difference.
All the photographs as well. Look at how many photographs you're getting throughout. So you're getting really detailed instructions on how to do your table runner and all of your, obviously, your cutting guides and step-by-step instructions. And here you can
There are
see
the 2 blocks.
the blocks.
There are the 2 blocks you make. That's the whole quilt.
Amazing.
In autumn, I did like wintry blues or summer
Gorgeous.
blues, Christmas reds and greens to give you some inspiration. And then you also get a colouring sheet for the quilt and the runner.
Oh, so if you want to then, you know, well, you could photocopy this page. I'm sure you won't
Yeah,
mind photocopying
pencil
this page.
crayons.
Colour it in.
Felt tips, colour it in.
I love this colourway. This looks beautiful. This
Yeah.
looks beautiful.
Oh, the deputy made this one.
This is gorgeous.
This
But if
is
you wanted to
Betsy
do a
Jones.
smaller version of that quilt, you know, you could do it like this, like you say, and
You can use this size block.
Yeah.
This size block is different. I'll hold it up so you can see. So this block, you can see this
Yeah,
difference in scale.
Yeah.
So you could use these dainty blocks to make a wall hanging, same proportions, but it will be smaller.
Yeah.
Or you could use those big blocks to do a much bigger and longer runner.
I mean, it's a 68-inch square, the quilt itself. But what I love is that the amount of times I hear on air, you can make that into a runner, but you would have to have the experience of knowing how to do it, how to finish it.
You've got the
with here,
pattern.
you've got the pattern with your borders, with your finishing, how to centralise it right.
Yeah.
It isn't as straightforward, especially for somebody who's newer to quilting, to go, here's a pattern, you can make it into whatever you want.
Oh, absolutely.
Have a separate pattern, this is brilliant.
And this looks so Christmassy.
Yes, it does.
But
This looks like a lovely new
this
fresh
also
spring.
looks so Easter.
Yeah, Easter.
Same pattern.
Gorgeous.
Or imagine making that as a child's quilt, that size,
Yeah.
but in those colours.
Love it.
Divine.
Beautiful.
Beginner level, Vix. Beginner level.
amazing.
I don't do hard.
But
Life's hard enough.
But I love the fact that you're very generous with how much info you give us in a pattern. Like you say, you want to cram in as much as you can in a
Yeah.
pattern. And this one is another one, less than £10. With your full instructions, everything that you need to know within there, with photographs as well. Was this one demoed as well, Stuart? Have we got a
Yes.
date for this one, Ben?
When we launched it.
Back on the 17th of June last summer. 17th of June 2024 was when we launched it. Is this this is
Bright
the next
Hopes.
one? Oh,
Yeah.
Bright Hopes up next. We've still got loads that we want to get through. Keep coming through. Anything that we're showcasing, whether it be in love with quilting or whether it be for your scrappy star quilt, keep checking out on those. Now, Bright Hopes is back in stock today. We've actually had to restock some kits and items, haven't we, for your show. Now, this is, literally first time you'll have seen it since about October.
Do you mind just grabbing the pattern, please, Vic?
Yeah.
It's at the top of the desk,
Bright
in the middle
Hopes.
of the 3. Middle one. That's it. Perfect.
Brilliant.
Now, Bright Hopes is actually 4 different quilt patterns, or 4 different patterns in one.
Okay.
So £2.50 a pattern. Okay.
Unbelievable, okay.
£2.50 a pattern. I've only got one of the smaller quilts to show you. I've got this one right here. But look, what you've got is you've got a full bed quilt which has star blocks surrounded by the Bright Hopes pattern, which I'll talk about in a second. So you've got a full bed quilt there, super fun and easy to make. 12 blocks makes a double bed quilt. Then you've got a layer cake friendly version which gets rid of the star, reduces the size of the centre, making the whole thing layer cake friendly.
Is that 10-inch squares?
10-inch squares.
Okay.
But also, I don't know how close you can get, but in this one, I've actually created an illusion of weaving. So it looks like the bands are woven in and out of each other,
yes.
under and over.
Oh, nice.
you're just making square blocks.
Is that, so that's not done with like a log cabin
No.
technique? No?
Nope.
Different. Oh.
Yeah, yeah. Then you get a wall hanging version. This is one of the blocks from the main quilt, but this time it's been set on point with setting triangles and borders. I did one for Christmas, I've done one for the autumn, and I've also done this one that I'm going to show you using Hajime.
Nice.
So I'll hold this up just to show you what a kind of a one-block wonder.
That is gorgeous, isn't it?
Thank you. Now, what you could also do with this is you could make 4 of these, sew them together in a 4 or 9 of them in a 3x3. That would be a king-size quilt.
Yes.
So there's loads, and it really shows off lots and lots of different fabrics, and it's a lot of fun to make.
Oh, this one again was another bestseller at Stewart's. The tail end of last year, about October, I believe this was launched. If you want to watch the show back of how it was constructed and put together, but it is very clever. Oh, it was on the November 23.
23, yeah.
Oh, I see. So it was bought back, I believe, last year, and we haven't seen it since. We've had to order more of these.
Yes.
If you do want your pattern on its own, it's just £9.99. I do think sometimes it isn't always about, you know, having to go out and spend lots of money on more fabric.
No.
If you have a look at what you've got in your stash,
Completely.
get yourself a new fresh pattern.
Yeah. Exactly, exactly. And then actually sort of audition different fabrics, try it out. You get a 4th pattern as well, which is a really gorgeous cushion. And this actually uses the offcuts when you make the quilt. So when you make the quilt, you get this as a bonus. You get all the units already made. And so I teach you as well in the pattern how to make the cushion. So you actually get 4 different patterns all in one. I teach you how to do the Bright Hopes. And it uses what's called a partial seam construction.
Okay. So do you sew up to a certain point?
Right, exactly.
Hang on, is that a Y seam?
No.
No?
No, it's not a Y seam.
Okay.
No. So what you do is you make your star block, okay? Yeah. And then you make these strip-pieced rectangles, can you see, with 3 fabrics together. And basically what you do is you put the first one on top and you line up this raw edge here and you sew half the seam. But you can't sew all of this because this fabric isn't there at the moment. This is just flapping in thin air. So you sew to about there. Then you sew this one on, which you can sew in its entirety. Then this one. Then this one. And now you've got enough. You can join this, you can finish off the first seam.
Very clever.
I've demonstrated it a few times before, but it's a lovely, lovely pattern. And again, £2.50 a pattern.
And this is another really good size if you want to make this first. To, again, have a go at this meandering under your machine. You know, you were talking about it earlier. It's quite daunting to think, right, I'm going to do some free motion quilting on a quilt of that size. You can absolutely achieve it manageably on a small domestic machine.
Yeah, completely. And also as well, I designed this because I love making seasonal projects.
Yeah.
So as I say, I've made one in Christmas fabrics. I did a Halloween-y one, an autumn-y one. You could easily make this in a weekend for, say, for example, a spring celebration, a new baby. This would be absolutely gorgeous as a play mat.
Yeah, perfect.
Just a baby.
Size.
Just a baby.
£9.99. Loads of you have got this in your basket. Stuart, where would you like to go next?
I would love to do Galleria. I would love to do
Galleria. Here we go. Oh, these are all new to me, by the way. I love the packs. Yeah, these are some of Stuart's best sellers. And it's the first time I've seen it. So this is a very versatile... I'm going over again.
Yes.
This is a very versatile block pattern. Come on, then. Come with me.
Yep, thank you.
Come with me. We're back.
Thanks, Michael. Yes. Right. So this is... Oh, my goodness. I had so much fun with this. So, again, you've got a number of different layouts for this. Okay, so I did a wall hanging using Jason Yenter fabrics.
Lovely.
I actually made this while King Charles was being coronated.
Coronation.
Yeah, I did. Charlie was absolutely glued and I was dipping in and out.
Yeah.
But I made that. So you can do a 4-block wall hanging. Then you can do, we're just hanging this, Michael's just hanging this. You can do a 12-block quilt. You get that layout. But then look, I've also given you these. So there's your wall hanging.
Yeah.
There's your bed quilt. This is a 16 block quilt. Now I made this, but I haven't quilted it yet. So it's just the top.
A flimsy, Janet Clare calls
a flimsy. But if we can just show this. Now this again is using Tilda.
I love this.
So this is 16 blocks.
This is gorgeous. And do you know when we were talking earlier on about having a large scale print, then sometimes you don't want to cut them up for small patchwork. This is going to really display some of your favourite prints.
This was the exact point of why I designed this pattern. So a galleria is another name for arcade of shops.
Yeah, okay.
So a little arcade of smart shops, some with big picture windows showing off dresses, some with little windows showing off curios. I wanted to design a quilt that looked like shop windows. Big shop windows for your big prints, small shop windows for your smaller prints, but each of them shows off the fabric to its best effect.
Gorgeous.
And it's so easy to make.
Yes.
So easy to make.
And on the other desk as well. Thank you, Levi. Look at that as well. Is this another Tilda collection?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
You love a bit of Tilda, don't you, Stuart?
Well, I do. I've been the Tilda ambassador for the UK for about 10 years.
Wow.
And it's such a joy because 3 times a year I get to play with all the brand new Tilda fabrics, and every single one of them inspires me to do something different. But every single design, I want to show off the fabric. I want to let the fabric do the talking. And this is, again, a place to show off those larger scale prints, but also those smaller prints can also have their moments in those smaller windows. And I've used a soft pink solid for the frames, and then I've quilted this in a soft pink thread.
Do you know what I would use this pattern for? It would be a really nice one as well if you do, where you can print photographs onto fabric.
You could totally do that.
How lovely would this be for somebody's big special birthday? The moment I'm planning my father-in-law's 70th birthday, and this would be so nice to do loads of pictures and have a real special. That's gorgeous.
But also as well, Vix, you know, the fact that this is the same pattern to get this gorgeous quilt.
Yeah. And so, because it's not, again, constructed in blocks, as in, a block here next to it, next to it, next to it, is it?
Yes.
It is?
Yes. So this is a block.
Oh, yes.
This is a block. Yeah. And then this is just plain fabric. And then I've just done
really
a corner
simple
unit.
again, isn't it?
Yeah,
Love that.
It's really easy.
Would you choose like a real sort of contrasting, I say contrasting, this complements as your background. Think about what colour you're using as your solid.
Because it's a solid, it will always frame a print, even if the colours are quite similar.
Would you always use a solid?
No, you don't have to. No, you could use a stripe.
Oh,
that would be amazing. You could use a print for sure, as long as it was a very tonal print or a bit anything. Experiment.
Have we demoed this before?
Yeah,
we've demoed it before. Have you got the date? 29th of the 5th. 29th of the 5th, 23. So if you want to jot down the date, the reason I say these dates for you is because all of our shows are recorded and you can watch them all back on YouTube. So we're doing these huge roundup shows, but every single one of these has got a full demonstration as well on our YouTube channel. Lots of the techniques were shown then. That one is your Galleria, gorgeous Stuart Hillard pattern, everything that you need to know in there to create this beautiful, again, very versatile quilt.
Yes.
£9.99.
Can we have a quick look at Tangled?
Yep.
Please.
I will grab that for you now. Right, Tangled. Any curves within this? No curves?
No curves, no. So the idea for this was I wanted to create a Celtic knot, but pieced, a pieced Celtic knot.
What would it normally be, a pliqued? Or?
It could be a pliqued, yeah. And so I came up with this.
This
was a real kind of firecracker.
Wow.
of fabrics.
You have a very eclectic taste, don't
I
you?
really do. And it makes it so difficult, Vix, when I write books, because they're all supposed to look like each other, and I can't do that.
No.
So that's why I
Oh,
do
love
like
it.
100 quilts in a book. So you just have 2 different fabrics. This is fat quarter friendly. You pick 2 contrasting fabrics plus your background, and you piece your block. There are 2 options in the pattern. You can either do a stitch and flip version, which is very easy, or you can do a foundation pieced version. You get the foundations as well. And there's that border that you like.
Yes,
that
I
piano
love
border.
that. And again, scrap friendly, fat quarter friendly.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yes.
So many people have been getting their photographs in as well. We wanted to show Stuart.
Oh, yes,
This
please.
is Michael who's got in touch with us. Hello, Michael. He's made this quilt, the Tangle quilt.
Michael, that is absolutely beautiful.
Proof is in the pudding that your instructions must be amazing because that literally looks like your quilt, Stuart.
That is spot on. Wow.
Have you got to be careful with your matching of your points with this one because you've got your contrast background? No?
It just
so
goes
good.
together. It just goes together. Cherry,
Oh,
cherry.
how
Look
lovely
at
does that look?
Looks amazing. Looks absolutely stunning.
Is that Moda fabric? I
No,
love
that's actually my
Oh, it's your
Hajime fabric, but thank you.
Oh, it's lovely.
It's actually, look, cherry. I've got the twin. This is how different the same pattern looks, different fabric. So we've got the firecracker version with a black background and those really sort of spicy hot fabric. Then we've got this version which is cool and soft and gentle.
Oh, I love it. Just shows you, doesn't it, how different they can look.
Yeah.
Changing your colourway, adding a darker background, how different it can look with your
Totally.
batiks.
And
Love
as
it.
always,
Cushion.
make a test block, use your scraps, turn it into a cushion, and that's all you have to do. And then you've got something lovely, and you tried out the pattern as well.
When you write your pattern, do you give instructions on how to cut to make a cushion first?
Yes,
'Cause
actually-
a lot of patterns tell you, right, you need to cut all of this to cut your whole quilt
No.
first.
No. And if you've got any of my books, like Make 100 Quilts or Simple Shapes, you'll know this format. I tell you how to make one block. Because it's a bit, for me, it's like, you know, teach a person to fish. If I say you make 49 blocks, and this is the cutting instructions for 49 blocks, if you just want to make a table runner with 3 blocks, you have to do the maths. Whereas if I say, here's how to make 1 block, now you can multiply that by 49 or multiply it by 3. So then you've got the tools to design your own quilt.
Oh, amazing.
That's what I like
love
to do.
about Stuart's instructions. So you can make the cushion first, make that block. And like you said, make a test block, but use it. Use that tester block as well.
Yeah.
That is gorgeous in the 2 different colourways. We have the kit for this version. Right, here we go. If you want to make the same quilt that Cherry's just sent in that lovely photograph, we've re-kitted it for you. So is that 4 metres of your background fabric, I believe?
I believe it is, yes.
And this is your fabric collection, Stuart?
It is. And you get fat quarters of the whole collection. So you get 18 fat quarters. So the whole of Hajime. And actually now, you know, a lot of places now, you can't buy the whole collection anymore. So you're getting all 18 fabrics.
What does
here.
Hajime mean?
It's Japanese and it means to begin or to start.
Oh, lovely.
So as this was my first collection for Lewis and Irene, I wanted like a new beginning. But also as well, you know, the creative process starts with a new beginning, a new direction, dipping your toe in the water, trying something out. And dare I say, you don't have to finish everything. You know, sometimes it's just about the experience.
This is gorgeous, isn't it?
Thank you.
I've never seen this collection.
No way.
No, new to me. I
Wow.
love it.
Oh, thank you. It's been
given
an
me-
absolute joy to work with.
Like quite nautical vibes. If you,
Yes.
yes, I
Well,
love
if
it.
you've got quilts from the country, the whole of the spring chapter is in coastal blues, tans, golds. This would be absolutely... This range was not available when I wrote the book, but I'd already designed it.
Right.
So I
This is
wanted to
mine.
do that first chapter
Yeah.
in these kind of fabrics.
Isn't it gorgeous? So you're getting the whole fat quarter back. And now I'm calling out to people that love the Hajime range, even if you're thinking of a different project in mind right now. Like you said, I don't think we have any of the fat quarters available. No. There aren't very many places you can get those fat quarters. Not only do you get that, you get 4 metres of your ivory cream.
Ivory, I think it's ivory.
And then your tangled quilt instructions, all for under £100.
Yes.
That is fantastic value for a
Well,
big
Lewis
quilt.
and Irene do the most incredible quality fabrics, and the finish on them is quite unique.
Yeah, you must be happy with the end result.
Amazing. And actually, Brian from Lewis and Irene was telling me, in the factory, when the fabric is all printed, before it has a final finish on it, so it has almost like a... like a hand cream.
Yeah.
Almost that, okay. Like that's then burnished into the fabric. And that's what gives it its silky feel.
It's so soft.
And here's the best news, it lasts the lifetime of the fabric. So that finish, that softness, that silkiness is not something that's going to last a few washes and then disappear. It will last the lifetime of the fabric.
And does that make it slippy to cut or slippy to sew?
No,
it's not like a sateen finish on it, is it?
It's
just
super
lovely.
Super
quality.
smooth. It's cotton that feels like silk. It's absolutely beautiful.
I love these stripes. See, these are gorgeous. There's 9 kits left. 18-piece fat quarter pack, 4 metres of your background fabric, your tangled quilt. But now I'd be saying go for it if you want this fabric, because I've got a feeling, Ben, correct me if I'm wrong, you know the system better than me, but this might be the only way of getting this fat quarter pack. We can't get any Hajime.
Can I just say very quickly, we had the tangled in Hajime quilt kit, but it's sold out.
Yeah.
Now, there aren't all the this uses Hajime with a bit of gold and a bit of blue bumbleberries mixed in.
Right, so if I wanted to make this quilt,
you could get this kit.
You would get your tangled.
Get your tangled pattern, but also grab the stepping out pattern, and then you can do a version using Hajime.
Lovely, gorgeous. Just for the last couple, can I remind you as well? Have you put it away, Mike? I was just going to show this one. It looks so beautiful. Just to remind you, that is the tangled quilt in the Hajime. There it is. Look, it looks amazing. Cherry made it. She sent in the photograph, and it looks just beautiful. There it is. If you do want to grab it. Also, instructions available on their own at £9.99. But if you do have chance, check out on the kit.
And what's easy about this is, you've got your 9-block quilt, you've got your 1-block cushion.
Yeah.
If you want to make 16 blocks and make a bigger quilt, it's easy maths.
Yeah.
2 fat quarters per block.
Now, working with solids, I mean, sorry, we're moving over. Your New Mexico quilt needs no introduction. I think you've changed the way we think about fabrics in our stash, because I always think solids let designer fabrics sing, and that's where they are all backgrounds, but actually you've changed how we think about using.
Yeah, let's make the solids the star.
Absolutely.
And in a quilt like this, they really, really are unmatched, actually. This is the best way to make a block like this really shine. This is the original New Mexico quilt. Now, this, I'm always astonished at the price of the kit.
It's got to be one of the most affordable quilt kits I've ever seen. It's amazing.
And for
you get a lot of fabric in here.
You do, and you've enough actually to also make the cushion, which I had.
Love it.
Oh, maybe I didn't bring the cushion in. It's probably in the car. But you get enough to make the cushion as well. So again, make the cushion first, maybe in scrap fabric.
Oh, it looks amazing, doesn't it?
Sorry,
you put it in your order.
I cannot cope.
He was watching me like, I need to get involved.
Stop it.
$64.99. It is back. It's rebundled. We always try and rebundle it, and quite often we're unsuccessful because there are certain colours of the solid that are out of stock. So if you want to make the most of the colourway that's on the back, the OG of the New Mexico collection, it's become a bit of a collection.
There you go.
now,
Yes,
hasn't it?
yes.
Now,
there
this
we go.
section
Happy
here,
now.
am I right in saying is foundation paper piece?
Yeah, just the setting triangles, and it is the easiest foundation piecing you will ever do. It is literally like one fabric, stitch, flip, stitch, flip, stitch, flip, stitch flip. That's
Fantastic.
it. Yeah.
But a
So-
great introduction to foundation baby piecing if you've never done
completely.
it before.
And also as well, I wouldn't fancy trying to piece those setting triangles any other way.
Okay.
Done with foundation, it is easy peasy. Easy peasy.
Brilliant.
And actually, can I just say as well, everyone who's made this quilt and sent me pictures and
Oh, there's
tagged
been
me online,
loads.
thank you so much. It's a total joy to see your versions. I love it.
Oh, and I must say, everybody's managed to get the results as well.
Absolutely. And
They are
I'm
amazing.
thrilled with them as well. So,
Look at this
yeah.
colour palette, though. Isn't that gorgeous? There's something about this colour palette we all love.
Well, our lovely Ben, producer Ben, actually, he started this off.
Shout out
I
to
asked him to put a colour palette together just to inspire me to make a quilt for my birthday a couple
Right.
of years ago. And he put together this colourway and then I ran with it and I designed the quilt off the back of his colour palette.
Isn't it gorgeous? It's the oranges, the blues. It's got to be one of the most popular quilts we've ever sold. I mean, it's absolutely amazing.
But can I just say, Vix, and just as a little sneak peek for everyone at home, I have designed a new quilt using solids in this style called Sierra Nevada.
Okay.
It is going to launch on my birthday weekend, the 1st and 2nd of February. And dare I say it, I think I love it.
No. No.
I've got it in the studio, but I can't show it you yet. But I will show it you soon.
Oh.
But yeah, to say I'm thrilled with it is an understatement. But that will be very soon.
Oh.
So make the OG now.
Yeah.
And clear your space ready for Sierra Nevada.
And that's coming up. on your
1st and
birthday
2nd of February.
Amazing. Watch this space.
We'll have cocktails.
You love the
It'll be fun.
OG. Yeah, be there with your mimosas. New Mexico has, as I said, become a little bit of a collection and different colourways have emerged.
Yeah.
So we've got, this was the OG. We've also got, I've never seen the antique one, by the way. I've only ever seen the Santorini. I've only ever seen the Santorini. Thank you. This is the antique, but look, we've only got 7 left of the antique. Thank
So
you.
this is gorgeous. We did this as a one-off.
Oh, have I got a picture of what it looks like in this colourway?
I did some images.
Are you organising here, making it?
I'm just gonna. I want to show you the palette.
Okay.
Because what I did here was used a gorgeous selection of antique blues, and then some soft greens, and a little bit of
This.
pop of gold.
That is gorgeous together. I'm just going to flip this over so
Yep.
we don't see the, yeah. They look amazing.
Yeah. And really, this was just kind of a William Morris palette.
Yeah, yeah.
More of a kind of, well, antique as we called it.
Oh, it will look lovely. I suppose it's like this, but slightly muted version.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Still got the lovely golds, but
and that green
without
as
having the
well.
blue. Yeah.
Which adds a freshness to it.
Nice. It's actually only ever been seen once.
Yeah.
This colourway it was made especially as a one-off limited edition version of the New Mexican quilt. We've got 7 left.
6 left.
6 left. Sorry, and this is now your lovely natural seeded cotton background.
That's right. Again, to give it a little bit more of an antique-y look. And the thing with the quilt is that you've got your colouring sheet in the back. So I include a colouring sheet.
Right, so do you get half a metre of all of these then?
You do.
So you can choose where you want your colour
That's
placement.
correct. That's correct. You make 4, 4, 4, and 1. So you make 13 blocks in total. So what you do is you pick your palette to make your outer 4. You pick your palette to make your inner 4, your inner 4, and your centre. But then, please, 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 play around with the placement.
Yeah.
Because you've got the same number of blocks, and you can totally transform the look of this quilt by moving these 4 blocks to here and these ones out. It will change the look completely.
Right.
Take lots of pictures.
Don't be daunted by it though, because this colour palette all works. I mean, it's tried and tested. It all works together.
It all works.
Which one would you do as your cornerstones on it? Which colour? Would you go for like the gold pop?
Oh, that would be very nice. You could try, because the thing is, you'll have enough left of any of them to try. You could cut loads of different cornerstones and just try them out.
Oh, that's amazing then. If you get, you get ample amounts of fabric there, and it's 7.5 meters of fabric. Now we've got the Santorini version.
We've got the Santorini version. Now this again is Ben's favourite place on earth to holiday. And so I was inspired to make an all-blue version of New Mexico. Now, I called it Santorini. It was inspired by the colours of Santorini, the blue and the white.
Mamma mia.
Gorgeous. Now, I just made a small wall-hanging version. In the kit, you get enough fabric to make this size quilt.
Right.
Plus the cushion.
Okay.
Okay, but I've made this size just so you can see how the colours work.
Lovely.
But obviously, I've made 5 blocks. You've got enough fabric to make 15. However, what about making the 5-block wall hanging, a 5-block runner for the bed, and a couple of cushions instead?
Yeah. It looks gorgeous, doesn't it? I mean, it's so versatile. And these prices, $64.99. Sue's made it.
Oh, Sue, and you made the 13-block. Sue,
looks so good.
Sue.
Oh, Sue, we're all going wow, wow, wow in the gallery.
And can I just say, look at that amazing pieced border around the outside that Sue has added to make this maybe a king size or a queen size.
Oh, I love the border. Yes, Sue. High five.
I think it's fair to say, Sue, everybody in the studio and the gallery has just fallen in love with your quilt.
That looks amazing. And I love that you've done, your straight line quilting as well. It looks great with it, doesn't it?
And can you see as well, Vix, that Sue's added some of her half square triangles into that piece border with squares and strips. It is stunning.
Oh, and is that a scrappy binding I see as well?
Well spotted, isn't it?
Love it, love it, love it. Yeah, we all love this one, Sue. Thank you very much for sending that photo. Hopefully you've inspired everyone to have a go. Because I understand, when you're watching a show, when it's Stuart Hillard's show and we're bringing out his samples, you'll think, well, I don't know if mine's going to look that good. We're getting so many
that's much nicer than my version. I mean, I like mine, but I love that, Sue.
We love yours, Sue. Right. That one's your Santorini colourway. I believe there's one other. Is it Dreams? I've not seen this one. I know you teamed up again with Lewis and Irene. This is beautiful. I've got a digital image of what it's going to look like.
Yeah, well, I've got a stepping out quilt here, which I can show you.
I've got this
one.
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
Dreams,
sorry.
Mexico.
Sorry.
This one, 2.5 meters. And then you've got all of these rainbows. I must say, this is one of my favourite mixers.
Yeah,
I
it's gorgeous.
love it. You are getting a huge amount of fabric, 7.5 meters, and it is still brilliant price. Designer.
You know what I'm going to do.
Yeah, you pop it in your rainbow colour.
I can't help myself.
No, I'm pleased you're here. I'm pleased you're here. The amount of times that if I've been on air and Stuart's anywhere in the building upstairs, he'll come down and reorganise my fabric for me.
It's really rude.
It's not my, it's not my forte. It's absolutely fine. Lovely.
So you've got your palette to play with, okay, in your blocks. This is what the version could look like in the bottom corner.
Yes.
So this is my serving suggestions for how you might use these colours. And then you've got that gorgeous Dreams in the background.
Yes. It reminds me of, the carnival in Mexico.
Yes.
Yeah, the Day of the Dead.
Yeah. Dios de los Muertos.
Oh, I just think of, what's it called? Oh, yes, the Book of Life was on yesterday. I saw it on the telly in the gym. They also had Coco. Have you watched Coco?
Right,
before?
yes. Yeah.
Remember me. I love it. Right, so that's your version.
Plus
with
the
those
pattern,
beautiful
of course.
Dreams. Of course,
Yes.
£113.86. Do you want the pattern on its own?
Yes, I do. I'd love one.
If you want the pattern today, it's $9.99. Thank you, Stuart. We're excited to hear about this new one then.
I honestly am
birthday.
beside myself.
Are you doing a whole birthday weekend?
Yeah, Saturday and Sunday.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it's a Hillard takeover.
Love it. I love it, love it, love it. And we've got mimosas planned. It's going to be great.
There'll be
weekend.
virgin mimosas, unfortunately.
Yeah, well, it's 8 a.m., isn't it?
It is 8 a.m. I remember, you know, John Lewis always bring out the Christmas ad.
Yeah.
Well, one year I got invited to the launch.
Of the Christmas
that.
ad of John Lewis?
Yeah.
They do a launch?
They do a launch party. It's very swish. All of the editors from all the big magazines are there. It's great fun. And they were serving, starts at 8:30 in the morning, and they were serving espresso martinis. And I was offered, and I was just like, I couldn't even contemplate it. And I was like, please come back at 3:30.
Yeah.
And then I think she was the editor of Vogue, just kind of pushed past and said, oh, I'll have one, and grabbed one. And she was like, okay, fine, you're
Oh, I love an espresso martini,
better
but
woman
not
than
at 8
me.
a.m.
Quite.
Right, so your pattern on
Pattern
its own, one of the best-selling patterns. It's sold in the thousands. If you haven't yet got it, well, I can't believe there's many people out in the world that don't have this yet.
No.
But it amazes me, every time it comes to air, hundreds go again. Go for it. Right, where should we go next? Oh, you said Stepping Out.
Yeah.
Stepping Out is available as a kit or pattern on its own. We've got a rainbow kit, which I'll bring over to you, Stuart, because this is gorgeous. Again, is this celebrating solids again?
It could be. It could be, absolutely. And this version definitely is. So in the pattern, you've got a few different variations. So I'll just show you on the front cover first of all.
Yeah.
So you can do large block, 12 block quilt, and that's what you've got here on the front. Okay, and I did a hajime version.
Oh, yeah.
Then I do a smaller version of the block, or regular, what I call the regular version, and I do a lap quilt, which is 16 blocks, 64 inches square.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's one I've made here using Tilda Christmas Reds and Greens.
Oh, nice.
Show you this quilt. I mean, if you were to find a quilt in Granny's attic, it would be this quilt.
Hang on, I'm sorry if you've just... I was concentrating so hard on doing the rainbows. Are these all little squares that you have pieced?
No.
Oh, good.
No way.
Good.
No way. You cut strips. You don't cut a single square.
Oh,
you cut strips. You sew them all together into a strip pieced unit.
Yeah.
Join it into a tube.
Right.
And then you cut rings.
Okay. Is this like a Bargello around the world?
And then you unpick seams and lay it out and stitch it together. It is so much fun.
So satisfying. This is your rainbow. I've concentrated so hard. Tell me where I've gone wrong. Is that okay?
That is gorgeous.
Full rainbow colour palette, and they are bright.
And here's the rainbow version.
Wow.
Now, it's almost hard to believe that that is the same block. And actually, it's even simpler because you make one version of the block only and repeat it.
I mean, that is
Super
going to look so impressive. And it's a big quilt as well, isn't it? 64 inches, did you say? Yeah.
But that is the same block as that. And you just make one version, one
Amazing.
layout.
There's only 20 of these kits remaining. If you have got it in your basket, go for it. We've got the pattern available on its own. But that is a lovely colour palette.
That is absolutely gorgeous.
That's a good stash buster
Actually,
anyway.
that is worth just getting because they're beautiful.
Yeah, really great stash of vibrant colours. Now we've got the Stepping Out quilt pattern as well.
Do you know the song? Do do, stepping out. Do 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 do. Joe Jackson.
No.
You never heard "Stepping Out" by Joe Jackson?
No. And Michael Wolf knows all.
Yarrow.
All of us. None of us know it, and we're actually musicians, aren't we? None of us know
Well, do you know what? It's. I suddenly feel really cool because I know it. Joe Jackson. Have you heard of Joe Jackson? Oh.
Right. Oh, we'll listen on Spotify on my way home. Okay, you've got your step-by-step photographs, instructions. Get yourself a good unpicker.
3 versions.
Yeah.
2 different sizes. So again, I always like to add extra value because sometimes you're a bit time poor and you want to make a nice big quilt quickly. This is the version. If you've got loads of little scraps and you want to make something that's going to take a little longer, but it will use up your scraps, go for this version.
Fantastic. £9.99 for your Stepping Out pattern. That is one of the best sellers from Stuart Hillard again. It was launched. What date was this on, Ben? It was back in November.
Yes.
Earlier on this, like just November just gone.
It was.
November
it was.
just gone. So you can watch that back on YouTube. That's absolutely fine. You'll be able to get all the tips. Right, shall we do Come On Over With Me? Oh, in fact, actually, what have I got? We've done this one. Rainbow's my favourite colour. Socialite bag.
I've got the Socialite bag
Yeah.
here.
Fab.
And I've got Rainbow is my favourite colour bags as well. I'll bring
Lovely.
them
Do you have a
together.
code for me? Got it. Oh, I love this. Oh, this is so cool. Right, massive panel
Yep.
for less than £20.
Yep.
Designed specially for you, exclusively to Sewing Street. I love this. Now you've got a big bag.
Just really enjoyed designing this with Lou, our wonderful graphic artist. So what I wanted to do here, Vix, was to make a gorgeous bag that you could take fabric shopping or to a quilt show or just shopping or just to your quilt club. And what you get there is you get this wonderful image on one side of the Socialite sewing machine. If I was to design, do you see what I've done there?
See what you did there. Love it.
It was either that or sociopath, but I thought Socialite was more politically correct. Anyway, so the Socialite sewing machine on one side with gorgeous flowers, and then on the other side you get Socialite, and you get this gorgeous wreath made out of sewing things and flowers.
I bet a lot of people who have fun embellishing with some nice beads. I'm all inspired by our Old Maid New. You could do some lovely embellishing.
You really could. Now, did you notice that these are actually almost invisible pockets? So the pattern matches on the pocket and on the background. Look, there it is. There's the pocket.
Now, the pattern matching's been done for you. That's the clever thing with these panels.
Yep.
And also, look, your lovely stripe for your
Stripey
handles
binding, yeah.
and for your binding.
Yep.
£19.99.
Yeah, all you need to add in for this is some solid fabric for your lining. You could use calico, you could use stuff from your stash.
There's so much
And-
extras on here as well, Stuart.
Yeah, there are. Yeah, you've got things like key fobs and embellishments. You could make them into pin cushions if you prefer. And this is a really fun thing. You get the little sewing machine. You could make that into a little pocket. But you get full instructions printed on the panel to make it into a bag. It's a real fun one. It's great value. And it's also a really nice, easy bag to make.
Nice gift for somebody, actually.
Yeah.
Anyone who wants to get into sewing, new year, new you.
Yes.
New year, new hobby. This would be a lovely one for
Yeah, I think I could probably take on a new hobby, Vix, but I think it's too late for a new me. I'm afraid you're stuck with this version.
Right, shall we do Rainbow
New
is
year,
my favourite
new
colour?
bad attitude.
I know, I've been speaking to people about, right, have you stuck to your New Year's resolution? I know that we're only, how many days in now? 19 days.
Yeah.
Yeah, it normally lasts for the first month and then that's it. Right, this is the rainbow. We've got the charcoal version up first. What, have you used a Bosal Linar form on this or an H40?
Yes. Bosal Linar form.
Okay, what code, sorry, Ben? There, got it. These are big panels, Stuart, aren't
Yeah, they are. There's a lot there because you actually get the lining as well as the outer, so you get everything. So what you can see there, you've got that very smart charcoal grey plaid, which is for the flap and also for the back pocket.
Yeah.
And also the sides of your bag.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you've got this linen texture, which is for the front and the back and the bottom of the bag. And then you've got this fabulous bright rainbow. That's all your linings. Now, if you wanted to, Vix, you could use those and make a rainbow bag.
Yeah.
Make a grey bag, make a rainbow bag. But where it gets really fun are these, what I call paint chips, that you get on the side of your panel here. Look. Okay, so you get these 2 rows of paint chips.
Yeah.
Okay, and the idea with those is that when you make your bag, so you cut out, for example, the front flap. Okay, here's the front flap, and then you get very brave and you get your rotary cutter and your ruler and you slice through the flap, and then you cut out not just the flap piece, just the top piece of fabric. Yeah, you cut through, and then you cut a strip of your rainbow chips wherever you want to cut it.
Nice.
So it could just be pinks and
Yeah,
purples
yeah.
or whatever. And then you piece it in between the two halves where you've slashed. You piece it in. Then you put the lining on top and trim around the edges so you get the flap back to its original size. Then you can cut again, piece a different strip. It could be here, it could go straight
Is that
through.
what you've done on the sides
Yep.
as well?
So on
and
the
on
sides,
back?
I've done exactly the same.
Some
On the back
purples. Oh,
pocket,
that's
I've done
great.
exactly the same.
Oh, really fun.
And it really depends. I always say to people, how rainbow are you? You might not be rainbow at all. You could not put any of that on if you don't want to.
Is that QM? Oh, that is lovely, and you're more pastel. For the
Yes,
spring, I love this. And once again, a really useful bag. That would fit like your tablet in, or if you go to work, your notebook, your diary.
Yeah.
Love it. It's really
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah, it's a good kind of school bag, college bag.
Yeah.
Or just a general
College
throw
bag,
over
yeah.
your shoulder. And
All
again,
your
you get
instructions
full
on there?
instructions, yeah.
They're all printed onto the panel. The beautiful detailing as well on that mix of that lovely rainbow fabric is gorgeous. Wait till you see that at
And those
home.
paint chips on this one are divine.
That's so fun. Less than £20.
Yeah.
Really good value. Fantastic value for all of the fabric you need. There was a lady who messaged in earlier who was saying about struggling with the whole cutting process of, you know, cutting out her fabric when you're getting loads of yardage that you buy on a bolt. Whereas this is another brilliant way of tackling that and starting out. Work from a panel. All your seam allowances included.
That's right.
You're literally cutting them out and you can get going with your sewing.
Yeah.
Now I've got two other projects here. Which one, Ben? Yes, charm squares. That's this one,
Yeah.
please.
So I suppose what I did here was I thought, if I was Tim Holtz, what kind of fabric would I do? And I would, of course, do a rainbow, and I would put all
I
those
love
gorgeous kind of textured paint effects, overprinting,
Yeah.
scissors, bits and bobs, but I would do it in gorgeous bright rainbows.
Oh, that is gorgeous. And there's space in between, so you can cut these out and get your accurate 5-inch squares, which you again could cut and use them
Yeah.
for half-square triangles. Or you could keep them in as they are here and just quilt between them.
Yes,
or
a table
zigzag
runner.
stitch. Yeah.
It's just a rainbow table runner, if you
Fabulous.
want. Yeah.
Love it.
Or a couple of big cushions.
Yes.
Be divine, wouldn't it?
Oh, I'll be making myself some nice bunting with this. Nice
That would be
rainbow bunting.
lovely.
Only $14.99, and you're getting 40 5-inch squares on
And they're
here.
gorgeous, really saturated colours as well, aren't they? They're so bright and juicy.
And this is real limited edition because we won't be reprinting
No,
these.
we're not reprinting these. We are literally down to our last few.
Yeah, there's 40 of them, and they'll go today.
yeah,
They'll go
yeah.
today. We also have CAUU90, Ben, which is again
Pastel
the
version.
pastel version.
But I would get both and I would mix the two together because, Vix, if you hold that one and then if I pass it
Oh, would you
across,
put them both
I would put
together?
them together in a quilt. Because then you've
Right.
got 80 squares to play with. And you could really kind of ombre. Look at that for a painter's palette.
Yes, yes, yes. Subtle difference, very
Yeah.
subtle difference,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah. But if you wanted to make yourself like a big colour wheel quilt
Yes.
with chips of all the different colours radiating out.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but could I start looking at, you know, like you're stepping out the with
No,
this? No,
because
What do I
unless
need-
you wanted to cut individual squares,
Yeah.
because you actually cut long strips
Right,
and sew
yeah.
them together. But you could do something that was like
Similar,
that.
yeah, yeah.
definitely. Personally, I would do something like, if you've got my book, Make 100 Quilts, there's a pattern in there for machine-pieced cathedral window quilt that uses 5-inch charm squares. This would be amazing for that.
Brilliant. So that's the one that we're looking at, which is $14.99. But if you do want to get a couple of those and ombre them, they'd look amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Right, we've got two other panels to get through. This one is then your 2.5-inch strip. No, are they yet? 2.5-inch strips.
Yes, these are 2.5-inch strips, but I was greedy and I wanted more texture, more pattern. So what I did was to actually do half strips.
Lovely.
So you end up there with, I think it's 32 2.5-inch wide strips.
This is the other one, Ben. This is QM UU14. There it is. This is pastels. And we also have the brighter rainbow available.
Yes, we do.
But that one is gorgeous, isn't it?
Yeah.
And actually, you don't even need to cut this to make 2.5-inch
Well,
strips.
to be fair, Vix, this one, if you take the other end, I would...
But for a binding.
I would just quilt that.
Yeah.
I would just quilt that and bind it, and that would be a rainbow baby quilt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Easy.
Perfect. Straight away.
Easy.
Maybe if you've got the Gracie frame,
Yeah.
or if you want to practice your free motion or any of your quilting, this is then your patchwork top. Your flimsy already done, isn't it?
Now, what I would say was, originally I designed these panels to go with my floating stars quilt pattern.
Okay.
So if you get the strips and the squares, the 5-inch squares, and my floating stars quilt pattern, you can make that quilt in either a pastel version or a bright version.
That's a really good value for money as
So
well,
if you
isn't
want
it,
a
with
serving
15
suggestion,
yeah.
there is a pattern out there.
Fab. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying a bit longer as
Oh,
well.
it's a pleasure.
When are you back with us?
Well, I'm presenting tomorrow and
fab.
Wednesday, and tomorrow we've got a very special show with Pauline Wheeler.
Oh, it's her birthday!
And she's done some fabric. It's very exciting.
Oh, I know how excited she was because I was actually on air with
Yeah.
her when she announced to everybody on Hobby Maker about it. So please, please, please get your messages in for it. It's a special birthday, isn't it?
Yeah,
for
it
her?
is. It's a special birthday
And we
for her.
love her. She always brings us cake and treats, and she's just the loveliest person. So, yeah, please come and support her because I know how excited she is about this
Yeah, for
collection.
sure. So tomorrow and Wednesday, I can't wait. I can't wait, but it's been an absolute joy to spend the morning with you. This. And
We've
you as well.
loved it. Thank you. Well done, everybody. And well done on the William Morris quilt earlier. It's worth checking availability on the William Morris. In fact, I'll recap and let you know if there's any of those available. But we'll see you tomorrow, Stuart.
Thank you.
Don't go anywhere because we've still got so much to bring you. Recap some of the manager specials. And we've also got some great discounted yarn bundles to bring you in our yarn crochet and knitting showcase. Don't go anywhere. We're back after this.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands the crafting industry has to offer. So grab your favourite drink, get cosy and don't miss a moment of fun. Stay tuned and make sure you keep it right here and let Hobbymaker fuel your passion for creativity. See you at 1 p.m.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
So have you heard of the sewing term fat quarter? A fat quarter is a rectangular piece of fabric, usually measuring 18 inches by 22 inches. It's called a fat quarter because it's a quarter of the fabric on a roll or bolt. And because they're pre-cut, no need to measure or trim. You can find fat quarters in different styles, plain, patterned, or even bundled together in matching sets. So now you know what a fat quarter is.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay.
Pins are used to hold pattern pieces onto your fabric and your fabric together before you sew it. Always buy the best pins that you can afford. I like ones with nice heads on that you can hold because you can see them if you drop them on the floor. I also like a magnetic pin dish because it stops you losing them.
Missed a show on Sewing Street? Don't worry, you can catch up on all the action from the past week on our website. Just head over to sewingstreet.com and go to TV Guide and pick a day, then a show up to 7 days back from the Today tab. Looking for something older? Check out the Sewing Street YouTube page, where you'll find our full archive of shows anytime, anywhere. Stay inspired and keep sewing with Sewing Street.
Good morning, or lunchtime, where are we? What are we doing? We started again. It's lunchtime. It's back at 8 a.m. We're doing it all over again. We've got so much to get into the next half an hour. So please, if you can, get to the web shop and have a look underneath us because everything is listed there. Everything's already at price. We'll do some brilliant things. In fact, actually, I say everything's at price. I tell a little lie because we are going to discount. Oh, they've already been reduced. So they're all, that's it. Brilliant. So it's all there underneath us on the website. It's all there. So should we start with our Stylecraft? Stylecraft, I know Stuart Hillard teams up with Stylecraft to do his yarns. He designs colours for them. He designs yarn for them. So I know they're lovely quality whenever we talk about them. But today you're going to be saving 10% on your yarn bundles in the different colours that we have. These are your Aran yarns. They are absolutely beautifully soft. They're 100% premium acrylic. You're getting 196 metres. It's washable. You can put it in the tumble dryer at a cool wash. If you're using your crochet hooks, use 5mm needle. If you're using your knitting needles, then it's your 5mm knitting needles, or 6 in UK terms. But it is such a lovely colour for spring, isn't it? It is your springtime green in your Stylecraft Aran weight yarn, 100 gram balls for just £10.76. Oh, I think this is a lovely one for a knitted jumper, springtime knitted cardi. We've got some fantastic inspiration on the show today as well, which would be beautiful, whether you're a knitter or a crochet. Imagine doing something like this with your lovely greens in there. There's some really, really nice springtime vests and cardigans. Very nice. Oh, that one would be lovely with the greens. Your shawl and bag, matching bag in the lovely Stylecraft colourways. Now we've got the green. A couple of the Stylecraft bundles that we have are the different mix of colours, but I'll start with just the four-piece solid colours. Oh, okay. Okay, we also have your double knit in black, which I suppose, look, while it's discounted, it's worth stocking up, isn't it? Because it has been very, very busy today. If you've bought anything from the show, then you'll only pay 1 P&P, so it's worth stocking up whilst it's discounted. Here you've got 100 gram balls. They are your double knit in black for £10.76. pence. Send in your pictures. We want to see what you're knitting for spring, what you're making. We're on air for the next 30 minutes, so we want to hear from you. £10.76. There's only 13 of these bundles. They've been selling them on pre-order. They have been very, very busy already. They're lovely, soft Stylecraft yarns are. They're beautiful. Today, there's a choice underneath us on the website of the Stylecraft and the West Yorkshire Spinners. Really popular. We've also got, is it like a maroon? Right, Michael, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop them down here once I've shown them, so then we can not get in a mess. Honestly, my desk all morning has just been upside down. Right, this one is called Rio Red. Your double knit. Double knit, Rio Red, 100 gram balls. Once again, with a 10% discount already applied. You don't need to add a discount code in the checkout. You can, well, if you're checking out, your discount's already applied for you. 10% off today. Under £11 for all four. Whenever I see our Sam Sabido for an Adventures in Crafting, whenever she does a kit, I mean, if you're getting 4 of these, you're going to still be able to do an awful lot with just 4. Shawls, cardigans. If you loved the shawl that Stuart's wearing as well, then you could do the shawl in one of these colourways for Valentine's. Yes, for Valentine's. What are you going to get Alice for Valentine's Day this year? Oh, it's nice flowers. Oh, that's so nice. Chockies. He's written her a song and a poem. Oh, I love love. I love love. £10.76. That is like a beautiful wine colour, isn't it? Red, red wine. Secret Admirers. Do you remember I remember when I was at school and you used to have them in your drawer, you just send all your secret admirers. Love cards. Valentine's Day cards. Right, we also have the beautiful Bambino. No, this is double knit again, but it's this time super, super soft. Your Bambino. It's the reason that this is so, it's called Bambino, it's the sort of baby range. So if you're making any baby knits, it's lovely and soft against the skin. It's 100% premium acrylic. It means it's washable. You can even put it in the tumble dryer. Made dry clean as well, but it is lovely and soft, not only to knit with or crochet with, but also to have against your skin. We've discounted them today with a 10% off all of the bundles. Sorry I'm flying through these, but there's so much that we want to talk about. And because we ran over with our show with Stuart, we're in a little rush today. It's been amazing though, hasn't it? Keep going back through the web shop. If you missed the start of the show, we've had some brilliant deals all day today. It's worth having a look back through. I think there might be still 3 William Morris quilt kits that had become re-available. If you thought you'd missed it, it's worth having a look on the web if you're watching on a replay. £10.76 for all 4 of your lovely Bambino Stylecraft double knit yarn, 100% premium acrylic. Should we do the West Yorkshire Spinners? Now, the West Yorkshire Spinners, I love. I know they are reared, sheared, and spun in Yorkshire. I always feel like I have to be careful how I say that. But they are gorgeous quality yarns. In Cherry Blossom to start with. Oh, in Cherry Blossom. So I've been learning all about the festival of, obviously with it being Chinese New Year coming to the end of the year. And when you think of the Far East with the most beautiful cherry blossom trees in Japan. If you ever get a chance to go there in March in particular, they actually have a whole sort of festival for cherry blossom. So all of these colours I am very drawn to at the moment. I love this. Right, so can you see here that it says 60% Lysel wool. I want to see what this type of breed of sheep looks like, because it always amazes me seeing them. And then you've also got the Falkland Islands wool, 40%. It's a double knit yarn, so it's Lyocell. ELL. Double knit yarn. It's got the different flecks of colour in here as well, which is beautiful. Oh, sorry, Lysel is a fabric that can be blended with wool. So that's not a sheep. That's I thought it was a breed of sheep. That's a fabric that's blended with the Falkland Islands wool as well. Is this my Falkland Islands sheep? £13.43 for your West Yorkshire Spinners. I've never seen this lovely cherry blossom. Now, if ever you see any of the lovely patterns that West Yorkshire Spinners bring out as well, it's all designed with their yarn in mind, and they do some beautiful, really beautiful patterns. All of their books are underneath us on the website. £13.43. And you're getting 112 metres, which is 50 gram balls, 4 of them, for £13. £13.43. They are gorgeous. We also have the Bo Peep range from West Yorkshire Spinners, which is this one, the Bo Peep. This is 100% Falkland Islands wool. Right, this is in sand. Oh, it's so soft. It really is. It's lovely. You really can feel the quality of it. In that sand colourway, your double knit yarn. Are they 100 gram balls or 50 gram balls? 50 gram balls, 50 gram balls. You're getting all 4 of those for £22.10. And this is from the Bo Peep collection again, so it is suitable if you're doing baby wears, if you're doing lovely knits for children or for new babies. You want it to be soft against their skin. It's lovely. When you think of wool, sometimes it can be quite irritable and itchy against your skin, but this is 100% Falkland Islands wool, which is just so beautiful. Reared, sheared and spun in Yorkshire. £22.10. We're doing all these discounted today. You're getting 15%. 15% off these bundles, Ben. Yep. Your discount is already applied for you. It's on your screen. If you love these neutral colours, whether it be for any of your baby makes, I'm just looking to see if I've got any baby makes. Want some blankets, comfy homes? No. But we've got socks and different lovely cardigans as well. Look, imagine doing this, picking out a nice colour, different colour, to do a contrasting checked jumper. This colour as well. There's Aurora, granny squares. These are all crocheted. They're lovely. All 4 for discounted today at 15% off those. We have the... Yes, the orange. This is once again, is this the Pure? Yeah, this is the Bo Peep Pure again in ginger colourway. Oh, I love this colour. Don't take that away from me. I believe I didn't know that I was naturally ginger. £22.50. That lovely orange colour. I like that it's already spun into a cake as well. So you can literally just start working from this. Your DK yarn. 50 gram balls, all 4 of them for 22. Let me just do something. Let me try these together. Oh, yes. I like those colourways together. Do you? I like the sand with the ginger. They look gorgeous. £22.50. And this is not from the Bo Peep range, but it is still your pure 100% Falkland Islands wool. Ben's now Googling sheep. and he can't get rid of them off his screen. They are now stuck. He's looking at all the different sheep, because each different sheep, obviously, is it hair or is it fur or is it, what do they call wool? Their wool, their coat, their wool. It's all different depending on the breed of sheep. It's amazing. 15% saving on your West Yorkshire Spinners, one of the premium brands of yarn that we stock, but with a discount today. So if you do want to start out the new year with your DK yarn, but premium quality, go with West Yorkshire Spinners. We've also got the turquoise. I like this with the ginger, actually. Look, these two colours work really well. Magic. These two, look! Oh, I'm kitting this now. With the sand as well, they are lovely colours together. I went into Oliver Bonus the other day and they had the most beautiful spring knits. Look, there you go. Magic to made it happen. That is a big kit if you do want to do Sundance. Look. Oh, those colours together look amazing. Right, I'm now thinking Sundance. Do a lovely striped crochet cardie like that. These will be lovely colours together. How gorgeous. What is this called? Oh, duck egg, sorry. In your duck egg, get the ginger and get the sand. Sorry. £22.50 for your 4 DK yarn balls. Love those with your 15% discount today. Then we have the smaller yarn balls again. I say smaller, they're still 50 grams, aren't they? This is called Seashell. They've got the most beautiful fleck. I wouldn't call this seashell, actually, but I really like it. It's got, oh no, we've also got that really lovely, look at that colour. DK yarn. So you got 60% of your Lysol, which is fabric that you, blend with wool. £13.43, discounted by 15% today. 50 gram balls with your Elements range. Once again, why are you going so warm, Michael? It's hot. Right, we've also got, sorry, I want to get onto some of the patterns as well. And your blocking board, there's loads that Stuart was telling me that I need to get into the show. These colours look nice together if you've got your seashell. This is Moonlight. This is your Moonlight colours. Has it got a slight violet to it as well? That's lovely. It feels so soft. This product contains Tencel, not tinsel, Tencel, which are Tencel lyocell fibres, which mean that it does give it that gorgeous softness to your wool as well. £13.43 for all 4 of the Moonlight colourway in your West Yorkshire Spinners. DK yarn. 15% off today. 15% off. You're getting 10% off your Stylecraft, 15% off your West Yorkshire Spinners. They're all listed underneath us on the web. Thank you, Jess, for our discounted bundles. Should we do some of the inspirational books, or do you want to do your books? Yeah, let's have a look at Sundance, because we've talked about this a few times. And as we've been looking at our West Yorkshire Spinners, some of these, by the way, these pattern books launched with hundreds available. We've now got 10. I like that it's a workbook as well that you can actually work from. So it does give you all the different colours from the Elements range that we were just talking about. Seashell, Moonlight, they were 2 of the colours that we have just seen discounted. It talks to you about the lovely harmonious blend that you have with that Tencel lyocell in the wool. The Sundance collection. Colour is everything, and I encourage you to experiment with all of your beautiful, bold colours from the elements to create something unique to you. So it talks you through all of your terminology and abbreviations, so you don't have to be a seasoned crocheter to be working from this book. But isn't it beautiful? I love the photography. I think it's a great coffee table book, just to give you a bit of inspiration of what to make next. You've got the Pearl, Aurora, Leona, Miri, tank top and dress, shawl with a matching bag as well, granny squares. How lovely is this? All your sizing measurements there. If you want to do it literally exactly like the West Yorkshire Spinning model one, then you have got your step-by-step instructions. I do like the granny square centres. They're still so in, aren't they? There's your pearl, your checked jumper with the ribbing as well, your cuffs at the bottom. There's loads. I mean, you have got so many projects here. Your price per project. Oh, I love the hooded cardigan. That's really nice. Your tank top is here. It's a lot of projects. And once again, you can work from this. It's a nice pocket size. A bag, a shawl. All of the colours that are used are listed, so any of the ones that are on the show today, grab them while they're discounted. A nice bag as well, and all of your charts then included of how to stitch them up and how to put your pattern together. That one's going to sell out, by the way. We've got less than 5 of those books now. I've also got the Retreat Flourish, or which one do you want to do, Ben? Yeah, home. Is this the West Yorkshire Spinners as well? Yeah, they're so beautiful. They really are. Okay, when this came to air, over 100 sold in the first showing. There are 69 left. It completely went wild. Now, you've not seen this for 8... I'm calling it brand new. You've not seen it since 2022. We're 2025. You've not seen it for 3 years. And it completely... I mean, it went crazy in the launch show. With all your hanks of yarn. Look here. Your DK, your Aran. To make beautiful homewares. So you can do, oh, look at this. Oh, for all year round. This is the great thing about beautiful quality blankets and cushions like this. There's your charts to work from. This is gorgeous. Now, this is obviously a knitting book. The other one was a crochet. This is now knitting, but still using your lovely West Yorkshire Spinners yarn, so you can see all of the lovely little flecks. That one's beautiful. That is really nice. So, loads and loads of you bought this when it launched literally a couple of years ago. We'd love to hear from you. Send in all of your pictures as well. Send them into the fan page. Give everyone lots of inspiration if you're just getting this home today. Patchwork one as well. Bramble stitch, patchwork blanket. Who's bringing sweets in? Stuart! Stuart's found... You found some sweets. Oh, look, a Christmas one as well. You could start knitting your beautiful woodside Christmas blanket for 2025. Oh, that is lovely. That's all using the Croft lovely yarn, which is 100% wool from West Yorkshire Spinners. Beautiful book. Is it this one? Oh, no, this is it. 10 super chunky knitted designs. 10 super chunky. I love the super chunky because it comes together really quick. Right, this is the one that sold out in a heartbeat. We sold 163 on the first showing. There are less than 50 of these. If you love this super chunky yarn, how trendy is this? So fashionable. This was all designed using your super chunky yarns from the Retreat range. They're all the colours that were used in the book, in the collection. But not only have you got gorgeous garments, look at this lovely hat and accessory, and they're all beginner friendly as well. They're all beginner friendly. Oh, look at that V-neck jumper. Looks lovely, doesn't it? Right, this is a beginner roll neck jumper. And I love the sleeves. The cuff on this is beautiful. Beginner roll neck jumper. 2 different colours in that lovely colourway. And it is a beginner project. Once again, you've got homewares in here. You've got fabulous fashion, unisex fashion. And accessory sets as well. Texture accessories. Oh, sorry. That's so funny. £12.95. Your mosaic patchwork blanket. This is absolutely flying out again. We've only got 30 of those books left. It's another workbook as well. It's all ring bound, so you can work from it. But what fabulous value for money. Your price per project is less than £3 a pattern. And it's all in a beautiful book as well. Less than £13. Knit, Flow, Grow. 10 super chunky yarns. Love that. Okay. There's some really great inspirational books as well, isn't there? Can we do a way of life, please? Because you've got 12 designs in here. And what I love about this as well, it's all for all the family. So you can do projects for, oh, look at this. Yeah, this is brilliant to be able to do things for the young ones in the family as well. There's Duncan. That cable knit is everywhere. This is so on trend, this cable knit we love. You've got very, very clear instructions, your full charts here, and that cable knit for the whole family, all sizes are there. You've got your hat and your scarf. Oh, look how cute this is. A cable jumper with a hoodie. Oh, I love it. And you can have it as a roll neck jumper as well. Oh, he looks so cute with his hoodie on. Now, this one's got that deep V neck with the ribbing on the bottom and on the sleeves around the neckline. They're lovely, aren't they? And I do think any time of year, I know that we're hoping to get out of the winter months now, but it shows them here in that coastal environment. It's so nice to have your winter and your springtime knits. Oh, that's a lovely hat as well. It shows you just great inspiration on some of the yarns and the colours. But there are 12 projects here for less than £15 with your chart. No, this one's got that cropped cardigan as well, which is very nice. Less than £15 for your West Yorkshire spinners. Really lovely projects. I love a slip over like that. Like your tank top. Put it over a nice white shirt. It looks fab. Okay, so that was available under £15. We're going to keep going with some more inspiration. Now we are in January. I'm time travelling again. This one, though, I think it's really nice to be able to knit projects as you go throughout the year for Christmas. You have got 8 festive hand-knit projects, and it's not every day that we get to see Christmas projects, of course, this time of year. So just to remind you, there are lots of great inspirational books, whether it be for Christmas time, for summertime, springtime, all the time on our web shop. But just to remind you, if you do want to get ahead and start making, if you like making all year round, especially for Christmas or a really special Christmas blanket, maybe this is your year. Maybe you're thinking, right, I've set myself a challenge, 2025, I am going to do handmade gifts for everybody for Christmas, then this would be a lovely, lovely book to get some inspiration as well. And it's only £14.95. If you've got a load of yarn already in your stash and you're thinking, right, actually, I'm going to use all of that yarn in my stash this year, then this is your chance to do it. And that doesn't necessarily need to be for Christmas. That could be a new home gift, couldn't it? That could be a new home gift. That could be on the front of a cushion because you've got your chart here. You've got the lovely bells. It's a nice sampler blanket there. £14.95. Right, we've literally got minutes. So, can I also show you some of the Zing Knit Pro crochet hooks? I know I've been looking at knitting, but we started off with some crochet. And the reason that I wanted to show this is because when I had the trolley out earlier, Stuart said, oh, you got Knit Pro back. You know when we had the Knit Pro knitting needles, and he described them as like the Rolls Royce of tools. This one is your Zing. So they're aluminium, which means they're really, really lovely and soft on your hands. They're lightweight, but they warm up as you're crocheting. They warm up as you're going. Now, within these sizes, it's brilliant because you've got right from 2mm, 2.53, 3.54, 4.55, 5.5 and 6mm crochet hooks. And they come with a nice little travel pouch as well. All under £30. If you're after a gift for somebody, these are lovely. They are your deluxe single-ended crochet hooks. Plus, they're all different colours as well, so you can see really easily which size crochet hook you need. £28.99, as I say, that'd be a nice gift for somebody. We also have the wooden ones. Yeah, you know that box? It doesn't matter. They're underneath us on the website. We might not have a chance to find them, but they're there. And also, we were talking about knitting garments. This is also brilliant. If you're doing lots of granny squares, you can stack them up. You don't just need to do one granny square at a time. You can stack them all up. You get 12 pins included. But if you're blocking any of your granny squares, then this is brilliant. And kind of an essential, really. If you're blocking any of your pieces, spray them wet, block them, leave them until they dry. Under £30. Laura, I got your message. I'm excited. I'm excited. Excited. Yes! Sorry, Laura's getting married. £27.99 for your Millwood blocking board. 12 inches in size, but this is going to be brilliant. And remember, don't worry if you can't fit loads of granny squares because you can stack them up. £27.99. It has been such a busy show. Over the next few minutes, I would suggest going back through the website and seeing what is available. Don't forget the manager special machines. If you're umming and ahhing about them, it's the last chance today to be able to get them at those prices. I think they go back up tomorrow. And also the last stock of the William Morris quilt that we launched today went to such a crazy price. I mean, such a crazy price. We discounted it, and then we discounted it, and then we discounted it some more. Tomorrow, Pauline Wheeler's here for her special birthday show. Cara Ackerman is also here with Stuart. We have got the most amazing show tomorrow with Stuart. Pauline Wheeler's fabric launch for an hour and a half from 9:30 till 11. But Cara's also going to be here with an embroidered bag and purse, flip and stitch cushion as well. And you've got Miss It, Miss Out quilt kits. You never know, the William Morris might be there if it hasn't already sold out, which I feel like it could sell out in the next few minutes. So, yes, well done, everybody. Thank you all so much for your company. Stuart's going to be live tomorrow. Send in all your messages for Auntie Pauline because it was her 70th birthday. In fact, it might even be today. Sharon, you might know this. Is it Pauline's birthday today? Yes, it's today. Happy birthday, Pauline. She's going to be here tomorrow launching her fabric. And I know she's super excited about it. So please send in loads and loads of messages for her. Yeah, please do make sure you're supporting her because we're really excited about that. Hobby Maker are going to be coming up in just a couple of minutes with lovely Sharon Curtis and Sherilyn. So stay exactly where you are. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Are you ready for a creative journey? Stay right where you are, because from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m, Hobbymaker is here to inspire the crafter in you. Join us for an exciting lineup of crafting demonstrations, exclusive deals and expert tips that will spark your imagination. Whether you're a seasoned pro or just starting out, there's something for everyone. And you're in safe and crafty hands as we work with the biggest brands